Okay, God bless. Duvid here, week in review. Welcome. Thanks for tuning in. Keep up the tradition, share some of my research, and get back to research. I don't have as much this week in terms of links or the Israel updates, but yeah, I'll continue with my research. I have, I guess, 4 random papers basically I thought I'd read this week. So, if it's not that interesting, I apologize about that. But, kind of want to clear up some loose ends on my research, which is basically reading 4 random papers that I've had for a while. And then hopefully over the next few weeks, I will continue with the research, and that research will be more specific. Like, for example, um, maybe next week or the week after, I will do a specific week on review on talent, expertise in the genetic view, theories, multifaceted views of expertise that include genetic factors and then I'm going to do a week on cognitive architectures, a whole week on a whole bunch of cognitive architectures, and then I have some chess studies, and we'll see moving forward. I might also hopefully try to do some stuff on the various theories of expertise that we covered in the last few weeks. So anyone tunes in, I appreciate that. Hopefully, it's useful to to people, and the link's pinned in the chat. So if anyone wants to join or talk about other issues, that's fine. We could talk about other issues, but if you're just we can review going. And at this point, the main purpose of Week in Review is to share my research. So I just been in a stream with Albert Bashai and Adam Green, and Twitter space. So that was interesting. I was in a few Twitter spaces this week with Albert Bashai. This one had Adam Green. I was in a few smaller ones that was just Albert and his crews. So yeah, he's pretty strong in his counter-Semitism, anti-Abrahamism, but so people could check those out on his channel if you're interested in Albert Bashai and some of these talks about Zionism, Abrahamism, and a lot of new voices. AKL, God bless. Thank God I don't think I haven't had an issue with my lung or throats. Like, I used to smoke weed, and probably wasn't that good for me in general. But thank God I don't have any issues with my lungs or throat. So and I pray to God I don't. So God willing, David has relatively good health, and I quit smoking weed. I never smoked cigarettes, but hopefully in time that didn't cause me any permanent marijuana damage. So yeah, I mean, I think if I had anything, it would have been God forbid from smoking marijuana. And at a certain point I was smoking constantly, and maybe even regularly, like in between breaks or on streams, like I was smoking a joint, smoking a blunt, vaping. So yeah, I don't even cough that much. Occasionally I cough like a little bit just to clear my throat from talking for hours and hours. But yeah, God willing, hopefully I didn't sustain any permanent health issues from, God forbid, my previous marijuana usage. Okay, so Wednesday I'm going to do part 9 of my philosophy of science theory in this series, and then part 10 we'll finish it up. So part 9 is going to have I was going to do computer simulations last week, but do computer simulations in science, important topic, the epistemology of computer science, or the importance of computer simulations in science. And then we'll talk about the role of experiments in physics, the history of experiments, so the various theories of experimental evidence. What does it mean philosophically? And another important idea called operationalism, which is the meaning of concepts unless we have a method of measurement for it. So the connection between measurement and theoretical terms and ideas. And then we'll also look at the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, important topic, and deeper dive into physics through quantum mechanics, and then also quantum theory and mathematical rigor. We talked about the indispensability of mathematics, but we'll look more in depth into what does it mean to have that these theories are largely based on different methods of mathematics. So people tune in on Wednesday at 3 o'clock, and we'll continue with some of the research. And let's see if this is working. Okay, so I didn't actually have that much to share. So this rabbi I studied under just started a YouTube page like a month ago. So a local Chabad Israeli rabbi that I studied with for a few years. I served as his assistant. And I stopped going. I guess he was a little too extreme for me. I started going to university, and he was pretty illiberal, but I worked for him. I learned a lot. I learned a lot of Hebrew. I studied Talmud with him, did some work for him. So it looks like he started a YouTube page, Rabbi Babayev, Congregation Avos Yisrael in Oak Park, Michigan. So God bless. Wish him the best. Well, I don't think I've heard of Rabbi Gabby Locke from Stanford Hill. I was only in Stanford Hill once in my life. I was only in London once in my life, and I went to Stanford Hill for one wedding to meet like some Hasidic rabbis, and so not that familiar with Stanford Hill. Although I studied in Borough Park and Israel, I knew a decent amount of people, maybe even hundreds of people loosely. So I knew tens of people even semi-well from Stanford Hill, hundreds of people loosely, in congregation, like, Bubba is in Stanford Hill. The Sklen Rebbe is popular in Stanford Hill. But, no, I mean, that's the other side of the world. Here was this was this week. The rabbi suffered from Parkinson. Mir Yeshiva is Rabbi Nussin Zvi Finkel. I mean, God forbid there's multiple rabbis who've suffered from Parkinson, but the Rosh Yeshiva, Mir Yeshiva, Rabbi Nussin Zvi Finkel in Jerusalem, and Duvid was in that yeshiva for 2 years, and for one semester I was in the class of the head of the yeshiva. That wasn't the I'll put up Rabbi Nussin Zvi Finkel of blessed memory. So yeah, a lot of influence on Duvid. Good man, passed away in 2011, and Duvid was in his class in like 1998. And he was brought up in Chicago, went to the yeshiva. The Mir Yeshiva was in Poland, and historically his family, the altar. So became the Rosh Yeshiva of Mir. Suffered from Parkinson's the last 28 years of his life. He had Parkinson when I was in his class. It affected the way he spoke, and he moved. So relatively, his class was not that popular because trying to understand him through his Parkinson's was God forbid difficult. But I sat in his class for a few months, Tractate Nedorim on vows, and God bless, big influence on me. So God bless the memory of Nussin Zvi Finkel. So Torah in Motion, I occasionally listen to Mark Shapiro on his historical series, and they sometimes have some other stuff. So sometimes this series of podcasts with JJ Kimchi, interesting interviews. So this week he interviewed Daniel Matt, who is one of the more popular secular translators of the Zohar. So he's like a college professor. He might be like have some affiliation to Judaism or spiritual Judaism, but he more academic a professor than like a Kabbalist or a rabbi. But he's got one of the more popular translations of the Zohar, academic at least, and he was interviewed on this, talking about the Zohar, and he gives a historical academic account. He mentions some of the interesting, like Adam Green research concepts of things like anti-Christian polemicism, the rise of Christianity and Kabbalah together, possibly origins of Kabbalah, relations to politics, what parts of Kabbalah was taken from ancient stuff and it was compiled, if Moshe DeLine compiled it from earlier materials, the question of the Aramaic. So it was a relatively interesting interview. So just look briefly at some Israel stuff. I don't have that much on the war. So they came out with this, maybe they've had it around, but I just saw this map of the October 7th. And so it has, like, God forbid, the location and names and stories of all the people that were killed. So you could click on the dot and, show you the name, where they were killed, a news story, a little bio of the person. And so, you could see the full scope of October 7th in terms of the music festival, but also the military bases. So I'm not sure if no one got killed. Yeah. So okay. So yeah. So it just took a second to load up. So you see, actually, Hamas took over all of the Israeli military bases surrounding Gaza. So the military installations, and then they got into some of the kibbutzes and towns, and then there was the music festival outside the Rain military base. They got all the way to Ofakim and Sderot, and various aspects. So a little interesting, the mapping the massacre. Although this point it's already 3 months. October 7th. Today's January 7th, so it's 3 months ago. Okay, Persian, God bless. Good to see you. So it's been already 3 months since October 7th, and to Jews it's significant, and there's a lot of memory, and there's still the kidnapped people, but relatively the war, and hundreds of people are dying every day. But to Jews, the October 7th and the memory, or what it means for the future of Israel, is very important. So last week you had the Hamas. Last week you had the Hamas, the attack of Hamas against Hamas in Lebanon, and then Nasrallah gave his speech, and questioning what's going to happen, what type of response do they have, and so finally Lebanon has attacked Meron, which actually, speaking of Kabbalah, in the Zohar, Meron is Mount Meron is where Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai is located, and the grave. It's most known for the grave of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, but there's also an Israeli military base and air traffic, and it looks like there possibly some damage to the Israeli military zone, which Israel had originally denied and said there was no damage and no casualties, but now they're saying maybe there was damage, although they're not saying casualties. How significant the air control system there is to Israel is unclear. So I don't actually have that much to update on I don't actually have that much to update on the war, but I'll talk a little bit about the war and what I think is going to happen and go on in the near future. And I'm just going to read some papers and the links in the chat. If anyone's around and wants to grab it, I see a handful of people are watching. Maybe it'll be relatively a small week in review, but I have actually hours of stuff to read. So if I have the strength, I will read stuff for hours. But I had mentioned, God forbid, that when October 7th started, that possibly a strategy of the Axis would be to drain um, to drain Israel of weapons and the U.S. of weapons, and to diminish the standing of the United States in the international arena, and possibly to try to get um, the United States to pull out of the U.S. bases. Although I hadn't, when I originally said, I hadn't thought of the Houthi attacks. So we've seen now um, possibly a minor escalation between Israel and Hezbollah, and there was some sort of understanding of like they're only going to fire missiles at each other within a few mile um, of the disputed border. So the northern border is disputed anyways, but they and part of the reason Hezbollah is there is related to previous wars and Palestinian refugees that ended up in um, southern Lebanon. Anyway, it's really, God bless you. I saw you on some of those Albert Bashai Twitter Spaces, so tried a few of those this week, and he's actually still going right now. But so Israel actually, from what I understand, was the first to break this truce treaty that, like, okay, Hezbollah and Israel are at war, but they were only firing within a few miles of the border. And Israel broke that a few times, firing a few more miles north of the border. And then they broke that by carrying out the assassination of the top Hamas officials in, I think it was even Beirut. So like just central Lebanon. And yeah, Albert's very aggressive, and his rhetoric's pretty strong. Although, I mean, relatively, like, I mean, I guess say he's a nice guy, or he's besides his aggressive rhetoric, whatever. Albert's a decent guy. In another world, maybe we could have been friends. Like Albert says, he grew up with the Jewish friends. I think he even said he went to the prom with a Jewish girl, and then he got involved in the conspiracy theory. And so his rhetoric's pretty strong. But we tried having some conversations, so I think those are recorded. People can check them out, and maybe we'll keep on doing them. We'll see if they're making any progress or doing anything, or especially as long as the war's going on. So unfortunately, like I said from the beginning, like, one thing, God forbid, I definitely recommended against Israel bombing. So like October 8th, Israel already started bombing into Gaza. So 3 months from October 7th, it's been 3 months now. Has it actually benefited Israel, any of the bombing or even the ground invasion in Gaza? And you could argue no. So yeah, I mean, Israel, they've killed over 20,000 people. They've evacuated close to 2 million people. Maybe they've killed a few thousand Hamas militants. They've confiscated some weapons. They've affected some tunnels. But 3 months later, there's still rockets. I'd shown last week the number of rockets coming into Israel has vastly diminished. But there's still an average about like 20 rockets a day coming into Israel. Israelis still are regularly hearing sirens and going down into shelters, even occasionally in Tel Aviv, although very rarely now in Tel Aviv. But in southern Israel, you have pretty often people still entering shelters, and even like once a week or so, even in Tel Aviv, there'll be a volley of rockets. You still have the close to 200,000 Israelis that have been evacuated. The situation on the north with the 80,000 Israelis evacuated. So the escalation now that Hezbollah is bombing and trying to take out critical Israeli military infrastructure. What that could mean for a broader war, if the war should continue, if the U.S. So now 3 months, the U.S. has finally removed um, some of the naval fleet that was right outside of Israel, Lebanon, that where they keep it there forever, or maybe part of a sign that America is taking too much flack for supporting Israel in the war, that they've removed some of the naval guard, if that possibly could see Hezbollah entering the war three months later, or to say, well, it's just Israel. If Israel hadn't decided to carry out an assassination in Lebanon, the stance of Israel, possibly backed by America, that so to say, Israel bears the right to kill and assassinate Hamas leaders anywhere in the world, and which presumably breaks international law. Would that be the same thing in America if there was Hamas leaders that were in America, somehow came to America or escaped, that Israel would be carrying out assassinations in America, or is it just Middle Eastern? So this type statements, this type of escalation, belligerence, um, even why the bombing in Iran, where Iran has claimed that it was Israel. So the type rhetoric where Israel has said very clearly that they will be carrying out assassinations anywhere in the world, to the point where Iran has basically said that they think the bombing in Iran was Israel, even though Israel has denied it and America has denied it. But you could see possibly the strong rhetoric of Israel that could be part of the reason why Iran is so insistent that it was Israel involved, or it could be stuff behind the scenes like conspiracy theories. What's the connection between ISIS and Israel, or the anti-Syrian militias, and are they backed by the U.S. and Israel? And if the bombing in Iran was carried out by one of these militias that are being armed by Israel and America, is that why Iran is blaming Israel and America? Or if Israel and America are trying to destabilize Iran by supporting uh, groups, even terrorist groups that oppose Iran, and then one of those groups carried out the bombing, the terrorist act against Iran, does that mean that it was Israel and America that was responsible for it? Well, Iran thinks so. So whether America or Israel thinks so, Iran definitely thinks so, and the possibility for escalation. So now 3 months in, the Houthis are still carrying out their attacks on cargo ships. More and more places are uh, ceasing to ship through the Red Sea, and the Houthis has clearly said this is 100% related to the war in Israel. That the only reason the Houthis are doing this is to stop Israel from the war against Gaza, and the U.S. and Europe have largely, I guess, it's unclear, but it seems like they're unlikely to do much. I mean, there's been a few, naval ships or small attacks against Houthi ships, but in actual bombing, will the West bomb um, Yemen over this? And you think, well, it's unlikely. And even the escalation that the U.S. looks like they're pulling out. And so 3 months in, um, it's unclear what Israel has accomplished. Like, you could put up one of these war maps or something like that. And, like I've shown in the past, these war mappers, and it could look like Israel's making a whole bunch of progress, and keeps on gaining more and more territory. But the reality is, Israel is not really conducting the type operation where it is actually gaining territory in Gaza. So, basically what they're doing is um, just bombing and occasional operations, but they're not really carrying out where they're controlling most of the land in Gaza. So they may have destroyed a significant amount of the Hamas infrastructure, buildings, some of the weapon supplies, the places and buildings where they launched the rockets from, but they haven't really conquered the territory. And in all likelihood, um, they've probably really only got a very tiny amount of the actual um, Hamas fighters in northern Gaza, and even showed last week that Hamas appears to have regained ground right up to the border fence. That Israel pulled out some of the reserve troops from the most northern part of Gaza, and then Gazan troops re-entered and carried out operations against Israeli troops. So the likelihood that Israel is actually going to do a ground invasion is very small. And there's some also question about the casualties. Um, Many people, even some Israeli like Max Blumenfeld, the Gray Zone, some of the uh, anti-Israeli narrative, Zionist, Jewish and Israeli reporters are claiming that the death toll of Israel is much stronger. That there's like 6,000 Israelis injured, many of them horribly, and in all likelihood, uh, at least 200 to 300 more Israelis will be declared dead over the next few months. That some of them are on life support, some of them may already have died, and they just haven't cleared it to publicize it, but the number of like 170 Israeli casualties in the war in Gaza is probably more like 400. And what difference does that make to Israel? I said that really, in order to do a full ground campaign, completely weed out Gaza from the Hamas from just northern Gaza would probably cost somewhere close to like 10,000 Israeli lives. And that would be a street by street ground campaign. So Israel has not really done that at all. And they've relied mostly on single missions where the troops go in and then pull right out, and um, bombings. And the places where Israel has set up camps are usually on the outer sides of Gaza, and those areas were either clear areas like on the beach, or areas where there's farm and no housing, or places that they completely bulldozed so that there's no Hamas even near there. And then even you see some videos where it's possible like Hamas tunnels. So Israel's been very careful basically to not set up base, to not occupy area in northern Gaza. So that means that relatively it's unclear whether Israel has actually accomplished anything in its 3 months of war. And so the question, what's going to happen to the 2 million displaced Gazans? Are they, is Israel eventually just going to pack up and go home and try to reseal the wall and let Hamas take back over and let the Gazans go back and try to build up? Or are they still trying to displace the Gazans to try to get to Europe, America, Arab countries to take these Palestinian refugees? And I mean, it would appear that is what they're trying to do, but it's not working. So even like the president of Israel was interviewed on American TV this week, and they made it clear that he's like, no, we're not trying to force Gazans to leave. And um, even though clearly many Israeli leaders are saying that, so this point, the likelihood that Israel will successfully displace the Gazans, thin out the Gazans. So the question, like, well, what are they going to do? So, I showed the last few weeks. Well, they plan on, basically, um, making a 3 month, like a year where instead of doing a ground invasion, where basically they're just going to do the hide and seek game where anytime that there's rockets fired or Hamas comes out, they're going to drop bombs, maybe do like a special campaign against a handful of Hamas troops. And so it's basically like hide and go seek. And every day or two, maybe in a few locations, Hamas will try to fire some rockets. There'll be a few gunfire. Israel will send in some troops, and a few people will be killed on both sides, or Israel will drop a bunch of bombs. And also, so there's the other aspect of. Sorry, one second, my phone. Trying to. There's the other aspect of trying to completely regain. One second, I just heard that BZ is back. Let me see if this is accurate. So I heard BZ is back in this space. And every day or two, maybe a few locations, like Hamas will try to fire some rockets. What you guys do? You work for me. You work for me. Okay, I think this BZ appears to be back on Spaces. So let me see. Okay, God forbid. Sorry about that. I'm not going to waste the time. Supposedly, that guy BZ is back and was on the space with Albert Green and Adam Green, but whatever. So doesn't matter. Um, not sure would have seen if the Darko I talked about a few weeks ago. Supposedly, I heard the claim he's this guy Mitch F, the other stream, whether it's him or not. I'm not sure, but looks like he's on the stream with Albert and Adam Green. So whether that's the case or not, I'll just continue with my research, and I'll make it a few concluding points. So I'm just saying, 3 months now, it's unclear what Israel has actually accomplished. It's unclear what Israel's end game is, and you could see, like, God forbid, this war could end up disastrous for Israel, and the fact that Israel may not be able to get out of Gaza. The war in Gaza may end up going on the rest of the year, specifically because Israel does not plan on doing a ground invasion. and they also want to eliminate Hamas. And so the method that they're using to do it is simply going to be this hide and go seek patterns where they keep on dropping bombs. So I mentioned also the bombing campaigns now also are they're trying to get rid of all the Hamas infrastructure in southern Gaza also. So what the benefit of doing that? Maybe the tunnels, the military infrastructure that they're hoping that, okay, they're going to have to pull out soon, and they don't want Hamas to be able to reset up. So if they take out as more infrastructure, or maybe it's an attempt to kill as many Hamas fighters as possible. Oh, that's also unclear. But unfortunately, because Israel is still doing large bombings in civilian areas in southern Gaza, that hundreds of people are still dying every day, and that may continue. That saying God forbid, and actually in all likelihood, it could be Israel will even continue to trying to take over by the Rafah crossing, and if that's the case, they could still go for expulsion or various things, but the end game isn't clear. And I mentioned the Axis strategy. So the Axis strategy to drain Israel of its weapons, whether Hezbollah has successfully been taking out military installations in northern Israel. So let's say Israel does carry out the war in Gaza for another 6 months, and the tit for tat, where it's just small bombings back and forth between Hezbollah, but Hezbollah keeps on bombing some of these establishments in northern Israel. Will that weaken Israel enough that there could eventually be an invasion? So that it depends on multiple factors. It depends basically on the U.S. being weakened and pulling out of military bases. So over the next 3 months, or even 6 months. So let's say the war between Israel and Gaza goes on for the next 6 months, and God forbid, who knows what the casualty rates will be? Maybe the casualty rates subside, or God forbid, there could be disease, and it could be the people in the supposed safe area start dying of mass disease. It could be disastrous, but minus that, if the Houthis continue their attacks, and America becomes less and less popular, and there's more tit for tat attacks between Iraqis, Iranians, maybe even the Turks, and the Americans are forced to remove some of their military bases, that there could be a military alignment where you could actually have an invasion of Israel on the north. So Hezbollah doesn't really have a force that's capable of invading Israel in the north. Really, all they have is bombs. And the tit for tat, it'll probably just be tit for tat with Israel. So how important was Hezbollah's bombing on the air base is unclear. Could Hezbollah take out more air bases in northern Israel? And over the next few months, if so, God forbid. So, I don't think there's going to be that much to report on or updates, but I think what's going to happen is Israel's going to carry on this kind of like low grade warfare, tit for tat in Gaza, with just small operations and bombings, and possibly still hoping to expel or get the Gazans to leave and resettle somewhere else. But over the next few months, while Israel's doing that, if you just have tit for tat between Hezbollah and Israel, and you also have tit for tat between American forces in Iraq and Syria against the Iranian proxies, if that leads to America actually being forced to withdraw some of its army bases, then you could actually see an invasion of Israel in the north. And although that would probably be months. So I was predicting possibly already by now that you would already start seeing an immigration of Gazans into America and the West. It hasn't happened yet, although I could see it happening any day. Any day now, you could start seeing Gazans influxing into the West, because Israel does not appear to be stopping the campaign, and as of now, Israel is still, bombing and trying to invade more and more area of um, southern Gaza. So, what that means and what that will cause is unclear. But so I don't think there'll be much to update. Um, I think basically kind of what I've said, and I've said it basically every week now, is just overall, and it's just going to be minor. Although, I mean, not minor in the sense like, God forbid, hundreds of Gazans are still dying every day. Israel's conducting operations in the West Bank. There's close to 2 million Gazans in horrible humanitarian crisis that could turn into a mass casualty event any day. Sickness and starvation could start hearing of, God forbid, mass casualties. But in terms of actual news updates, I'm not sure much is going to go on. The protest in America will probably continue. Like, as long as Israel is still bombing, um, and still has the Gazans forced refugees, I mean, the protests in America and the West will probably continue. They might even increase. And it appears that Israel is likely to continue what they're doing for the next 6 months. That, I mean, you're going to hear every day about bombings. The number of civilian casualties may go down, but as of now, like, the number of civilian casualties is still going up, basically just as fast as it's been, because Israel is expanding and basically trying to completely take over Khan Yunis and force basically all the Gazans out of their homes into the temporary shelter, and they might even go near the very border with Egypt. But that might take like through the end of January. So the United States said, like, okay, like, they're definitely pulling the plug at the end of January. So in the next 3 weeks, you could see Israel basically trying to evacuate, completely take over all of southern Gaza, possibly even including up along the Rafah crossing and border with Egypt. And you'd have well over 2 million, almost all of the Gazans in the temporary United Nations shelters in the horrible conditions. And so you're going to have, God forbid, a few hundred Palestinians dying every day from the continued Israeli military actions till the end of January. And the death total might get up to about 30,000. And then if the U.S. pulls the plug, and at that point, like, most of the civilians are out anyways, that they bombed completely, basically all of Gaza, the death toll will be at about 30,000, and you might even go up to 40,000 by the time, like, they clean out the rubble, or making accounting for everybody who's missing. And then for the next 6 months, there will be regular operations all across Gaza. Basically, anything that moves will be bombed, and then Israel will send in troops. Although Israel may never do a ground invasion, because once Israel does a ground invasion, it's going to have mass casualties. So if Israel did a ground invasion, it would be over much quicker. But because Israel's never going to doesn't appear to do a ground invasion, it's probably, one thing, it's not going to defeat Hamas. It's just going to be hide and seek, and they might kill a handful of Hamas people every day. They might stop the rockets from firing, but they're not actually going to take over the territory. They're not actually going to eradicate Hamas. They're just going to keep on bombing anytime they pop their heads up, and be forced to keep 2 million Palestinians in horrible conditions for the next half a year while they're trying to do it. And so that's God forbid, most likely what we're going to see over the next 6 months. And Israel's plan after, they're claiming they want other Arab nations to come in and govern Gaza, that once they're done eradicating Hamas, they're going to, let these other nations come in and help the Gazans rebuild and govern and then have a buffer zone. That's unclear. Saying that it said, unless Israel actually does a ground invasion, they're not going to get rid of Hamas. And even if they do another 3 months of hide and go seek and then do a ground invasion, it's still probably going to be a mass casualty events because of all the tunnels and booby traps and various things. Israel may not have the kishkas, the stomach, to handle the mass casualties that a ground invasion would necessitate. So, God forbid, God forbid, God forbid. That's what I'm seeing. So, in terms of the regional war, what could happen in other places related to that would be, Hezbollah. And it's unlikely Hezbollah is going to accelerate this or escalate it. And so it's probably just going to be tit for tat. And what exactly does that mean? It's unclear. But what Israel would probably like to do would be to completely bomb and destroy southern Lebanon and Hezbollah, and they'd like the U.S. to try to do a regime change in Iran, and that doesn't appear to happen. So it looks like for the next 6 months, it's basically just going to be Israel versus Hamas, and it's almost an embarrassment to Israel because it's probably going to be a whole year war, and in a year war, Israel will not have defeated Hamas. So it's going to be like a year is going to be the one of the worst humanitarian crises in the 21st century. The death toll will very likely surpass 50,000. It could even surpass 100,000. It could be worse. Like if the humanitarian condition, sickness and disease, God forbid, this could be a complete disaster. It could be hundreds of thousands of Palestinians could die from sickness and disease. That the likelihood that they're going to survive in those shelters, sickness and disease, is unlikely. And then the question, well, how many are actually going to be taken as refugees into the West? And even if a few 100,000 are taken as refugees into the West, that's still going to be close to 2 million Gazan refugees that are going to be in these horrible conditions for over a year. And so the protests will probably continue as long as this is doing. And, they're saying Israel's completely ruined the brand of Judaism. And okay, so I was on these spaces with Albert Bashai, and I was saying, I was taught, Judaism, Torah stands for scrupulous honesty, charity, kindness, caring about other people. And I would hope that the majority of Jews would stand up and back me and be like, yeah, that's what Judaism stands for. Judaism stands for scrupulous honesty, charity, compassion. However, it's basically became all or nothing for Israel. And so, they're circling the wagons, and that is going around the war. So unless you support the war, you're being forced out of the circle. So, Judaism is, like Duvid saying, Judaism stands for all these good things, and Jewish organizations, like louder and louder Jewish voices are saying, Duvid, he's not even Jewish. He doesn't speak for Judaism. He doesn't know what he's talking about. And you're saying Judaism stands for the war, and it's a just war. And the reason it's a just war is because of Jewish values. And God forbid, the war is going to continue on another 6 months. And people are going to be, well, Jewish values probably does stand for this war. Duvid doesn't know what he's talking about. Duvid doesn't speak for Jews. I don't see that many Jews backing Duvid up. Duvid's not a leader of any Jewish organization, doesn't have that much respect in the Jewish community. He might be saying that's not Jewish values, but the mainstream representatives of Judaism, of the state of Israel, are backing the war, so that must be indicative of Jewish values. And then also like the Epstein drops, like God forbid, God forbid, God forbid. So just close the chapter on Israel because I don't think there's going to be that much update unless, and the point, it'll probably take another few months, over the next 3 months. I haven't even heard of America actually withdrawing anything from their military bases, but you're starting to hear a demand. So the Iraqis are starting to demand that America remove their military bases. John Wolfe, like a triple God forbid, God forbid, God forbid, God forbid. Like it's that bad. But you're starting to see the demand that America remove its military bases. I haven't heard that much of an internal American. As the elections come forward, you have the debt ceiling. So, another 2 weeks is going to be another debt ceiling vote and a budget crisis in America. So, that you could see possibly the United States removing military bases from Iraq. Then you could see continued bombing of Hezbollah into northern Israel in order to prevent Israel military action into Iraq and Syria. And then you could see, the Iranian proxies or other forces trying to enter the battle against Israel from northern Israel. But that would probably take a few months, and the main thing it'll take is a weakening of the United States and the pressure of the United States to start removing its military bases. And so that's a few months away, probably, in the continued trajectory. Although from the continued trajectory, I think that's pretty likely something that you might see over the next few months. And, John Wolfe, it's been so long if you wanted to pop on and chit chat a few minutes. Otherwise, I'm going to go into reading papers. So we'll see what happens. And, unfortunately, I was telling Albert, my experience, being a Jew, Jewish organization, Jewish leadership is the tendency to double down. So I think it's most likely that Israel will keep on doubling down. They're not going to double down by doing a ground invasion because, they're casualty adverse. So they're not going to, be able to stomach the thousands of Israeli casualties to actually do a ground invasion to eliminate Hamas. But they'll keep on doubling down in the bombing and the attempted ethnic cleansing. They'll keep on doubling down in the rhetoric, trying to get America to back Israel into war against Iran. And it looks like that's failing. So thank God that's failing. But, from the Israeli perspective, that's not good. And Hezbollah, it's unclear, like, will Israel escalate the bombing? So I say it'll probably be tit for tat for the next few months, maybe some escalation. But you see, the more Israel strikes into Lebanon, the more Hezbollah is going to strike into Israel. And Israel's already been at war for 3 months now. What's going to look like when Israel's been at war for 6 months? And God forbid, we don't know. We don't know if they're going to do that or not. And then, the other news, the Epstein drops. So, the unsealing of some of the Epstein documents from the court case with Virginia Dupree, Robertson, and Ghislaine Maxwell. And a lot of the information was known before, or some details, but there's, thousands of new pages, a lot of new information, and possibly that will lead to Zionist Jewish conspiracies in politics, blackmail, possibly some of the Epstein might be normal operation that has been continued to operate under different names, or just a question of Jewish organizational power in America. Because you think, well, was Epstein a lone actor, or was Epstein part of some sort of pro-Israel Mossad operation in order to get United States politicians to give weapons to Israel? And so more and more information, the mega group, Leslie Wexner involvement and the continued involvement in kind of the pro-democratic. So now you're seeing like the Biden administration, like Blinken, like turns out that he's very connected with Epstein and Wexner, and Blinken's been a big force in continuing to give Israel weapons and even going against Congress. So it could be the end of this kind of Israel-American alliance and the downfall of this pro-Israel Zionist or organizational Jewry. Even thinking like here in Metro Detroit, like the downtown synagogue, the Jewish Federation. A lot of these people are Wexner are Wexner funded and supported. So you're like Wexner trains liberal rabbis, federation leaders, leaders of Jewish charities and organizations, and basically gets Jewish Democrats that going with the trend would be anti-Zionist to be pro-Israel and even to support the war. So if you think, okay, some of the liberal voices in my area or nationally that you would think might turn against Israel in the war effort are still supporting the war effort, are still supporting the the continued giving of weaponry to Israel. And the one common thing with most of these people is Wexner. They're all these Wexner alumni. They've all been trained by these pro-Israel Wexner group, and this kind of push for liberal feminists, progressive Jews to continue with their democratic politics, but also be extremely strong in Zionism and even support the war. So like the Sholem Hartman Institute. So, God forbid, the Sholem Hartman Institute is, very caught up with Wexner. I think, I'm not sure if all of them, but, so like the Sholem Hartman Institute has been a big push, even here, like, local liberal rabbis in my area, federation leaders, but all across America, the Sholem Hartman Institute is largely funded by Wexner, or at least the training. I mean, they have other sources of funding, but the American Jewish liberal rabbis and political leaders that go to their organizations are largely funded by Wexner, and the goal is for them to support Israel and to support Israel's militarism. Even the Yehuda Kurtzner, who is the head of the Hartzman Institute of North America, and I think he's even the head of like the Wexner Foundation. Some level like deep connection with Wexner, and he's talked about that. But he's basically said like your duty now as a liberal American Jew is to sell the war to America, to defend Zionism, to defend the war, and that could backfire, like with all the Epstein stuff coming out and the pressure. So you're like thinking, okay, like these nice liberal rabbis that support progressive causes, will the pressure bear down on them? Like, why are you so caught up with Wexner? And you're more coming out about Epstein and Wexner and some of these like Zionist conspiracies. So that was big news this week, and there's probably going to be more and more of that. Like just on Twitter. So like mainstream news, but like on Twitter, like every space was talking about Epstein, and there were a few spaces trying to distance Epstein from like Mossad and pro-Israel activism, but it seemed that the vast majority, and like even Alex Jones on Twitter Spaces, said like it's hard to separate to say, well, Epstein was almost certainly some form of Mossad agent. Leslie Wexner is clearly involved in procuring U.S. weapons for Israel, and the push like of the Democratic Party to support the war in Israel. So this like last push of the unified Democratic American Jewish voice that supports a militaristic Israel, is that crumbling? And will these Wexner document dumps, even if the mainstream media ignores it or plays it off, or just looks at Epstein as a single actor who had nothing to do with Judaism or Israel. There's enough open source information and documentation that leads definitely like a paper trail straight back to Israel and to weapons deal. That was Epstein running a blackmail organization for the purpose of getting U.S. weapons and military support for Israel. And I don't know if there's been conclusive proof, but there's definitely a paper trail, and there's definitely a push where it's saying, well, 1 in 10 Americans are talking about it, where it's not just like, conspiracy theory that no one heard of besides the people who've thought about it with this new document dump, like in the Democratic Party, people like, well, Blinken, why is Blinken, pushing so hard for giving weapons to Israel? Does it have something to do with his connection to Epstein and Wexner? And then in the American Jewish community, even myself, like, okay, I'm pro-Jewish, and historically I had been even pro-Israel. Like I lean neutral on Zionism, and after October 7th, I've been leaning more anti-Zionistic. But when Israel was at peacetime, I've even leaned a little bit pro-Zionist. But I've been generally been neutral on Zionism, leaning anti-Zionist. Although even occasionally, for a period of a few years, I was even leaning pro-Zionistic and helping out in organized Jewry, which basically helps out Israel and mainly weapon procurement. Because if you're helping Israel and American-Israeli relations, one of the main forces that you're helping is getting Israel weapons, because Israel needs to be strong to survive. Israel is basically constantly been at war since its inception. And if you want Israel to survive as an American Jew, the most important thing that you could do is basically help in weapons procurement and lobbying. What does it mean to lobby the U.S. to be pro-Israel in terms of your pushing U.S. politics? It's almost always directly related to weapons. Sometimes anti-Iran. To a lot of that has failed. Like pushing the United States in Middle Eastern policy to be anti-Iran, or to crack down, maybe favor the Abraham Accords. And even the Abraham Accords was basically a weapons deal. That relatively, the Abraham Accords wasn't really a deal between Israel and Arab nations. The Abraham Accords was really a deal between America and these other nations. And in return for what America gave these other nations, they recognized Israel. But the main thing that America gave these other nations was weapons. So you're just being like, well, I'm a liberal American Jew, but I'm actively lobbying for these like international weapons deals. And so more of that coming to light with the Epstein paper drop, and then more of it, coming to light of all these people that are Wexner lackeys. You're saying, what does it mean if you're a Wexner scholar? What does it mean that if you've been sent to Israel as part of these like Wexner ambassadors, and then the political dealings within the Democratic Party, where if you're talking to U.S. politicians and the U.S. politicians are flying to Israel, and then they're being lobbied to vote on these various things, and Wexner has his fingerprints everywhere, and how much of that goes back to Epstein and these joint operations, and can the Jewish community and Wexner just wipe their hands clean and say Epstein was an independent actor who was just a perverted bad man that was doing it for his own purposes and had nothing to do with larger Judaism and Israel? And so, the conspiratorial end, you're definitely having tens of millions of Americans talking about it. So a major news story, even the mainstream news is covering it a little bit, but like on Twitter, it's the biggest story. And most of the people on alternative media sources are covering it as Epstein as a Mossad agent, and Wexner being involved. And then to think of all these names in the Jewish community that are intricately caught up with Wexner. So he's saying, well, if it was just Epstein acting as an independent agent, how come all these leaders in Jewish organizations are Wexner scholars, are going on these special Wexner missions? And what do these Wexner missions do? What are they trying to accomplish? And then even think, okay, like the Sholem Hartman Institute, if they're just a neutral organization that's trying to teach Torah and good deeds and a Jewish connection, but at the same time, like they're deeply connected with Wexner, and their main push is to get American Jews to support the war and push the American government to support the war in Gaza. So, these things were set in motion for years. So, like God forbid, Jim, God bless. So, like, Wexner, the Wexner Foundation, and the Rabbinical College, like most Reform rabbis these days, are Wexner rabbis, and like Federation heads, heads of Jewish organizations. A large portion of them have been, went on these Wexner missions and are Wexner ambassadors. So that's already been going on for like 20 years. So, now people are, so is they just waking up to it. So it's saying like, well, why is my rabbi a Wexner rabbi? What does that mean? What implication does it mean if my rabbi is a Wexner rabbi? Should I just ignore that? I like my rabbi and like, okay, it doesn't mean anything that Wexner is the person who gave them the money. Or with the more news about Epstein, the more drops, and even Alan Dershowitz. So, Dershowitz is just saying, open it all up. And like, I agree with Dershowitz, like transparency. So like, this was just one unsealing of documents and like 2,000 pages. And this was all just testimony from court cases, but like related to Epstein, his affiliates, and this very stuff. There's thousands and thousands and thousands of pages, tens of thousands of pages. The FBI seized countless documents, and God forbid, presumably the demand will become more intense. And then especially now, because the war in Israel is so unpopular, and people like Biden, specifically Blinken, because Blinken has a direct connection to Epstein, and you're saying, well, why is the Democratic Party and the Biden administration supporting the war in Israel so strongly if the American Democratic Party is so against the war? The protests continue, and so more and more people are going to turn. Well, it probably has something to do with Epstein, Wexner, Mossad infiltration, powerful Jewish organizations. God forbid, even like QAnon conspiracies of perversion, sexual perversion and blackmail. And saying, well, if the Congress and the senators and the senior State Department officials 100% support Israel, even though like 75% of their party is against it, why is that the case? And say, well, maybe it's got something to do with Epstein, Wexner, and Mossad, and blackmail, bribery, so on and so on. So I think that's going to become more and more likely moving into elections, especially Biden. Now like he's had, maybe there could be calls for Blinken to resign. Maybe there'll be more light shared about Blinken's relationship to Wexner, questioning demand to know. And but in terms of the war in Israel, it may not make a difference. So I say, even if America largely withdraws its backing of Israel, so like as of now, like they've, like America's given Israel like 5,000, 2,000 pound bombs since October 7th, and they may have even dropped most of them. They still had like the $14 billion package, but Blinken is continuing to give weapons to Israel without congressional approval. Whether can he get away with doing it again? Was that the last time that Blinken will be able to give weapons to Israel without congressional approval, against more State Department officials resigning? Are people going to connect it to Epstein? Why is is Blinken such a strong Zionist, such a strong believer, thinks it's so necessary for Israel to have these weapons or for American interest, or does it have something to do with like Epstein Wexner conspiracy theories? So expect more of that, especially as this continues. And even if the U.S. pulls out its support for Israel in the sense that stops giving weapons, stops, God forbid, the South African genocide court case in the ICC. So how long can Israel keep on doing this before the international pressure? Probably till the end of January, and that was already predicted before. So Israel is like another 2 to 3 weeks of what's going on now, and what's going on now is a few hundred Palestinian civilians dying every day. So for another 3 weeks, you might have a few hundred Palestinian civilians dying every day. The continued bombing, the continued destruction of all of Gaza, and basically be 4 months before Israel is going to be forced to stop. And after 4 months, Israel have basically destroyed all of Gaza. Almost all the Gazans will be refugees in this tiny area, in these horrible conditions of starvation and disease. And then Israel will be able to continue another 6 months of these operations, even if it doesn't get a continual shipment of U.S. weapons, and especially like Iron Dome, because Gaza's basically shot off all the rockets. They're only firing off like 15, 20 rockets a day. A bird flu, God bless, good to see you. Will they get, is it possible that Hamas has saved rockets, that like they think that they're going to run down Iron Dome, and then all of a sudden you're going to see a mass barrage of rockets from Gaza again? I mean, it's remotely possible, but it's unclear. And Sandra, God bless. Yeah, so I mean, it's pretty unclear what's going to happen. So I'm just pointing out some trends, and so we'll see what happens. So I guess with that, I'll just read some papers. So it looks like Albert and Adam Green are still streaming, and I guess they say this guy Mitch F is BZ. People have been claiming Mitch F is BZ, although I've heard that some people have claimed that's not the case. So who knows? But if anyone wants to check that out as opposed to Duvid is now going to go back into my research and read some papers. So I shared my thoughts on Israel, the update, the Israel war, and the Epstein files being released and the connection to Epstein and the war, and the liberal democratic mainstream Jewish organizational support for Israel, and being tied in with Wexner and possibly Epstein, and how bad will that hurt the organized Jewish American community and the democratic mainstream support for Israeli military aggression? Okay, so I have some loose ends of just things that I had meant to read over the last few months, but hadn't got to, because they're kind of just single articles, and they're all actually pretty long. All of these are like 30 pages, and so my plan was actually to read through 4 articles, and they're all like 25 pages. So I was considering doing this with my philosophy of science series, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get through all of it, and this was like the least related. So I still have for next week, in the last part of my philosophy of science series, on the mind, brain, identity theory, computational philosophy, philosophy of statistics, philosophy of architecture, and I was going to do the philosophy of history too, but I guess I'll read through this today. This is actually pretty interesting. I thought to read through it on Week in Review sometime over the last few months and never got to it. But I had 4 articles that were just kind of random, not connected to anything, all pretty interesting. So, if I have strength, I'll try to read through all of these. They're all pretty long and will probably take at least an hour, but they're all pretty interesting. So, anyone in the chat, hope this is enjoyable, educational. Philosophy of history. And history is an important subject in relationship to the philosophy of science. And I talked a lot about truth theories, Kant, Karl Popper, George Soros, the Open Society, the Vienna Circle, the Frankfurt Circle, in terms of the truth and fact, validity, science. Can history be considered a science? We talked a lot about sociology and the soft sciences. That could be psychology, social science, and some people will try to include history as one of the soft sciences. And Kant, Hume, Hobbes all talk about history, and in terms of truth theory, where you have the correspondence theory of truth, the coherence theory of truth, a lot of these also apply to history. And so I'm covering the philosophy of science and the history of science. So now I'm not talking about the history of science. I'm talking about the philosophy of history in itself. How do you understand history itself and the relationship to truth? And what sort of claim is a historical claim as opposed to a sociological claim, a scientific claim, that when I claim this happened in the past, and then I claim historical trends or evidence from history, or even the predictive power, like a historical model, when you talked about models of science. So there's an overlap between the philosophy of science and the philosophy of history, but I'm not going to have enough time to cover it in my philosophy of science. Like bird flu, would you say that truth was more felt in the past? Well, I'm not sure. From a biblical view, you have, Eurytus Adoros, the downfall of generations, where people were closer to God in the past. And now, like saying, I don't believe in evolution, I believe in devolution, and that we're moving further and further away from God. In that sense, maybe truth was more felt in the past, but your truth is independent of history. So, great minds. And, I also talked a few weeks, I talked about inevitabilism in science and things building up. So we say, well, we're probably closer to truth now because wisdom of the generation builds up upon each other in terms of scientific truth, that we understand the world more and more. We're moving more and more towards discovering the truth. Then even like history, you have better understanding. So like you have Herodotus or ancient histories and Tacitus versus modern historians. So part of why I'm covering the philosophy of history is the relationship to truth and part of science. So let me just read this, and hopefully there'll be some activity in the chat. Mr. Boston, God bless, good to see you. Philosophy of history. The concept of history plays a fundamental role in human thought, invokes notions of human agency, change, and role of material circumstances in human affairs, and the putative meaning of historical events. It raises the possibility of learning from history, and it suggests the possibility of better understanding ourselves in the present by understanding forces, choices, and circumstances that brought us to our current situation. It is therefore unsurprising that philosophers have sometimes turned their attention to efforts to examine history itself and the nature of historical knowledge. These reflections can be grouped together in a body work called the philosophy of history. This work is heterogeneous, comprising analysis and arguments of idealists, positivists, logicians, theologians, and others, moving back and forth over the divides between Europe and Anglo-American philosophy and in between hermeneutics and positivism. Given the polarity of voices within the philosophy of history, it is impossible to give one definition of the field that suits all these approaches. In fact, it is misleading to imagine that we refer to a single philosophical tradition when we invoke the phrase philosophy of history, because the strands of research characterized here rarely engage in dialogue with each other. Still, we can Usually think of philosophers writing about history as clustering around several large questions involving metaphysics, hermeneutics, epistemology, and ethics. What does history consist of? Individual actions, social structures, periods and regions, civilizations, large causal processes, divine intervention. Does history as a whole have meaning, structure, or direction beyond the individual events and actions that make it up? What is involved in our knowing, representing, and explaining history? To what extent do facts about human history create moral responsibilities for present generations? History and A-Ray, God bless, Duvid here, my Masonic symbols, in history and its representation. What are the intellectual tasks that define the historian's work? In a sense, this question is best answered on the basis of a careful reading of some good historians, but it would be helpful to offer several simple answers to the foundational question as a sort of conceptual map of the nature of historical knowing. First, historians are interested in providing conceptualizations and factual descriptions of events and circumstances in the past. This effort is an answer to questions like these: what happened? What was it like? What were some of the circumstances and happenings that took place during this period in the past? Sometimes this means simply reconstructing a complicated story from scattered historical sources. For example, in constructing a narrative of the Spanish Civil War, attempting to sort out the series of events that culminated in the Detroit race riots uprising of 1967. But sometimes it means engaging in substantial conceptual work in order to arrive at a vocabulary in terms of which to characterize what happened concerning the disorders of the 1967 in Detroit. Was this a riot or an uprising? How did participants and contemporaries think about it? Second, historians often want to answer why questions. Why did this event occur? What were the conditions and forces that brought it about? What were the motivations of the participants? This body of questions invites the historian to provide an explanation of the event or pattern. He describes the rise of fascism in Spain, the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, the occurrence of ethnic cleansing in Bosnia in 1992 and later, and providing an explanation requires most basically an account of the causal mechanisms, background circumstances, and human choices that brought the outcome about. We explain an historical outcome when we identified the social forces, causes, events, and actions that brought it about or made it more likely. Third, and related to the previous point, historians are sometimes interested in answering a how question. How did this outcome come to pass? What were the processes through which the outcome occurred? How did the Prussian army succeed in defeating the superior French army in 1870? How did the Polish trade union Solidarity manage to bring about the end of the communist rule in Poland in 1989? Here, the pragmatic interest of the historian's account derives from the antecedent unlikelihood of the event in question. How was this outcome possible? This too is an explanation, but is an answer to a how possible question rather than a why necessary question. AKL, God bless too. Fourth, other historians are interested in piecing together the human meanings and intentions that underlie a given complex series of historical actions. They want to help the reader make sense of the historical events and actions in terms of the thoughts, motives, and states of mind of the participants. For example, why did Napoleon III carelessly provoke the Prussians into war in 1870? Why did the parties of the far right in Germany gain popular support among German citizens in the 1990s? Why did the northern cities of the United States develop such marked patterns of racial segregation after World War II? Answers to the questions like these require interpretation of actions, meanings, and intentions of individual actors and cultures that characterize whole populations. This aspect of historical thinking is hermeneutic, interpretive, and ethnographic. And of course, the historian faces an even more basic intellectual task, that of discovering and making sense of the archival and historical information that exists about a given event or time in the past. Historical data do not speak for themselves. Archives are incomplete, ambiguous, contradictory, and confusing. The historian needs to interpret individual pieces of evidence and needs to be able to somehow fit the mass of evidence into a coherent and truthful story. Complex events like the Spanish Civil War present the historian with an ocean of historical traces of repositories and archives all over the world. These collections sometimes reflect specific efforts at concealment by the powerful, and the historian's task is to find ways of using this body of evidence to discern some of the truth about the past. In short, historians conceptualize, describe, contextualize, explain, and interpret events and circumstances of the past. They sketch out ways of representing the complex activities and events of the past. They explain and interpret significant outcomes, and they base their findings on evidence in the present that bear upon facts about the past. Their accounts need to be grounded on the evidence of the available historical record, and their explanations and interpretations require that the historian arrive at hypotheses about social causes and cultural meanings. Historians can turn to the best available theories in the social and behavioral sciences to arrive at theories about causal mechanisms and human behavior, so historical statements depend ultimately upon factual inquiry and theoretical reasoning. Ultimately, the historian's task is to shed light on the what, why, and how of the past based on inferences from the evidence of the present. Three preliminary issues are relevant to almost all discussions of history and the philosophy of history. The first is a set of issues having to do with the ontology of history, the kinds of entities, processes, and events that make up the historical past. This topic concerns the entities, forces, and structures that we postulate in describing the historical phenomenon, whether the medieval manner or the Weimar Republic, and the theory we have of how these social entities depend upon the actions of the historical actors who embody them. The second issue has to do with the problems of selectivity, unavoidable from the historian of any period or epoch. Here we take up the question of how the unavoidable selectivity of historical inquiry in terms of theme, location, scope, and scale influences the nature of historical knowledge. The third issue has to do with the complicated relationship that exists between history, narrative, and collective memory. This topic addresses the point that real human beings make history, and as Mark Bloch insists, we humans are historical beings. We tell stories about ourselves, and those stories sometimes themselves have major historical consequences. The collective memories and identities of Serb nationalism were a historical fact in the 1990s, and these elements of mythic collective identity led to massive bloodshed, ethnic cleansing, and murder during the violent breakup of Yugoslavia. Actors, structures, and causes in history. An important problem for the philosophy of history is how to conceptualize history happenings. What are the objects of which history consists? Are there social structures or systems that play a role in history? Are there causes at work in the historical processes? Or is history simply a concatenation of the actions of mental frameworks of myriad individuals, high and low? If both structures and actors are crucial to understanding history, what is the relationship between them? Mark Bloch, 1953, provided a very simple and penetrating definition of history. History is the man in time. By this, he meant that history is the product of human action, creativity, invention, conflict, and interaction. Bloch was skeptical about many other categories commonly used to analyze history: periods, epochs, civilizations, reigns, and centuries. Instead, he advocated for what he called an actor-centered conception of history. If there are structures and systems in history, they depend on the beliefs, attitudes, and actions of individual actors. If there are causes in history, they likewise depend on the actions and interactions of human actors within a setting of humanly created institutions and norms. The task of the historian is to reconstruct the meanings, beliefs, values, purposes, constraints, and actions that jointly explain the moments of history, from the meaning of an ancient steel to the causes of rapid defeat of France in 1940. The perspective does not diminish the ontological importance of structures, systems, and ideologies in history. It simply forces the historian, like the social scientist, to be attentive to the problem of articulating the relationship that exists between actors and structures. A system of norms, a property system, and a moral ideology of feudal loyalty can all be understood as being both objectively present at a time and place and being ontologically dependent upon the mental frameworks, actions, and relationships of the individual actors who make up the systems. This problem has been thoroughly discussed in the philosophy of social science under the rubric of ontological individualism. Higher level social entities are indeed causally powerful in the social world, and they depend entirely for their causal power on the characteristics of individual actors who constitute them. This is the requirement of micro-foundations. Extended social structures and causes depend upon the micro-foundations at the level of individuals who constitute them. In particular, we need to have some idea about how individuals have been brought to think and act in the ways required by the structures and ideologies in which they function as adults. On this approach, history is the result of actions and thoughts of vast numbers of actors, and institutions, structures, and norms are likewise embodied in the actions and mental frameworks of historically situated individuals. Such an approach helps to inoculate us against the error of reification of historical structures, periods, or forces in favor of a more disaggregated conception of multiple actors and shifting conditions of action. This is the conception to which we are drawn when we understand history along the lines proposed by Bloch. This orientation brings along with it the importance of analyzing closely the social and natural environment in which actors frame their choices. Historians' account of the flow of human action eventuating in historical change unavoidably needs to take into account the institutional and situational environment in which these actions take place. Part of the social environment of a period of historical change is the ensemble of institutions that exist more or less stable in the period: property relations, political institutions, family structures, educational practices, religious and moral values. So historical explanations need to be sophisticated in their treatment of institutions, culture, and practices. It is an important fact that a given period in time possesses a fund of scientific and technical knowledge, a set of social relationships of power, and a level of material productivity. It is also an important fact that knowledge is limited, that coercion exists, and that resources for action are limited. Within these opportunities and limitations, individuals, from leaders to ordinary people, make out their lives and ambitions through action. Similar micro-foundational accounts must be given in support of the idea of causes in history. Once established, it is reasonably straightforward to see how a social structure such as the property system of ideology causes a historical outcome by constraining the voices of actors and contributing to their motivations and values and the choices they make. A structure of or an ideology influence historically important events like social movements, market crashes, or outbreaks of ethnic violence. Structures influence individual actors, and individual actors collectively constitute structures. This approach gives a basis for judging that such and so circumstance caused a given historical change, but also provides an understanding of the way in which this kind of historical cause is embodied and conveyed through the actions and thoughts of individuals in response to given natural and social circumstances. Are there large-scale causes at work in historical processes? Historians often pose questions like these. What were some of the causes of the fall of Rome? What were the causes of the rise of fascism? Or what were the causes of the Industrial Revolution? These kinds of questions presuppose that there were grand causes at work that had grand effects. However, it is more plausible to believe that the causes of some very large and significant historical events are themselves small, granular, gradual, and cumulative. If this is the case, then there is no satisfying, simple, and high-level answer to the question, why did Rome fall? Moreover, astute historians like Bloch and his contemporaries recognize that there is a very large amount of contingency and path dependency in historical change. Historical outcomes are not determined by a few large-scale causes. Instead, multiple local, contingent, and conjunctural processes and happening jointly come together in the production of the outcome of interest. It is possible, for example, that the collapse of the Roman Empire resulted from a myriad of different contingencies and organizational features in different parts of the empire. A contingent account of the fall of Rome might refer to the logistical difficulties in supplying armies in the German winter, particularly stubborn local resistance in Palestine, administrative decay in Roman Britain, population pressure in Egypt, and a particularly inept series of commanders in Gaul. Without drama, administrative and military collapse ensues. The best we can do sometimes is to identify a swarm of independent small-scale processes and contingencies that eventually produced a large outcome of interest. This approach might be called actor-centered history. We explain a historical moment or event when we have an account of what people thought and believed, what they wanted, and what social, institutional, environmental conditions framed their choices. It is a view of history that gives close attention to states of knowledge, ideology, and agency, as well as institutions, organizations, and structures, and examines the actions and practices of individuals as they lived in their lives within these constraining and enabling circumstances. Further, it emphasizes the contingency and path dependency of history, and it acknowledges the fact that heterogeneity of institutions, beliefs, and actions across time and place. Selectivity and scale in history. Historical research unavoidably requires selectivity in deciding what particular phenomenon to emphasize. As Max Weber, 1949, notes, there is an infinite depth to historical reality, and therefore it is necessary to select a finite representation of the object of study if we want to approach a problem rigorously. Let us imagine, for example, that a historian is interested in cities and their development over time. This might be pursued as an economic question, a question of regional geography, a question of cultural change, a question about poverty and segregation, a question about municipal governance, or a question about civil disturbances, and so on, for indefinitely many aspects of urban life. One generation of historians may be especially interested in cultural topics, while another generation is preoccupied with the organization of the economy at various points in history. The two orientations lead to very different historical representations of the past. Both inquiries lead to the true depictions of the cities in question, but their findings and interpretations are very different. Likewise, the historian needs to make choices about location. If interested in the cities of Britain, the cities of Europe, or all cities in the world, further, the historians must consider whether to conduct a comparative history of cities, examining similarities and differences in the development of Paris and London, or instead restrict attention to a single case. Simply collecting historical facts about cities in the past is not a valid mode of historical inquiry. The question of how historians select and identify their subjects for research is an important one for the philosophy of history, and it has great significance for how we think about knowing the past. Weber's essay on methodology, 1949, provides insights about these questions. Weber emphasizes the role that the scholar's values play in selection of a subject matter in a conceptual framework. So it is always open to historians of later generations to reevaluate prior interpretations of various aspects and periods of history. There is no general or comprehensive approach to defining the historical. There is only the possibility of a series of selected value-guided approaches to defining specific aspects of history. We're always at liberty to bring forward new perspectives and new aspects of the problem, and to arrive at new insights about how the phenomenon hang together when characterized in these new ways. This inherent selectivity of historical knowledge does not undermine the objectivity or veridicality of our knowledge. It merely entails that, like mathematics, history is inherently incomplete. Doing history also forces the historian to make choices about the scale of history with which is concerned. Suppose we're interested in Asian history. Are we concerned with Asia as a continent, including China, India, Cambodia, and Japan, or the whole of China during the Ming Dynasty, or Hubei province? Or if we define our interest in terms of a single important historical event like the Chinese Revolution, are we concerned with the whole of the Chinese Revolution, the base area of Yunnan, or a specific experience of a handful of villages in Shandong during the 1940s? Given the fundamental heterogeneity of social life, the choice of scale makes an important difference to the findings. Historians differ greatly around the decisions they make about scale. It is possible to treat any historical subject at the micro scale. William Hinton provides what is almost a month-to-month description of the Chinese Revolution in a Fashan village, a collection of a few hundred families. Likewise, Emmanuel Ladourie offers a deep treatment of the villagers of Montelou, once again a single village in a limited time. William Caroon provides a focused and detailed account of the developments of Chicago as a metropolis for the middle of the United States. These histories are limited in time and space, and they can appropriately be called microhistory. Macro-level history is possible as well. William McNeill provides the history of the world's diseases. Massimo Levi-Bacchi offers the history of the world's population, and De Vries and Glausblum provide an environmental history of the world. In each of these cases, the historian has chosen a scale that encompasses virtually the whole of the globe over millennia of time. These histories can certainly be called macro history. Both micro and macro histories have important shortcomings. Micro history leaves us with the question, how does this particular village shed light on anything larger? Macro history leaves us with the question, how do these larger assertions about the nature of the revolution or the importance of class conflict in mobilization apply to the context of Canada or Warsaw? The first threatens to be so particular as to lose all interest, whereas the second threatens to be so general as to lose all empirical relevance to real historical processes. There's a third choice available to the historians that address both points. This is to choose a scale that encompasses enough time and space to be generally interesting and important, but not so much that they defy valid analysis. This level of scale might be regional. For example, William Skinner's analysis of the macro regions of China. It might be national, for example, the social and political history of Indonesia, and it might be supranational, for example, the economic history of Western Europe or a comparative treatment of Eurasian history. The key point is that historians in the middle range are free to choose the scale of analysis that seems to permit the best level of conceptualizing of history, given the evidence that is available in the social processes that appear to be at work. and this mid-level scale permits the historian to make substantive judgments about the reach of social processes that are likely to play a causal role in the story that needs telling. This level of analysis can be referred to as mesohistory, and it appears to offer an ideal mix of specificity and generality. Memory, history, and narrative. What is the relationship between history, memory, and narrative? We might put these concepts into a crude map by saying that history is an organized and evidence-based presentation of the processes, actions, and events that have occurred for a people over an extended period of time. Memory is the personal recollections and representations of individuals who lived through a series of events and processes, and narratives are the stories that ordinary people and historians weave together to make sense of the events and happenings through which a people and a person have lived. Collective memory is the idea that groups such as the Welsh miners, Serbian villages, or Black Alabama farmers possess a collective representation of the past that binds them together, can be understood as a shared set of narratives and stories about the past of the given group or community. We use narratives to make sense of things that have happened, to identify meanings and causes within the series of events, and to select the important events and processes out from the ordinary and inconsequential. What is narrative? Most generally, it is an account of how and why a situation or event came to be. A narrative is intended to provide an account of how a complex historical event unfolded and why. We want to understand the event in time. What were the contextual features that were relevant to the outcome, the conditions at one or more points in time that played a role, what were the actions and choices that agents performed, and why did they take these actions rather than other possible choices? What causal processes, either social or natural, may play a role in influencing the outcome? So a narrative seeks to provide hermeneutical understandings of the outcome. Why did actors behave as they did in bringing about the outcome? And causal explanations. What social and natural processes were acting behind the backs of the actors in bringing about the outcome? And different narratives represent different mixes of hermeneutic and causal factors. A crucial and unavoidable feature of narrative history is the fact of selectivity. The narrative historian is forced to make choices and selections at every stage between significant and insignificant, between sideshow and main events, and between levels of description. It is evident that there are often multiple truthful, unbiased, and inconsistent narratives that can be told for a single complex event, exactly because many things happened at once, actors' motives were ambiguous, and the causal connections among events are debatable. It is possible to construct inconsistent narratives that are equally well supported by the evidence. Further, the intellectual interest that different historians bring to the happenings can lead to differences in the narrative. One historian may be primarily interested in the role that different views of social justice played in the actions of the participants. Another may be primarily interested in the role that social networks played, and a third may be especially interested in the role of charismatic personalities, with a consequent structuring to the narrative around the actions and speeches of charismatic leader. Each of these may be truthful, objective, and unbiased, and inconsistent in important ways with the others. So narratives are underdetermined by the facts, and there is no such thing as an exhaustive and comprehensive telling of the story, only various tellings that emphasize one set of themes or another. When we consider collective memory and social identity, we are also forced to recognize that powerful institutions attempt to shape the narrative of important events in ways that serve political interest. A group identity can be defined as a set of beliefs and stories about one's home, one's people, and one's past. These ideas often involve answers to questions like these: where did we come from? How did we get here? And perhaps, who are my enemies? So an identity involves a narrative, a creation story, or perhaps a remembrance of a long chain of disasters and crimes. Identity and collective memory are intertwined. Monuments, songs, icons, and flags help to set the ways, point in history of a people, and the collective emotions that this group experiences. They have to do with the stories we tell each other and who we are, how our histories brought us to this place, and what large events shaped us as a people. Governments, leaders, activists, and political parties all have an interest in shaping collective memory to their own ends. Collective memories and identities are interwoven with myths and folk histories. As Benedict Anderson demonstrated, these stories are more often than not fictions of various kinds promulgated by individuals and groups who have an interest in shaping collective consciousness in one way or another. The philosophy of history must pay attention to the nexus of experience, memory, and history. There is no single civil rights area experience or Great Depression experience. Instead, historians must consider a wide range of sources and evidence, including oral histories, first-person accounts, photographs, and other traces of the human experience of the time to allow them to discern both variation and some degree of thematization of memory and identity in the periods they study. Second, attention to history and memory highlights the amount of human and individual agency involved in memory. Memories must be created, agents must find frameworks within which to understand their moment of historical experiences. Museums and monuments curate historical memories, often with biases of their own. A third and especially important point is the fact that memories become part of the political mobilization possibilities that exist for a group. Groups find their collective identities through shared understandings of the past, and these shared understandings provide a basis for future collective action. Paul Ricoeur's Time and Narrative sheds profound light on the profound relation that extend among memory, identity, narrative, and history. Continental philosophy of history. The topic of history has been treated frequently in modern European philosophy. A long, largely German tradition of thought looks at history as a total and comprehensible process of events, structures, and processes for which the philosophy of history can serve as an interpretive tool. This approach, speculative and meta-historical, aims to discern large embracing patterns and directions in the unfolding of human history, persistent notwithstanding the erratic back and forth of particular historical developments. Modern philosophers raising this set of questions about a large direction of meaning of history include Vico, Herder, and Hegel. A somewhat different line of thought in the continental tradition that has been very relevant to the philosophy of history is the hermeneutic tradition of the human sciences, through their emphasis on the hermeneutic circle, through which humans undertake to understand the meaning created by other humans in text, symbols, and actions. Hermeneutic philosophers such as Schleiermacher, Dilthey, and Ricoeur offer philosophical arguments for understanding the importance of narrative interpretation within our understanding of history. Understanding history means providing a narrative that makes sense of it from beginning to end. Universal or historical human nature. Human beings make history, but what is the fundamental nature of the human beings? Is there one fundamental human nature, or are there more basic features of humanity historically conditioned? Can the study of history shed light on this question? When we study different historical epochs, do we learn something about unchanging human beings, or do we learn about fundamental differences of motivation, reasoning, desire, and collectivity? Is humanity a historical product? Giambattista's Vico's New Science 1725 offered an interpretation of history that turned on the idea of universal human nature and a universal history. Vico's interpretation of the history of civilization offers the view that there is an underlying uniformity in human nature across historical settings that permits explanation of historical actions and processes. The common features of human nature give rise to a fixed series of stages of development of civil society, law, commerce, and government. Universal human beings faced with recurring civilizational challenges produce the same set of responses over time. Two things are worth noting about this perspective on history. First, that it simplifies the task of interpreting and explaining history because we can take it as a given that we can understand the actors of the past based on our own experiences in nature. And second, it is an intellectual error in 12th century social science theory in the form of rational choice theory as a basis for comprehensive social explanation. Johann Gottfried Herder offers a strikingly different view about human nature and human ideas and motivations. Herder argues for the historical contextuality of human nature in his work, Ideas for the Philosophy of History of Humanity, 1791. He offers a historicized understanding of human nature, advocating the idea that human nature is itself a historical product and that human beings act differently in different periods of historical development. Herder's view sets the stage for historicist philosophy of human nature, later found in such 19th century figures as Hegel and Nietzsche. His perspective too prefigures an important current of thought about the social world in the late 20th century, the idea of the social construction of human nature and social identities. Does history possess directionality? Philosophers have raised questions about the meaning and structure of the totality of human history. Some philosophers have sought to discover a large organizing theme, meaning, or direction in human history. They may take the form of an effort to demonstrate how history enacts a divine order, reveals large patterns, cyclical teleological, progressive, or plays out an important theme. For example, Hegel's conception of history as the unfolding of human freedom discussed below. The ambition in each case is to demonstrate that the apparent contingency and arbitrariness of historical events can be related to the more fundamental underlying purpose of or order. This approach to history may be described as hermeneutic, but it focuses on interpretation of large historical features rather than the interpretation of individual meanings and actions. In effect, it treats the sweep of history as a complicated, tangled text in which the interpreter assigns meanings to some elements of the story in order to fit these elements to larger themes and motives within the story. A recurring current in this approach to the philosophy of history falls in the area of theodicity or eschatology, religiously inspired attempts to find meaning and structure in history by relating the past and present to some specifically divinely ordained plan. Theologians and religious thinkers have attempted to find meaning in historical events as expressions of divine will. One reason for theological interest in the question is the problem of evil. Thus, Leibniz theodicity attempts to provide a logical interpretation of history that makes the tragedies of history compatible with a benevolent God's will. In the 20th century, theologians such as Maritain, Rust, and Dawson offered systematic efforts to provide Christian interpretations of history. Enlightenment thinkers rejected the religious interpretation of history, but brought it in their own theology, the idea of progress, the idea that humanity is moving in the direction or better and more perfect civilization, and that this progression can be witnessed throughout the study of the history of civilization. Vico's philosophy of history seeks to identify a foundational series of stages of human civilization. Different civilizations go through the same stages, but because human nature is constant across history. Rousseau and Kant brought some of these assumptions about rationality and progress into their political philosophies, and Adam Smith embodies some of the optimism about the progressive effects of rationality in his account of the unfolding of the modern European economic system. This effort to derive a fixed series of stages as a tool of interpretation of the history of civilization is repeated throughout the 18th and 19th century. It finds expression in Hegel's philosophy, as well as Marx's materialist theory of the development of economic models of production. The effort to find directionality or stages in history found a new expression in the early 20th century in the hands of several meta-historians who sought to provide a macro interpretation that brought order to world history. Spengler, Toynbee, Wittfogel, and Lattimore. These authors offered a reading of world history in terms of the rise and fall of civilization, races, or cultures. Their writings were not primarily inspired by philosophical or theological theories, but they were also not works of primary historical scholarship. Spengler and Toynbee portrayed human history as a coherent process in which civilizations passed through specific stages of youth, maturity, and senescence. Wittfogel and Lattimore interpreted Asian civilizations in terms of large determining factors. Wittfogel contrasts China's history with that of Europe's by characterizing China's civilization as one of hydraulic despotism, with the attendant consequence that China's history was cyclical rather than directional. Lattimore applies a key of geographic and ecological determinism to the development of Asian civilizations. A legitimate criticism of many efforts to offer interpretation of the sweep of history is the view that looks for the meaning where none can exist. Interpretation of individual actions and life histories is intelligible because we can ground our attributions of meaning in a theory of the individual person as possessing and creating meanings, but there's no super agent lying behind historical events, for example, the French Revolution, and so it is a metaphysical mistake to attempt to find the meaning of the features of the event. The theological approach purports to evade the criticism by attributing agency to God as the author of history, but the assumption that there is a divine author of history takes the making of history out of the hands of humanity. Efforts to discern large stages of history, such as those of Vico, Spengler, and Toynbee, are vulnerable to a different criticism based on their monocausal interpretations of the full complexity of human history. These authors single out one factor that is thought to drive history: universal human nature, Vico, or a common set of civilizational challenges, Spengler and Toynbee, but their hypotheses need to be evaluated on the basis of concrete historical evidence, and the evidence concerning the large features of historical change over the past 3 millennia offered little support for the idea of one fixed process of civilizational development. Instead, human history at virtually every scale appears to embody a large degree of contingency and multiple pathways of development. This is not to say that there are no credible large historical interpretations available for human history and society. For example, Michael Mann's Sociology of Early Agrarian Civilization derives in Gladblum's efforts at a global environmental history, and Jared Diamond's treatment of disease and warfare offer examples of scholars who attempt to explain some large features of human history on the basis of few common human circumstances, the efforts of states to collect revenues, the need of human communities to exploit resources, or the global transmission of disease. The challenge for macro history is to preserve the discipline of empirical evaluation for the large hypotheses that are put forward. Hegel's philosophy of history. Hegel's philosophy of history is perhaps the most fully developed philosophical theory of history that attempts to discover meaning or direction in history. Hegel regards history as an intelligible process moving towards a specific condition, the realization of human freedom. The question at issue is therefore the ultimate end of mankind, the end which the spirit sets itself in the world. Hegel incorporates a deeper historicism into his philosophical theories than his predecessors or successors. He regards the relationship between objective history and subjective development of the individual consciousness, spirit, as an intimate one. This is the central thesis in his Phenomenology of Spirit, 1807, and he views it to be a central task for philosophy to comprehend its place in the unfolding of history. History is the process whereby the spirit discovers itself and its own concept. Hegel constructs world history into a narrative of stages of human freedom, from the public freedom of the polis to the citizenship of the Roman Republic, to the individual freedom of the Protestant Reformation, to the civic freedom of the modern state. He attempts to incorporate the civilizations of India and China into his understanding of world history, though he regards those civilizations as static and therefore prehistorical. He constructs specific moments as world historical events that were in the process of bringing about the final full stage of history and human freedom. For example, Napoleon's conquest of much of Europe is portrayed as the world historical event, doing history's work by establishing the terms of the rational bureaucratic state. Hegel finds reason in history, but it is the latent reason and one that can only be comprehended when the fullness of history's work is finished, when philosophy paints its gray on gray, then has a shape of life grown old. The owl of Minerva spreads its wings only for the falling of the dusk. It is worth observing that Hegel's philosophy of history is not the indefensible exercise of speculative philosophical reasoning that then analytical philosophers sometimes paint it. His philosophical approach is not based solely on foundational a priori reasoning, and many of his interpretations of concrete historical developments are quite insightful. Instead, he proposes an imminent encounter between philosophical reason and the historical given. Here's how Walsh describes Hegel's intellectual project in his philosophy of history. To accomplish this task, the philosopher must take the results of the empirical history as data, but it will not suffice for him merely to reproduce them. He must try to illuminate history by bringing his knowledge of the idea, the formal articulation of reason, to bear upon it, striving, in a phrase Hegel uses elsewhere, to evaluate empirical contents to the rank of necessary truth. Hegel's prescription is that the philosopher should seek to discover the rational within the real, not to impose the rational upon the real. To comprehend what is, this is the task of philosophy, because what is reason. His approach is neither purely philosophical nor purely empirical. Instead, he undertakes to discover within the best historical knowledge of the time an underlying rational principle that can be philosophically articulated. Hermeneutical approaches to history. Another important strand of continental philosophy of history proposes to apply hermeneutics to problems of historical interpretation. This approach focuses on the meaning of actions and intentions of historical individuals rather than historical wholes. This tradition derives from the tradition of scholarly biblical interpretation. Hermeneutic scholars emphasize the linguistic and symbolic core of human interactions and maintain that their techniques that had been developed for the purpose of interpreting text could also be employed to interpret symbolic human actions and products. Wilhelm Dilthey maintained that the human sciences were inherently distinct from the natural sciences, and that the former depend on the understanding of meaningful human actions, while the latter depend on causal explanation of non-intentional events. Human life is structured and carried out through meaningful actions and symbolic expressions. Dilthey maintains that the intellectual tools of hermeneutics, the interpretation of meaningful texts, are suited to the interpretation of human action history. The method of Verstehen understanding makes a methodology of this approach. It invites the thinker to engage in an active construction of the meanings and intentions of the actors from their point of view. This line of interpretation of human history found expression in the 20th century philosophical writings of Heidegger, Gadamer, Ricoeur, and Foucault. This tradition approaches the philosophy of history from the perspective of meaning and language. It argues that historical knowledge depends upon interpretation of meaningful human actions and practices. Historians should probe historical events and actions in order to discover the interconnections in meanings and symbolic interactions that human actions have created. The hermeneutic tradition took an important new turn in the mid-20th century as philosophers attempted to make sense of modern historical developments, including war, racism, and the Holocaust. Narratives of progress were no longer compelling following the terrible events of the first half of the 20th century. The focus of this approach might be labeled history as remembrance. Contributors to this strand of thought emerged from the 20th century European philosophy, including existentialism and Marxism, and were influenced by the search of meaning for meaning in the Holocaust. Paul Ricoeur draws out parallels between personal memory, cultural memory, and history. Dominic Capra brings the tools of interpretation theory and critical theory to bear on his treatment of the representation of the trauma of the Holocaust. Others emphasize the role that folk histories play in the construction and interpretation of our past. This is a theme that has been taken up by contemporary historians, for example, by Michael Kamen in his treatment of public remembrance of the American Civil War. Memory and the representation of the past play a key role in the formation of racial and national identities. Numerous 20th century philosophers have noted the degree of subjectivity and the construction that are inherent in the national memories represented in a group's telling of its history. Although not himself falling within the continental lineage, Collingwood's philosophy of history falls within the general framework of hermeneutic philosophy of history. Collingwood focuses on the question of how to specify the content of history. He argues that history is constituted by human actions. Actions are the result of intentional deliberation and choice, so historians are able to explain historical processes from within as a reconstruction of the thought process of the agents who brought them about. He presents the idea of reenactment as a solution to the problem of knowledge of the past from the point of view of the present. The past is accessible to historians in the present because it is open to them to reenact important historical moments through imaginative reconstruction of the actors' states of minds and intention. He describes this activity of reenactment in the context of the historical problem of understanding Plato's meaning as a philosopher or Caesar's intention as a ruler. This reenactment is only accomplished in the case of Plato and Caesar, respectively, so far as the historian brings to bear on the problem all the powers of his mind and all his knowledge of philosophy and politics. It is not a passive surrender to the spell of another's mind. It is labor of active and therefore critical thinking. Conceptual history. The post-war German historian Reinhard Koselleck made important contributions to the philosophy of history that are largely independent from the other sources of continental philosophy of history mentioned here. Koselleck contributed to a conceptual and critical theory of history. His major compendium with Brunner and Kanze of the history of concepts of history in the German-speaking world is one of the major expressions of this work. Koselleck believes that there are three key tasks for the metahistorian or philosopher to identify the concepts that are either possible or necessary in characterizing history, to locate those concepts within the context of the social and political discourses and conflicts of the time period, and to critically evaluate various of these concepts for their usefulness in historical analysis. Key examples that Koselleck develops include space of experience and horizon of expectation. Examples of metahistorical categories in Koselleck's account include capacity to die and capacity to kill, friend and foe, inside and outside, and master and servant. Koselleck represents these conceptual oppositions as representing conditions of possibility of any representation of history. A large part of Koselleck's work thus involves identifying and describing various kinds of historical concepts. In order to represent history, it is necessary to make use of a vocabulary that distinguishes the things we need to talk about, and historical concepts permit these identifications. This in turn requires both conceptual and historical treatment, how the concepts are understood, and how they've changed over time. Christophe Boutin encapsulates Koselleck's approach in these terms. It is an inquiry into the historical categories that are used in or presupposed by the experience of history at its different levels as events, traces, and narratives. Further, Bhutan argues that Koselleck also brings a critical perspective to the concepts that he discusses. He asks the question of validity. To what extent do these particular concepts work well to characterize history? What this amounts to is the idea that history is the result of conceptualizations of the past on the part of the people who tell it, professional historians, politicians, partisans, and ordinary citizens. It is interesting to note that Koselleck's research in the final years of his career focused on the meaning of public monuments, especially war memorials. It is therefore an important, even crucial task to investigate the historical concepts that have been used to characterize the past. A key concept that was of interest to Koselleck was the idea of modernity. This approach might seem to fall within the larger field of intellectual history, but Koselleck and other exponents believe that the historical concept in use actually play a role as well as the concrete historical developments that occur within a period. It is worth noticing that history comes into Koselleck's notion of Begriffsgeschichte in two ways. Koselleck is concerned to uncover the logic and semantics of the concepts that have been used to describe historical events and processes, and he is interested in the historical evaluation of some of these concepts over time. In this latter interest, his definition of the question parallels the so-called Cambridge School of Skinner, Dunn, and Pocock. Numerous observers emphasize the importance of political conflict in Koselleck's account of historical concepts. Concepts are used by partisans to define the field of battles over values and loyalties. More generally, Koselleck's aim is to evaluate the layers of meaning that have been associated with key historical concepts and different historical periods. Conceptual history may appear to have a Kantian background and exploration of the categories of thought on the basis of which alone history is intelligible, but this appears not to be Koselleck's intention, and his approach is not a priori. Rather, he looks at historical concepts on a spectrum of abstraction from relatively close to events to more abstract. Moreover, he makes rigorous attempts to discover the meanings and uses of these concepts in the historical context. Koselleck's work defines a separate space within the field of philosophy of history. It has to do with meanings in history, but is neither teleological nor hermeneutic. It takes seriously the obligation of the historian excavate the historical facts with scrupulous rigor, but is not empiricist or reductionist. It emphasizes the dependence of history on the conceptual resources of those who live history and those who tell history, but is not postmodernist or relativist. Koselleck provides an innovative and constructive way of formulating the problem of historical knowledge. Anglo-American philosophy of history. The tradition of empiricists and Anglo-American philosophy have also devoted occasional attention to history. Philosophers in this tradition have avoided the questions of speculative philosophy of history and have instead raised questions about the logic and epistemology of historical knowledge. Here the guiding question is, what are the logical and epistemological characteristics of historical knowledge and historical explanation? David Hume's empiricism cast a dominant key for almost all subsequent Anglo-American philosophy, and this influence extends to the interpretation of human behavior and the human sciences. Hume wrote a widely read history of England. His interpretation of history was based on the assumption of ordinary actions, motives, and causes, with no sympathy for theological interpretations of the past. His philosophical view of history was premised on the idea of explanations of the past can be based on the assumption of a fixed human nature. Anglo-American interest in the philosophy of history was renewed in the mid-20th century with the emergence of analytical philosophy of history. Representative contributors include Dre, Danto, and Gardiner. This approach involves the application of the methods and tools of analytical philosophy to the skeptical problems that arise in the pursuit of historical explanations and historical knowledge. Here, the interest is in the characteristics of historical knowledge, how we know facts about the past, what constitutes a good historical explanation, whether explanations in history require general laws, and whether historical knowledge is underdetermined by available historical evidence. Analytic philosophers emphasize the empirical and scientific status of historical knowledge and attempted to understand this claim along the lines of the scientific standing of the natural sciences. Philosophers in the analytic tradition are deeply skeptical about the power of non-empirical reason to arrive at substantive conclusions about the structure of the world, including human history. Philosophical reasoning by itself cannot be a source of substantive knowledge about the natural world or about the sequence of events, actions, states, classes, empires, plagues, and conquests that we call history. Rather, substantive knowledge about the world can only derive from empirical investigations and logical analysis of the consequences of these findings. So, analytic philosophers of history have had little interest in the large questions about the meaning and structure of history considered above. The practitioners of speculative philosophy of history, on the other hand, are convinced of the power of philosophical thought to reason through the foundational understanding of history and would be impatient with a call for purely empirical and conceptual approaches to the subject. Walsh's Philosophy of History, first published in 1951 and revised in 1960, is an open-minded and well-grounded effort to provide an in-depth presentation of the fields that crosses the separation between continental and analytical philosophy. The book attempts to treat both major questions driving much of the philosophy of history, the nature of historical knowledge, and the possibility of gaining metaphysical knowledge about history. An Oxford professor trained in modern philosophy, Walsh was strongly influenced by Collingwood and was well aware of the European idealist tradition of philosophical thinking about history, including Rickert, Dilthey, and Croce. And he treats this tradition in a serious way. He draws the distinction between these traditions along the lines of critical and speculative philosophy of history. Walsh's goal for the book is ambitious. He hopes to propose a framework in which the main questions about history can be addressed, including both major traditions. He advances this view that the historian is presented with a number of events, actions, and developments during a period. How do they hang together? The process of cognition, through which the historian makes sense of a set of separate historical events, Walsh refers to as colligation, to locate a historical event in a larger historical process in terms of which it makes sense. Walsh fundamentally accepts Collingwood's most basic premise that history concerns conscious human action. Collingwood's slogan was that history is the science of the mind, and Walsh appears to accept much of this perspective. So the key intellectual task for the historian on this approach is to reconstruct the reasons or motives that the actors had at various points in history, and perhaps the conditions that led them to have these reasons and motives. This means that the tools of interpretation of meanings and reasons are more crucial for the historian, much as the hermeneutic philosophers in the German tradition had argued. Walsh suggested the philosophical content of the philosophy of history falls naturally into two different sorts of inquiry, parallel to the distinction between philosophy of nature and philosophy of science. The first has to do with metaphysical questions about the reality of history as a whole, and the latter to do with epistemic issues that arise in the pursuit and formulation of knowledge of history. He refers to these approaches as speculative and critical aspects of the philosophy of history, and he attempts to formalize a view of what the key questions are for each approach. Speculative philosophy of history asks about the meaning and purposes of the historical process. Critical philosophy of history is what we now refer to as analytic philosophy. It is the equivalent for history of what the philosophy of science is for nature. General laws in history. The philosophy of science, Karl Hempel stimulated analytical philosophers' interest in historical knowledge in his essay, The Function of General Laws in History, 1942. Hempel's general theory of scientific explanation held that all scientific explanations require subsumption under general laws. Hempel considered historical explanation as an apparent exception to the covering law model and attempted to show the suitability of the covering law model even to this special case. He argued that valid historical explanations too must invoke general laws. The covering law approach to historical explanation was supported by other analytical philosophers of science, including Ernst Nagel. Hempel's essay provoked a prolonged controversy between supporters who cited generalizations about human behavior as the relevant general laws, and critics who argued that historical explanations are more akin to explanations of individual behavior based on interpretation that makes the outcome comprehensible. Especially important discussions were offered by William Drey, Michael Scrivian, and Alan Donegan. Donegan and others pointed out the difficulty that many social explanations depend on probabilistic regularities rather than universal laws. Others, including Scriven, pointed out that pragmatic features of explanation suggesting that arguments that fall short of deductive validity are nonetheless sufficient to explain a given historical event in a given context of belief. The most fundamental objections, however, are these. First, that there are virtually no good examples of universal laws in history, whether of human behavior or of historical event succession. And second, that there are other compelling schemata through which we can understand historical actions and outcomes that do not involve subsumption under general laws. These include the processes of reasoning through which we understand individual actions, analogous to the methods of Verstehen, understanding and the interpretation of rational behavior mentioned above, and the processes through which we can trace out chains of causation and specific causal mechanisms without invoking universal laws. A careful rereading of these debates over the covering law model in history suggests that the debate took place largely because of the erroneous assumption of the unity of science and the postulation of a regulative logical similarity of all areas of scientific reasoning to a few clear examples of explanation in a few natural sciences. This approach was deeply impoverished, one and handicapped from the start in its ability to pose genuinely important questions about the nature of history and historical knowledge. Explanation of human action and outcomes should not be understood along the lines of an explanation of why radiators burst when the temperature falls below 0 degrees centigrade. As Donegan concludes, it is harmful to overlook the fundamental identity of the social sciences with history and to mutilate research into human affairs by remodeling the social sciences into deformed likenesses of physics. The insistence of naturalistic models for social and historical research leads easily to the presumption in favor of the covering law model of explanation, but this presumption is misleading. Historical objectivity. Another issue that provokes significant attention among analytical philosophers of history is the issue of objectivity. Is it possible for historical knowledge to objectively represent the past? Or are forms of bias, omission, selection, interpretation such as to make all historical representations dependent on the perspective of the individual historian? Does the fact that human actions are value-laden make it impossible for the historian to provide a non-value-laden account of those actions? This topic divides into several different problems, as noted by John Passmore. The most studied of these within the analytical tradition is that of the value-ladenness of social action. Second is the possibility that the historian's interpretations are themselves value-laden, raising the question of the capacity for objectivity or neutrality of the historian himself. Does the intellectual have the ability to investigate the world without regard to the biases that are built into political or ethical beliefs, ideology, or commitments to a class or social group? And third is the question of the objectivity of the historical circumstances themselves. Is there a fixed historical reality independent from later representations of the facts, or is history intrinsically constructed with no objective reality independent from the ways in which it is constructed? Is there a reality corresponding to the phrase the French Revolution, or is there simply an accumulation of written versions of the French Revolution? There are solutions to each of these problems that are highly consonant with the philosophical assumptions of the analytical tradition. First, concerning values, there's no fundamental difficulty in reconciling the idea of a researcher with one set of religious values who nonetheless carefully traces out the religious values of a historical actor possessing radically different values. This research can be done badly, of course, but there's no inherent epistemic barrier that makes it impossible for the researcher to examine the body of statements, behaviors, and contemporary cultural institutions corresponding to the other, and to come to a justified representation of the other. One need not share the values or worldview of in order to arrive at a justified appraisal of those values and worldview. This leads us to a resolution of the second issue as well, the possibility of neutrality on the part of the researcher. The set of epistemic values that we impart to scientists and historians include the value of intellectual discipline and a willingness to subject their hypothesis to the test of uncomfortable facts. Once again, review of the history of science and historical writing makes it apparent that this intellectual value has effect. There are plentiful examples of scientists and historians whose conclusions are guided by their interrogation of the evidence rather than their ideological presuppositions. Objectivity in pursuit of truth is itself a value and one that can be followed. Finally, on the question of the objectivity of the past, is there a basis for saying that events or circumstances in the past have objective fixed characteristics that are independent from our representation of those events? Is there a representation independent reality underlying the large historical structures to which historians commonly refer, like the Roman Empire, the Great Wall of China, the imperial administration of the Guilong Emperor? We can work our way carefully through this issue by recognizing a distinction between the objectivity of past events, actions, and circumstances, the objectivity of the contemporary facts that resulted from these past events, and the objectivity and fixity of large historical entities. The past occurred in precisely the way that it did Agents acted, droughts occurred, armies were defeated, new technologies were invented. These occurrences left traces of varying degrees of information richness. So these traces give us a rational basis for arriving at beliefs about the occurrences of the past. So we can offer a non-controversial interpretation of the objectivity of the past. However, this objectivity of events and occurrences does not extend very far upward as we consider more abstract historical events. The creation of the Greek city-state, the invention of Enlightenment rationality, the Taiping Rebellion. In each of these instances, the noun referent is an interpretive construction by historical actors and historians, and one that may be undone by future historians. To refer to the Taiping Rebellion requires an act of synthesis of a large number of historical facts, along with an interpretive story that draws these facts together in this way rather than that way. The underlying facts of behaviors and their historical traces remain, but the knitting together of these facts into a large historical event does not constitute an objective historical entity. Consider research in the past 20 years that questions the existence of the Industrial Revolution. In this debate, the same set of historical facts were first constructed into an abrupt episode of qualitative change in technology and output in Western Europe. Under the more recent interpretation, these changes were more gradual and less correctly characterized as a revolution. Or consider Arthur Waldron's sustained and detailed argument to the effect there was no Great Wall of China, as the structure is usually conceptualized. Causation in history. A third important set of issues that received attention from analytical philosophers concerned the role of causal ascriptions in historical explanations. What is involved in saying that the American Civil War was caused by economic conflict between the North and South? Does causal ascription require identifying an underlying causal regularity? For example, periods of rapid inflation cause political instability. Is causation established by discovering a set of necessary and sufficient conditions? Can we identify causal connections among historical events by tracing a series of causal mechanisms linking one to the next? This topic raised the related problem of determinism in history. Are certain events inevitable in the circumstances? Was the fall of the Roman Empire inevitable, given the configuration of the military and material circumstances prior to the crucial events? Analytical philosophers of history most commonly approach these issues on a basis of a theory of causation drawn from positive philosophy of science. The theory is ultimately grounded in Humean assumptions about causation, that causation is nothing but constant conjunction. So analytical philosophers were drawn to the covering law model of explanation because it appeared to provide a basis for asserting historical causation. As noted above, this approach to causal explanation is fatally flawed in the social sciences because universal causal regularities among social phenomena are unavailable. So it is necessary either to arrive at the other interpretations of causality or to abandon the language of causality. A second approach was to define causes in terms of a set of causally relevant conditions for the occurrence of the events, for example, necessary and or sufficient conditions, or a set of conditions that enhance or reduce the likelihood of the event. This approach found support in ordinary language philosophy and in analysis of the use of causal language in such contexts as the courtroom. Counterfactual reasoning is an important element of discovery of a set of necessary and or sufficient conditions. To say that the condition was necessary for the occurrence of the event requires that we provide evidence that the event would not have occurred if the cause was not present. And it is evident that there are causal circumstances in which no single factor is necessary for the occurrence of the effect. The outcome may be overdetermined by multiple independent factors. The convergence of reasons and causes in historical processes is helpful in this context because historical causes are frequently the effect of deliberate human action. So specifying the reason for the action is simultaneously identifying a part of the cause of the consequence of the action. It is often justifiable to identify a concrete action as the cause of a particular event, the circumstance that was sufficient in the existing circumstances to bring out the outcome, and it's feasible to provide a convincing interpretation of the reason that led the actor to carry out the action. What analytical philosophy of the 1960s did not come to, but what is crucial for current understanding of historical causality, is the feasibility of tracing causal mechanisms through a complex series of events, causal realism. Historical narratives often take the form of an account of series of events, each of which was a causal condition or trigger for later events. Subsequent research in the philosophy of the social sciences has provided substantial support for historical explanations that depend on tracing a series of causal mechanisms. Recent topics in the philosophy of history. English-speaking philosophy of history shifted significantly in the 1970s, beginning with the publication of Hayden White's Meta-History in 1973 and Louis Mink's writing of the same period. The so-called linguistic turn that marked many areas of philosophy and literature also influenced the philosophy of history, whereas analytical philosophy of history had emphasized scientific analogies for historical knowledge and advanced the goals of verifiability and generalizability in historical knowledge. English speaking philosophers in the 1970s and 80s were increasingly influenced by hermeneutic philosophy, postmodernism, and French literary theory. These philosophers emphasized the rhetoric of historical writing, the non reducibility of historical narrative to a sequence of facts, and the degree of construction that is involved in historical representation. Affinities with literature and anthropology came to eclipse the examples from the natural sciences as guides for representing historical knowledge and historical understandings. The richness and texture of the historical narrative came in from greater attention than the attempt to provide causal explanations of historical outcomes. Frank Ankersmit captured many of these themes in his treatment of historical narrative. The new philosophy of history is distinguished from analytical philosophy of history in several important respects. It emphasizes historical narrative rather than historical causation. It is intellectually closer to the hermeneutic tradition than to the positivism that underlied the analytic philosophy of the history of the 1960s. It highlights features of subjectivity and multiple interpretation over those of objectivity, truth, and consequent correspondence to the facts. Another important strand in the approach to the philosophy of history is a clear theoretical preference for the historicist rather than the universalist position on the status of human nature, Herder rather than Vico. The prevalent perspective holds that human consciousness is itself a historical product, and that is an important part of the historian's work to piece together the mentality and assumptions of actors in the past. Significantly, contemporary historians such as Robert Darnton have turned to the tools of ethnography to permit this sort of discovery. Another important strand of thinking within the analytical philosophy is focused attention on historical ontology. The topic of historical ontology is important both for philosophers and for practicing historians. Ontology has to do with the question, what kind of things do we need to postulate in a given realm? Historical ontology poses this question with regards to the realities of the past. Should large constructs like revolution, market society, fascism, or Protestant religious identity be included in our ontology as real things, or should we treat these ideas in a purely nominalistic way, treating them as convenient ways of aggregating complex patterns of social action and knowledge by a large number of social actors in a time and place? Further, how should we think about the relationship between instances and categories in the realm of history? For example, the relationship between the French, Chinese, or Russian revolutions and the general category of revolution. Are there social kinds that recur in history, or is each historical formation unique in important ways? These are all questions of ontology, and the answers we give to them will have important consequences for how we conceptualize and explain the past. Historiography and the philosophy of history. When historians discuss methodological issue in their research, they more commonly refer to historiography than to philosophy of history. What is the relationship between these two bodies of thought about the writing of history? We should begin by asking the basic question, what is historiography? In the most general sense, the term refers to the study of historians' methods and practices. Any intellectual or creative practice is guided by a set of standards and heuristics about how to proceed, and experts evaluate the performances of practitioners based on their judgments of how well the practitioner meets these standards. So one task we always have in considering an expert activity is to attempt to identify these standards and criteria of good performance. That is true for theater and literature, and it is true for writing history. Historiography is, at least in part, the effort to do this work for a particular body of historical writing. Historians normally make truth claims, and they ask us to accept those claims based on the reasoning they present. So a major aspect of the study of historiography has to do with defining the idea of evidence, rigor, and standards of reasoning for historical inquiry. We presume that historians want to discover empirically supported truths about the past, and we presume they want to offer inferences and interpretations that are somehow regulated by standards of scientific rationality. So the apprentice practitioner seeks to gain knowledge of the practices of the elders in the profession, what counts as compelling arguments how to access a body of archival evidence, how to offer, criticize the interpretation of complex events that necessarily exceeds the available evidence. The historiographer has the related task would like to be able to codify the main methods and standards of one historical school or another. There are other desiderata governing a good historical work, and these criteria may change from culture to culture and epoch to epoch. Discerning the historian's goal is crucial to deciding how well he succeeds. So, discovering these stylistic and aesthetic standards that guide the historian's work is itself an important task for historiography. This means that the students of historiography will naturally be interested in the conventions of historical writing and rhetoric that are characteristic of a given period or school. A full historiographical assessment of a given historian might include questions like these: what methods of discovery uh, does he use? What rhetorical and persuasive arguments does he pursue? What models of explanation? What paradigm of presentation? What standards of style and rhetoric? What interpretive assumptions? A historical school might be defined as a group of interrelated historians who share a significant number of specific assumptions about evidence, explanation, and narrative. The Annales School, established by Mark Bloch and Lucien Febvre in the 1920s, represented a distinctive and fertile approach to social history, united by a shared assumption about both topics and intellectual approaches to the past. Historiography became itself historical when we recognized that frameworks of assumptions about historical knowledge and reasoning change over time. On this assumption, the history of historical thinking and writing is itself an important subject. How do historians of various periods in human history conduct their study and presentation of history? Under this rubric, we find books on the historiography of the ancient Greeks, Renaissance historiography, or the historiography of German Romanticism. Arnaldo Momigliano's writings on the ancient historians fall into this category. In a nutshell, Momigliano's is looking at the several traditions of ancient history writing as a set of normative practices that can be dissected and understood in their specificity and their cultural context. The second primary use of the concept of historiography is more present-oriented and methodological. It involves the study and analysis of historical methods of research, inquiry, inference, and presentation used by more or less contemporary historians. How do contemporary historians go about their task of understanding the past? Here we can reflect on the historiographical challenges that confronted Philip Huang as he investigated the Chinese peasant economy of the 1920s and 30s, or the historiographical issues raised by Robert Darnton's telling of a peculiar and trivial event, the Great Cat Massacre by printers' apprentices in Paris in the 1730s. Sometimes these issues have to do with the scarcity or bias of the available bodies of historical records. Sometimes they have to do with the difficulty of interpreting historical sources. An important question that arises in recent historiography is that of the status of the notion of global history. One important reason for thinking globally as a historian is the fact that the history discipline since the Greeks has tended to be Eurocentric in its choice of topics, framing assumptions, and methods. Economic and political history, for example, often privileges the Industrial Revolution in England and the creation of the modern bureaucratic state in France, Britain, and Germany as being exemplars of modern development in economics and politics. This has led to a tendency to look at other countries' developments as non-standard or stunted. So global history is in part a framework within which the historian avoids privileging one regional center as primary and others as secondary or peripheral. Bin Wang makes this point in China Transformed. Second is a related fact that when Western historical thinkers, for example Hegel, Malthus, or Montesquieu, have turned their attention to Asia, they've often engaged in a high degree of stereotyping without much factual historical knowledge. The idea of Oriental despotism, Asian overpopulation, and Chinese stagnation have encouraged a cartoonish replacement of the intricate and diverse processes of the development of different parts of Asia by a single-dimensional and reductive set of simplifying frameworks of thought. This is one of the points of Edward Said's critique of Orientalism. So doing global history means paying rigorous attention to the specificities of social, political, and cultural arrangements in other parts of the world besides Europe. So a historiography that takes global diversity serious should be expected to be more agnostic about patterns of development and more open to discovery of surprising patterns, twists, and variations in the experience of India and China Indochina and the Arab world, the Ottoman Empire, the Sub-Saharan Africa, variation and complexity are what we should expect, not stereotype simplicity. Clifford Geertz's historical reconstruction of the theater state of Bali is case in point. He uncovers a complex system of governance, symbol value, and hierarchy that represents a substantially different structure of politics that than the models derived from the emergence of bureaucratic states in early modern Europe. A global history needs to free itself from Eurocentrism. The step away from Eurocentrism in outlook should be accompanied by a broadening of the geographical range of what is historically interesting. So global history ought to be global and transnational in its selection of topics, even while recognizing the fact that all historical research is selective. A global-oriented historian will recognize that the political systems of classical India are as interesting and complex as the organization of the Roman Republic. An important current underlying much work in global history is the reality of colonialism through the 19th and 20th century, and the equally important reality of anti-colonial struggle and nation building in the 1960s and 70s. The world was important in the early modern capitals of Great Britain, France, Germany, and Belgium because those nations exerted colonial rule in various parts of Africa, Asia, and South America. So there was a specific interest in gaining certain kinds of knowledge about those societies in order to better govern them and exploit them. And post-colonial states had a symmetrical interest in supporting global historiography in their own universities and knowledge systems in order to better understand and better critique the forming relations of the past. A final way in which history needs to become global is to incorporate the perspectives and historical traditions of historians in non-Western countries into the mainstream of discussions of the major world developments. Indian and Chinese historians have their own intellectual traditions in conducting historical research and explanation. A global history is one that pays attention to the insights and arguments of these traditions. So global historiography has to do with a broadened definition of the arena of historical change to include Europe, Asia, Africa, the Middle East, and the Americas, a recognition of the complexity and sophistication of institutions and systems in many parts of the world, a recognition of the transnational interrelatedness that has existed among continents for at least 4 centuries, and a recognition of the complexity and distinctiveness of different national traditions of historiography. Dominic Schachtenmeier provides a significant recent discussion of some of these issues. Schachtenmeier devotes much of his attention to the last point mentioned here, the multiple global perspectives points. He wants to take this idea seriously and try to discover some of the implications of different national traditions of academic historiography. He writes, it will become quite clear that European societies that the question of historiographical traditions tended to be unanswered in ways that were profoundly different from most academic communities in other parts of the world. As should be clear from these remarks, there's a degree of overlap between historiography and the philosophy of history, and the fact that both are concerned with identifying and evaluating the standards of reasoning that are used in various historical traditions. That said, historiography is generally more descriptive and less evaluative than the philosophy of history, and is more concerned with the specifics of research and writing than is the philosophy of history. Hey, Tim, God bless you. Thanks for joining. Historical understanding in the 20th century. Every period presents challenges for the historian, and every period raises problems for the historiography in the philosophy of history. The 20th century is exceptional, however, even by that standard. Events are of truly global significance occurred from beginning to end. War, totalitarianism, genocide, mass starvation, ideologies of murder and extermination, and states that dominated their populations with unprecedented violence all transpired during the century. The Holocaust, the Holodomor, the Gulag, and the cultural and ideological premises of the Nazi regime have all presented historians with major new challenges of research, framing, and understanding. How should historians seek to come to grips with these complex and horrifying circumstances? These occurrences were highly complex and extended and often hidden. Many thousands of active participants, many groups of populations, millions of victims, conflicting purposes and goals, new organizations and institutions, numerous ideologies. Moreover, through too many of these novelties is woven the theme of evil, deliberate destruction, degradation, and murder of masses of innocent human beings. The historian of virtually any aspect of the 20th century is confronted with great problems of frame setting, explanatory purpose, and moral reflection. These facts about the 20th century raise problems for the philosophy of history for several reasons. They challenge historians to consider the depth, detail, and human experience that the historian must convey of the events and experiences that war, genocide, and totalitarianism imposed on millions of people. The discovery and truthful documentation of the extent of the lived experience of these crimes is a painful but crucial necessity. Second, historians are forced to reflect on the assumptions they bring to their research and interpretations, assumptions about geography, political causation, individual motivation, and behavior resulting in these crimes. Third, historians must reconsider, and sharpen their hypothesis about causation of these vast and extended crimes against humanity. Fourth, it appears inescapable that historians have a human responsibility to contribute to a worldwide change in cultural memory and politics in ways that makes genocide and totalitarian oppressions less likely in the future. The ways in which historians have sought to understand the Holocaust have undergone important historical realignment in the past 20 years. Raoul Hilberg and Lucy Dawidowicz captured much of the post-war historical consensus about the Holocaust. However, recent historians have offered new ways of thinking about the Nazi plan of extermination. Timothy Snyder argues that the Nazi war of extermination against the Jews had been importantly misunderstood, too centered on Germany, when the majority of the genocide and murder occurred in the further east in the lands that he called the bloodlands of Central Europe, Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, Ukraine, and the Soviet Union, largely focused on extermination camps where, as most killing of Jews occurred near the cities and villages where they lived, and most commonly by gunfire, insufficiently attentive to the relationship between extermination of people and destruction of the institutions of state in subject countries, and without sufficient attention to Hitler's own worldview, within which the Nazi war of extermination against Europe's Jews was framed. Alexander Prushin conceptualized the topic of the mass murder in the period 1933 to 45 in much of the same geographical terms. Like Snyder, Prushin defines his subject matter as a region rather than a nation or collection of nations. The national borders that exist within the regions are of less importance on his account than the facts of ethnic, religious, and community disparities that are evident across the region. Both historians argue that we need to understand the geography of the Holocaust differently. Snyder believes that these attempts at refocusing the way we understand the Holocaust led to a new assessment. Bad as we thought the Holocaust was, it was much, much worse. Another strand of rethinking that has occurred in the study of the Holocaust concerns a renewed focus on the motivations of the ordinary people who participated in the machinery of mass murder. A major field of research into ordinary behavior during the Holocaust was made possible by the availability of investigative files concerning the actions of Hamburg's police unit that was assigned special duties as order police in Poland in 1940. These duties amounted to collecting and massacring large numbers of Jewish men, women, and children. Christopher Browning and Daniel Goldhagen made extensive use of their investigatory files and testimonies of the men of the Reserve Police Battalion 101. Both books came to shocking conclusions. Very ordinary, middle-aged, apolitical men of the police unit picked up the work of murder and extermination with zeal and efficiency. They were not coerced, they were not indoctrinated, they were not deranged, and yet they turned to the work of mass murder with enthusiasm. A small percentage of the men of the unit declined the shooting assignments, but the great majority did not. Another important example of research on ordinary people committing mass murder is Jan Gross's case study of the single massacre of Jews in Jedwabne, a small Polish town during the Nazi occupation, but not ordered or directed by the German occupation. Instead, this was a local indigenous action by non-Jewish residents of the town who gathered up their Jewish neighbors and then murdered large numbers of them. Gross's account has stimulated much debate, but Anna Beckount's validates almost every detail of Gross' original narrative. As a different example, consider now the history of the Gulag in the Soviet Union. Anne Applebaum provides a detailed and honest history of the Gulag and its role in maintaining Soviet dictatorship. Stalin's dictatorship depended on a leader, a party, and a set of institutions that worked to terrorize and repress the population of the USSR. The NKVD, the system of internal security police that enforced Stalin's repression, a justice system that was embodied in the Moscow show trials of 1936 to 38, and especially the system of forced labor and prison camps that came to be known as the Gulag, constituted the machinery of the repressions through which the population of several hundred million people were controlled, imprisoned, and repressed. Further, like the Nazi regime, Stalin used the slave labor of the camps to contribute to the economic output of the Soviet economy. Applebaum estimates that roughly 2 million prisoners inhabited several thousand camps of the Gulag at a time in the 1940s, and that as many as 18 million people had passed through the camps by 1953. The economic role of the Gulag was considerable. Significant portions of Soviet-era mining, logging, and manufacture took place within the forced labor camp of the Gulag. Applebaum makes a crucial and important point about historical knowledge and the history of the Gulag, the inherent incompleteness of historical understanding, and the mechanisms of overlooking and forgetting that get in the way of historical honesty. The public outside of the USSR did not want to know about these realities. Applebaum notes the public knowledge of the camps in the West was available, but was de-dramatized and treated as a fairly minor part of the reality of the USSR. The reality that the USSR embodied and depended upon a massive set of concentration camps where millions of people were enslaved and sometimes killed was never a major part of the Western conception of the USSR. She comments, far more common, however, is the reaction of boredom and indifference to Stalinist terror. Wide knowledge in the West of the scope of the specific human catastrophe of the Gulag was first made available by Alexander Isievich Solzhenitsyn. Similar references could be offered concerning Stalin's war on the kulaks in the Ukraine in the 1930s, mass starvation of China, the widespread violence of the Cultural Revolution in China, and the use of violence in the American South to enforce Jim Crow-era race relations. In each case, terrible things took place on a wide scale, and barriers exist that make it difficult for historians and the public to come to know the details of these periods. The 20th century poses one additional challenge for historians because it falls within the human memories of the living generation of historians grappling with its intricacies. When Tony Jut writes about the fall of Sisaku in Romania in 1989, or Timothy Snyder writes about the murderous actions of the German order police in Ukraine in 1940, or Mark Bloch writes about the strange defeat of France in 1940, they are writing about events for which they themselves or their parents or Poles or Ukrainian Jews with whom they can interact, have direct lived experience and memories. Timothy Snyder's style of historical writing suggests that the nearness of time of the killings and the bloodshed both support and warrants an especially personal individual approach. Thus, Snyder's use of many individual stories of victims of the killings of peasants, Jews, and other human victims of the killing machines of Hitler and Stalin suggests that he believes it is important for the historian to make an effort to convey the individual meaning of these events affecting millions of people. How does this accessibility of the recent past affect the problem facing the historian? Does it influence the ways in which historians select events, causes, and actions as crucial? Does this experiential access through living memory provide a more secure form of historical evidence than other sources available to the historian? Does it give rise to an experiential content and detail to historical writing that solve an interpretive problem for the reader? For example, how to put oneself in the position of a Ukrainian peasant slowly starving to death. Did the stories told in the Jut household in London in 1942 about beloved cousins then facing deadly threats in Brussels shape the historical consciousness of the adult historian? Did Mark Bloch's experience as a French army officer in the defeat of Dunkirk influence the way they understood the war and violence? Access to individuals who lived throughout the Holodomor and the Spanish Civil War, of course, valuable historical evidence. Here too, however, Mark Bloch has important insights, where Bloch specifically challenges the idea that participants have an inherently more reliable or complete form of knowledge than more temporarily distant historians. Memories and personal accounts are valuable for the historian, but equally, historians have access to other forms of historical evidence, archaeology, archival, government records, which may be comparably important and epistemically secure in attempting to piece together the complex history of Stalin's war on the Ukrainian peasantry. These topics in the 20th century history create an important reminder for historians and for philosophers. The truthful understanding of human atrocity is deeply important for humanity, and it is difficult to attain. We learn from Jut, Snyder, and Applebaum that there are powerful mechanisms of deception and forgetting that stand in the way of an honest accounting of these periods of the recent human past. Discovering and telling the truth about the past is the highest and most important moral imperative that history conveys. Ethics, history, and memory. As the previous section suggests, there is an ethical dimension involved in the quest for historical knowledge. Historians have obligations of truthfulness and objectivity. People have obligations of honest recognition, and nations have obligations of memory and reconciliation. Historians themselves have obligations to truthfulness and objectivity in their accounts. they provided the past. This topic has occupied much of the discussion of history and ethics in the past few years. Much of the discussions have centered on the intellectual virtues to which historians need to aspire, such as truthfulness, objectivity, and persistence. Perhaps more generally, we might argue that historians have an obligation to deliberately and actively include those aspects of the past for further research that are most morally troublesome. For example, the origins and experience of slavery during the 18th century in the American South, or the role of the Gulag in the Soviet Union in the 20th century. We may reasonably fault the historian of the American South in the 19th century who confines her investigation of the economics of the cotton industry without examining the role of slavery in that industry, or the historian of the USSR who studies the institutions of engineering research in the 1950s while ignoring the fact of forced labor camp. Historians have an obligation to squarely confront the hard truths of their subject matter. There's a broader ethical question to ask about history that goes beyond the professional ethics of the historian to the responsibilities of the public in relation to its own history. The facts of genocide and other crimes against humanity make it clear that there are moral reasons for believing that all humanity has a moral responsibility to attempt to discover our past with honesty and exactness, in particular the facts of past horrific actions, genocide, mass repression, slavery, suppression of ethnic minorities, dictatorship, create a moral responsibility for historians and the public alike to uncover the details, causes, and consequences of those actions. The thread of honesty and truthfulness runs throughout all of these ethical issues. Tony Judt argues that a people or nation at this point in time have a collective responsibility to face the facts of its own history honestly and without mythology. Judt's points can be distilled into a few key ideas. Knowledge of the past matters in the present. Being truthful about the past is a key responsibility for all of us. Standing in the way of honest recognition is the fact that oppressors and tyrants are invariably interested in concealing their culpability, while innocent civilians are likewise inclined to minimize their own involvement in the crimes of their governments. The result is myth-making, according to Judt, and Weiglelia illustrates the moral importance and complexity of this kind of investigation with regard to collective memory in the post-1991 Ukraine. The history of the 20th century has shown itself to be especially prone to myth-making, whether about resistance to Nazi occupation or refusal to collaborate with Soviet-installed regimes in Poland and Czechoslovakia. Judt argues that very pervasive processes of myth-making and forgetting has been a deep part of the narrative making in post-war Europe, but Judt argues both myths give rise eventually to bad collective behavior, more conflict, more tyranny, more violence. So the work of honest history is crucial to humanity's ability to achieve a better future. Judd expresses throughout his work a credo of truth-telling about the past. We have a weighty obligation to discover, represent, and understand the circumstances of our past, even when these facts are deeply unpalatable. Myth-making about the past is not only bad history and bad politics, it is morally deficient. This observation brings us to a final way which moral questions arise in the context of honest history. The crimes of the past have consequences in the present. The facts of transatlantic slavery continue to have consequences for millions of descendants of the men and women who were transported from Africa to the Americas. The facts of the Rwandan genocide have consequences for the living victims of these mass killings and their kin, and the fact of the colonial exploitation of the Congo or Southern Africa has consequences for the current poverty of much of Africa. Does knowledge of the crimes of the past create for the current generation an obligation of engagement in contributing actively to healing those wounds in the present and preventing their recurrence in the future? Does truth and reconciliation require more than simply recognizing ugly truths about the past? Does it require that we act differently, individually and collectively? Or is it, of course, a tragic and immutable reality of the human condition that the past cannot be changed, the murder cannot be unmurdered, and the primary perpetrators of horrific crimes within a few generations are certainly beyond the reach of justice? The future is deeply contingent, while the past is fixed and unchangeable. But does this immutability imply that the present generation has no obligations created by the past crimes? Or rather, does knowing the truth about the past create for us an obligation to learn from these tragic human actions how to avoid such crimes in the future? Does honest knowledge of the human crimes of the past bring with it an obligation to strive in good faith to address the consequences of those crimes in the present? Finally, can knowledge of history help us to become more empathetic, more just, and more farsighted in our dealings with each other in the grand affairs that make up the future of history? Or one would hope so, and perhaps this is the most pressing moral obligation of all that is created by our recognition of our own historicity. Okay, so thank God that one was really long. Hey, Mark, thanks for tuning in. So yeah, I'm probably not going to be able to get to this one on the history of creativity. So I'll put the link in the chat. This one's a pretty good one, and I want to read that one out in full, the history of creativity. But yeah, there's no way I'm going to be able to get to this today. But I will next read Horkheimer from the Frankfurt School Critical Theory on Metaphysics. Let me just pour a drink. Okay, yeah, so this one's also really long. I really like that one on history. I'd read that a few times. I planned on reading that, but like I knew it was going to take a long time, and so I'm glad I finally got to it. So, some of you listening gain from that, and hopefully there'll be a lot of insight in the future. Because almost all these discussions have historical aspects to it. So, understanding the philosophy of history, historiography, and other issues very important. Okay, post-metaphysical conundrums: the problematic return to metaphysics and Horkheimer's critique of instrumental realism, by George Shea. Largely overshadowed by the renown of his colleagues Theodore Adorno, Walter Benjamin, and Herbert Marcuse, Marx Horkheimer's contributions to the Frankfurt School are often downplayed as those of mere director of the Institute of Social Research and the lesser co-author of The Dialectic of Enlightenment. Despite occupying this position of marginality within the corpus of critical theory, Horkheimer's work stands as a significant and sustained attempt to develop an interdisciplinary and materialistic research program as a methodological alternative to metaphysical philosophy. As Bernendez notes, one of Horkheimer's most significant contributions to philosophy is his development of materialism as a viable post-metaphysical critical social theory. Likewise, Brunkhorst lauds Horkheimer's materialistic destruction of philosophy for opening the way to a social scientific transformation of philosophy that takes leave of the problems of metaphysical philosophy. Even with such high praise for the strides his early work makes in establishing a tenable materialistic post-metaphysical philosophy, critics as George Lohmann regard Horkheimer's later critique of instrumental reason as engaging in totalizing critique that undermines its own foundation, which raises once again the question of the precise role metaphysics plays not only in Horkheimer's work but also in critique generally. In his essay, The Failure of Self-Realization, an interpretation of Horkheimer's Eclipse of Reason, written expressly for the 1993 collection of essays on Max Horkheimer, New Perspectives, which aimed to rectify the dearth of attention to Horkheimer's work, but is, however, composed of critical essays in concert with Jürgen Habermas's characterization of the failures of Horkheimer's critical theory. Lohmann argues that Horkheimer's narration of the rise of instrumental reason presents the end of the metaphysics through an indictment of instrumental reason that must itself in some way rest on a metaphysical foundation if it is to justify its denunciatory claims. For Lohmann, this leaves Horkheimer in an untenable mind. Either his critique rests on a metaphysical basis and thereby refutes his very narration of the rise of instrumental reason and the concomitant end of metaphysics, or his critique is without basis and expresses little more than a whimsical resistance to the surge of an increasing rampant cultural nihilism. Either way, for Lohmann, Horkheimer's position is fraught with aporia. While Lohmann states that his overall aim in reading Eclipse of Reason is to undertake the magnanimous task of rescuing the critical intent at work in it, his reading fails to register at a level of nuance vital to Horkheimer's argument. I contend that Horkheimer indeed grounds his indictment of instrumental reason in forms of truth and reason. However, since Horkheimer locates the forms of truth and reason to which he appeals in the nature of non-identity thinking, he assumes that he has circumvented the trappings of metaphysical philosophy. In this way, Horkheimer both anticipates and evades Lohmann's dilemma. Yet this evasion, I maintain, leaves Horkheimer no better situated, as his position hypothesizes nine-identity thinking, and in so doing establishes itself as an anti-metaphysical philosophy, which is simply another variant of metaphysics. This conclusion, though in and of itself, still leaves us on the well-trod ground of Habermasian and post-Habermasian criticism leveled against the critique of instrumental reason. Thus, I further argue that what is most significant about Horkheimer's establishment of the metaphysical philosophy in this case is not that it merely stands as another instance of totalizing critique, but more importantly, that it also violates the early methodological parameter he established for his interdisciplinary materialism as a post-metaphysical philosophy. This is disastrous for Horkheimer, since as a materialist and a post-metaphysical philosopher, he is committed to the position that metaphysics is both an obstacle to the alleviation of human suffering and an instrument of domination. But unwittingly lapsing into metaphysics, Horkheimer's critique of instrumental reason succumbs to the very tyranny and domination it sought to obviate and undermines the original emancipatory purposes of his work. I aim to use the foundering of Horkheimer's critique of instrumental reason or an unintentional lapse into metaphysical philosophy to signal the perils that lie in wait for a post-metaphysical philosophy path between the antipodes of metaphysical and anti-metaphysical positions. I first turned to Horkheimer's materialist essay in the 1930s, in which he sketches out his conception of and objections to metaphysics, as well as how his conception of an interdisciplinary materialism offers an alternative to the transhistorical project of metaphysical philosophy. Next, I examined the place of metaphysics in the critique of instrumental reason as it is elaborated in Eclipse of Reason. I revisit Lohmann's critique of Horkheimer to demonstrate that though the hypostatization of nine-identity thinking, which he intends to serve as a basis for the critique of instrumental reason, Horkheimer unwittingly establishes a transhistorical anti-metaphysical philosophy that runs counter to his own aims. Lastly, I articulate the manner in which this perilous move calls on the post-metaphysical philosophies to renounce conventional metaphysical foundations, both ontologically and normatively, if they are to avoid the incoherencies and contradictions of anti-metaphysical positions. Interdisciplinary materialism and metaphysics. According to Horkheimer, metaphysics, as classically conceived, is concerned with securing absolutely perfect understanding of ultimate reality. Traditionally, this is understood in terms of inquiry subject trying to discern with perfect clarity the fundamentally unified and universal structure of reality that underlines the totality of being. As a consequence, a central component of metaphysical thinking and the epistemological position that it assumes is the tendency to pursue an ideal correspondence between knowledge of and the known, or rather an identity between the concept of the object and the object of the concept. In this way, the knowledge of the knowing subject and the fundamental structure of reality should perfectly coincide. More significantly, Horkheimer claims that the metaphysicians engage in the project of metaphysics not merely for its own sake, but also out of a desire to provide an absolutely certain foundation for normativity. As Horkheimer notes, the effort to make his personal life dependent at every point on insight into the ultimate ground of things marks the metaphysician. The metaphysician thus believes that in the being he seeks to discover, a basis may be found for shaping the individual's life. Ultimately, reality is regarded as normative, however, not only in those systems where religious origins of the dependence relations still show in the form which precepts take, but also in the all cases where harmony between the individual's existence and its grounds, as discovered by metaphysics, is regarded as valuable. For Horkheimer, one of the hallmarks of metaphysical thinking is an attempt to ground both ethics and a basis for normative critique and understanding of ultimate reality. Horkheimer, however, has two objections to the project of metaphysics. First, he claims that the task of trying to ascertain the fundamental structure of reality turns us away from the problems of this world and focuses instead on another and quite possibly illusory world. Thus, in effect, cultivates an insensitivity to the wretchedness of the world and our time and distracts us from seeking its causes and altering its conditions. Rather than place a higher value on changing the immediate and concrete material conditions of human existence in this world, metaphysics relegates the social problems of this world to an inferior position relative to the project of absolute knowing. Consequently, for Horkheimer, the task of metaphysics, by its very nature, devalues human existence in favor of another world and thereby ignores the plight of humanity. Second, and more important, Horkheimer claims that under the guise of universality, metaphysical theories have been employed throughout the history as a way to justify the demand to recognize what are merely the particular interests of individuals and social groups. As Horkheimer states, ruling and ruled classes alike have not been satisfied to present their claims simply as expressions of their particular needs and desires. They have also proclaimed them as universally binding requirements grounded in transcendent sources as principled in accord with the eternal nature of the world and man. In other words, social classes are rarely content to present their specific needs as an expression of their own personal agenda, and instead often present those needs as universal and binding laws of nature. For this reason, Horkheimer characterizes metaphysics as an instrument of domination, that is, as a method for imposing one's own interest on others and for soliciting their obedience in the process of doing so. Critically suspicious of the project of metaphysics, Horkheimer cast doubt on the very possibility of procuring a cognition of the eternal and unchanging structure of ultimate reality, arguing that the claim that there is absolute order and absolute demand made upon man always supposed a claim to know the whole, the totality of things, the infinite. But if our knowledge is in fact not yet final, if there is an irreducible tension between concept and thing and being, then no proposition can claim the dignity of perfect knowledge. Knowledge of the infinite must itself be infinite, and a knowledge which is admittedly imperfect is not a knowledge of the absolute. For Horkheimer, the project of metaphysics is problematically assumes an eternal, unchanging structure of reality as well as knowing subject that can, through reason, transcend the particularities and specificities of space and time and assess the essential structure. In other words, Horkheimer understands metaphysics as transhistorical project aiming to secure what is unconditioned. However, such a project seems infeasible to Horkheimer. Neither nature nor the subject appears to possess the immutability attributed to them by metaphysics. Instead, advancing his interdisciplinary materialism as a methodological alternative to metaphysics, Horkheimer operates with a conception of the knowing subject as deeply situated within the historical and material conditions and as thereby constituted by those conditions. The methodological difference between Horkheimer's interdisciplinary materialism and metaphysics is here worth emphasizing. Whereas metaphysical philosophies advance absolute and universal claims about both the knowing subject and reality, the position advanced by an interdisciplinary materialism concerning the knowing subject and reality is not regarded as claims about the timeless and enduring nature of either, but is instead explicitly held as hypothetical and provisional principles postulated for understanding our historical moment as well as for guiding an oriented inquiry. The importance of understanding Horkheimer's interdisciplinary materialism distinctly as a method to distinguish it from metaphysics is similarly emphasized by Brunkhorst. The other limit is the historicity of real subjects, entirely in the sense of historicism, the contingent historical horizon of the respective concrete situation of the actor is an insuperable given for them. Everything is historically conditioned, nor is that meant as transcendental philosophy. It is only a refutable supposition which has taken its leave of philosophy. Therefore, Horkheimer's materialism is essentially methodological materialism. It has a decidedly scientistic streak. It accepts the distinction between is and ought, fallibilistic and oriented towards the sciences of experience, and materialism seeks to expose its own hopes and disillusionment. Along with Dilthey, it regards metaphysics as a mere hypothesis. It is a resolute attempt at a transformation of philosophy into science, but not simply in order to have the specialized disciplines step into the place of philosophy. Methodological materialism takes the primacy of experience as its point of departure. There are two primary reasons for emphasizing the methodological difference between Horkheimer's interdisciplinary materialism and metaphysics. The first involves the potentially self-referential and ultimately contradictory nature of the position Horkheimer must avoid. If he were to posit the historically conditioned nature of both knowing subject and the world as absolutes, or as reflecting the inherent and timeless nature of things, then his position would immediately lapse into a variant of metaphysics. That is, Horkheimer's interdisciplinary materialism would be guilty of engaging in the very same transhistoric project of which he charges metaphysics, and would of necessity undermine itself. As his essays from the 1930s demonstrate, Horkheimer takes considerable pains to distinguish between his position and that of metaphysics. The second reason is that understanding Horkheimer's interdisciplinary materialism as a method, as self-reflexively hypothetical and provisional, similarly helps guard against the dogmatic tendencies inherent in metaphysics, tendencies Horkheimer is explicitly interested in avoiding. In this precise connection, Horkheimer notes, throughout its history, materialism has held to the theory of knowledge relying on sense experience, which serves as a critical weapon against dogmatism. Thus, the principles and concepts advanced by Horkheimer, if they are to refrain from transforming into transhistorical absolutist dogma, must maintain a self-reflexively hypothetical and provisional status. Given, however, that Horkheimer's interdisciplinary materialism rejects metaphysical absolutes for historically conditioned subjects and objects, it would seem that his interdisciplinary materialism runs the risk of being little more than either a form of skepticism or a form of relativism. If we cannot know truth absolutely or an absolute truth, then it would appear that we are unmoored from any means by which to determine the validity of concepts. Yet, anticipating such criticisms, Horkheimer asked, is there really only a choice between acceptance of a final truth and proclaimed in religious and idealistic schools of philosophy, and the view that every thesis and every theory is always merely subjective, true and valid for a person or a group at a time, or human beings as a species, but lacking objective validity? This dilemma for Horkheimer is a false one. Explicitly rejecting both skepticism and relativism, Horkheimer characterizes his interdisciplinary materialism as an alternative to both the naivete of the metaphysics of truth and the absurdities of the academic and relativistic skepticism. First, in Horkheimer's estimation, Hegel's satisfactorily addresses philosophical skepticism via the notion of determinate negation. A skeptic would argue that because a series of concepts can never represent an object accurately, the project of knowing is inherently flawed and ill-fated from its very inception. Hegel, however, argues that the series itself is a process of increasingly accurate descriptions of an object and not a series of failures. When an element of an object invalidates our concept of that object, we do not simply abandon the concept. The negation of the concept is not absolute. In other words, a determinate negation is not a disjunction in which the book on the shelf or the book is not on the shelf. Rather, the negation of the concept is specific, playing a determinate part in the construction of the new concept. For Horkheimer's, Hegel's concept of determinate negation militates against skepticism. Yet in Horkheimer's estimation, we must move past Hegel, since he remains caged within idealistic, dogmatic, and metaphysical philosophy. For Hegel, the goal is as necessarily fixed for knowledge as the serial progression. It is a point where knowledge no longer needs to go beyond itself, where knowledge finds itself, where notions correspond to object and object to notion. In this way, according to Horkheimer, just as Kant's theory of knowledge succumbs to Hegel's critique, so Hegel's critique of Kant succumbs to Karl Marx. In contemplating his own system, Hegel forgets one very definite side of the empirical situation. The belief that this system is the completion of truth hides from the significance of the temporally conditioned interest, which plays a role in the details of the dialectical presentation through the direction of thought, the choice of material content, and the use of names and words, and diverts attention from the fact that his conscious and unconscious partisanship in regard to the problems of life must necessarily have its effect as a constituent element of his philosophy. In other words, Hegel disregards the historical conditioned character of thoughts and succumbs to Marx's claim that all thought is conditioned by its time. Consequently, whereas Hegel advocates a closed dialectic that would one day resolve itself in absolute knowing, Horkheimer advocates an open dialectic. The open-ended materialistic dialect does not regard the rational as completed at any point in history and does not expect to bring about the resolution of contradictions and tensions, the end of the historical dynamic by the full development of mere ideas and their simple consequences. It lacks the aspect of the idealistic dialectic that Hegel describes as speculative and at the same time as mystical, namely the idea of knowing and ostensibly unconditioned and thereby being oneself unconditioned. Instead, for Horkheimer, materialism maintains the irreducible tension between concept and object and thus has a critical weapon of defense against belief in the infinity of the mind. Second, materialism's rejection of the metaphysical absolute does not entail that a measure for truth cannot be established and that it is therefore a form of relativism, as in the sciences generally accepted criteria, or in Horkheimer's words, available means of cognition, are in place at any given time for determining the true value of propositions. Horkheimer appeals to the example of medicine. Thus, we might say that while the concept of cancer may change over time and eventually become meaningless as we currently understand it, it is precise meaning in our present and only one of two conflicting claims as to the presence of cancer in a patient will be correct. As Horkheimer states, truth is decided not by an individual's belief and opinions, not by the subject in itself, but by the relation of the proposition to reality. In this way, there is a generally accepted body of knowledge and a rigorous method for establishing truth, and one either correctly or incorrectly appeals to and applies to these. From this follows the principle that every insight is to be regarded as true only in connection with the whole body of theory, and hence it is so to be understood conceptually that as the formulation, the connection with the structural principles and practical tendencies governing theory is preserved. In other words, well, on a particular level of specific instances of cancer, one either diagnoses correctly or incorrectly when the very concept of cancer is called into question. This itself takes place in the greater context of a theoretical framework and will have to resolve itself within this framework. Here, Horkheimer is accounting for what we might today call a paradigm shift within a specific discipline or a discursive rupture. Concepts and theories can indeed be brought into play that call into question the entire body of knowledge heretofore regarded as established in a discipline, for example, the Einsteinian reframing of Newtonian mechanics or understanding of a disease. Yet these debates themselves take place in the context of a greater theoretical framework, in the context of methods and aims that superseded and directed the very nature of those debates. Quite clearly, Horkheimer is affirming a combination of the correspondence theory of truth and a coherence theory of truth, holding these as staving off the difficulties of skepticism and relativism. Yet rather than naively thinking that either reaches the unconditioned, Horkheimer emphasizes the historical condition, character of the knower, the task, and what he seeks to understand. Thus, theory is always related to social historical practice, even those theories that on the surface appear more theoretically abstract. In this way, while there is no absolute knowing, for Horkheimer, not all claims to truth are equally valid. Within the generally accepted parameters of knowledge at a given time, there are criteria and methods for distinguishing true claims from false claims, even if those claims once held true may one day prove to be false from a refined and newly established understanding. So Horkheimer can confidently claim recognition of the conditional character of every isolated view and rejection of its absolute claim to truth does not destroy this conditional knowledge. Rather, it is incorporated into a system of truth at any given time as a conditional one-sided and isolated view through nothing but the continuous delimitation and correction of partial truths. The process itself evolves its proper content as knowledge of limited insights in their limits and connection. In this connection, we here return to the Frankfurt School's Marxist roots. For Horkheimer, what clearly distinguishes his interdisciplinary materialism from metaphysics, skepticism, relativism, or science is that it deliberately aims to understand the current forms of social domination that arise under the capitalist mode of production so as to change them. In other words, the need to comprehend contemporary society calls for an economic theory of society, nor should this be understood in a narrow and reductive sense, as Horkheimer's interdisciplinary materialism has, since its assumption, drawn on psychoanalysis and empirical social research to understand the connection between the economic life of society, the psychical development of individuals, and the changes in the realm of culture in the narrow sense, since the very object of inquiry from interdisciplinary materialism is highly mobile and fluid. Society's multifaceted, complex, and dynamic phenomenon, and interdisciplinary materialism must of necessity take into account not only the fluidity of its objects, but also the necessity of remaining adaptable in its concepts. As Horkheimer says elsewhere, the various materialist doctrines, therefore, are not examples of stable and permanent ideas. Thus, an interdisciplinary materialism rejects transhistorical metaphysical theories of the unconditioned and opts instead for the mutability of the understanding produced through an open dialectic, stating the benefits of the open materialistic dialectic, Horkheimer claims. By ceasing to be a closed system, dialectic does not lose the stamp of truth. In fact, the disclosure of conditional and one-sided aspects of others' thought and one's own constitutes an important part of the intellectual process. Hegel and his materialistic followers were correct in always stressing that the critical and relativizing characteristic is a necessary part of cognition, but being certain of one's own conviction and acting upon it does not require the assertion that the concept and object are now one, and thought can rest. To the degree that knowledge gained from perception and inference, methodological inquiry, and historical events, daily work and political struggle meets the test of the available means of cognition, it is the truth, the abstract proposition that once a critique is justified from its own standpoint, it will show itself open to the correction, expresses itself for the materialist not in the liberality towards opposing views or skeptical indecision, but alertness to their own errors and flexibility in thought. As should now be evident, an interdisciplinary materialism operates wholly outside the confines of a project that occupies itself with securing the unconditioned. Instead, Horkheimer's interdisciplinary materialism abandons the old paradigm of measuring its concepts against the ideal of absolute knowing, since the extra-historical and hence exaggerated concept of truth is impossible, which stems from the idea of a pure infinite mind, and thus, in the late analysis of the concept of God, it is no longer makes sense to orient the knowledge that we have to this impossibility and call it relative. Rather, as noted above, an interdisciplinary materialism moves closer to the methods and practices of science without reducing itself to them. Hence, an interdisciplinary materialism uses concepts as hypotheses formulated on the basis of the best and most rigorous accumulated knowledge at the time, but it holds those concepts open to revision and continual scrutiny, guided always by the concern to ameliorate the material and historical conditions of suffering in contemporary society. As Brunkhorst characterizes it, the most general fundamental principles of the materialist, constitutional, theoretical, even ontological sounding thesis, such that all that exists is material, have a merely hypothetical status dependent on fallible experience. Again, this is not to suggest a retreat into either relativism or nihilism, rather than an attempt to advance a method for determining the most adequate theory of the current historical condition while remaining open to the dynamic nature of the objects of inquiry and the requirement to remain flexible in the need to adjust theory. Unlike metaphysical philosophies, which take themselves to be one and only true form of inquiry, interdisciplinary materialism employs the open dialectic to remain vigilant against dogmatism while remaining open to amending its conceptual formulations. Even more significant, since an interdisciplinary materialism indeed operates outside the confines of the traditional project of metaphysics, it also therefore rejects the notion of metaphysically grounded normative positions of action or critique. Horkheimer further elaborates this position in his essay, Materialism and Morality. There he again casts metaphysics as concerned with securing absolute moral principles, as distinctive of the systems of Leibniz, Spinoza, and Enlightenment may be. They all bear the marks of an effort to use eternal constitution of the world and the individual as the basis for establishing some determinate manner of conduct as being appropriate for all time. They therefore make a claim to unconditional validity. He similarly rejects such attempts. Morality does not admit of any grounding, neither by means of intuition nor of argument. Instead, under Horkheimer's conception, an interdisciplinary materialism aims to reveal and understand how moral systems reflect the socio-historical conditions from which they arise. For Horkheimer, materialism sees in morality an expression of life of determinate individuals and seeks to understand it in terms of the conditions of its emergence and passing, not for the sake of truth in itself, but rather in connection with determinate historical forces. Horkheimer aims to demonstrate how the Kantian moral system, with its emphasis on a disinterested accord with duty, reflects economic and social relations under capitalism. Significantly, however, he is quite clear that interdisciplinary materialism bars methodologically the possibility of providing absolute foundation for morality itself. Horkheimer openly admits that interdisciplinary materialism is without a traditional ground for its moral and normative position. The materialist view has the negative significance that it rejects a metaphysically grounded morality. Nonetheless, an interdisciplinary materialism is not a form of quietism. It is always meant to materialists that man's striving for happiness is to be recognized as a natural fact requiring no justification. At its core, interdisciplinary materialism then refuses to postpone changing this world in favor of theorizing about another, and in keeping with the historically conditioned character of both subjects and objects. Horkheimer further contends politics, in accord with the goal, the ideals of freedom and equality and justice, therefore must not abandon these demands but realize them, not however by clinging to in a utopian manner of definitions which are historically conditioned but in accordance with their meaning. The content of the ideas is not eternal but is subject to historical change, surely not because spirit of itself capriciously infringes upon the principle of identity, but because human impulses which demand something better take different forms according to the historical material with which they have to work. Again, the guiding aim of an interdisciplinary materialism is to alter the material conditions of this world in which people suffer and to develop a theoretical position that can most effectively realize this aim. More precisely, we find since at least the start of the 20th century a disproportionate amount of suffering that is due to a deficiency neither in resources nor in technology, since both exist in such abundance as to provide a reasonable quality of life for all. Rather, for Horkheimer, the current state of inequality and barbarism is the result of our economic situation, with capitalism as the dominant mode of production. The goal for an interdisciplinary materialism is to develop a theory of society that ameliorates the suffering of the majority of people in this world rather than finding a reason to do so in another. In the words of John Abermate, critical theory is ultimately driven by the interest of concrete individuals in a better life, not by its own perfect knowledge of the society, social totality of privileged insight into a utopian blueprint of a better society. Significantly, then, rather than attempt to gain an insight into the ultimate nature of reality, interdisciplinary materialism aims to formulate dialectic conceptions of social historical formulations so that they can direct those formations towards the fulfillment of human satisfaction. From an interdisciplinary materialism to the critique of instrumental reason. As previously mentioned, Horkheimer's interdisciplinary materialism has society itself as the object. However, it is society not as a disinterested object of contemplation, but as an object of deep concern born out of a vested interest in establishing a rationally organized future society for radically improving human existence. This self-reflexive interest in transforming the object of its inquiry is, as opposed to purportedly impartiality, is a distinguishing characteristic for Horkheimer between critical theory and traditional theory, between respectively Horkheimer's own interdisciplinary materialism and those theoretical approaches from which he differentiates it. In essence, traditional theory stands as the culmination of the metaphysical and epistemic ideals of the early modernity that privileges the model of an abstract and disembodied knowing subject underpinning a systematic, unified, and comprehensive theoretical totality, and provides the basics of a universal and complete science of all possible objects. At issue in the difference between the two approaches to theory for Horkheimer is the relationship between theory and praxis. According to Horkheimer, the abstract and the disembodied epistemic subject of traditional theory comes to represent the subject itself, and in doing so valorizes and produces an apolitical and individualizes monadic social subject. On this basis, Horkheimer argues that traditional theory is responsible for constructing and disseminating a conception of the subject as an autonomous and disinterested subject, a disinterested spectator whose interests are unaffected by the conditions in which the subject finds itself. Thus, an abstract knowing subject concretized in the form of the Cartesian subject metastasizes into a monadic social entity untouched by the exigencies of social life, which propagates an image of the subject as the ground of its own values and not as a product of social historical forces. In this way, the monadic individual operates with a distorted sense of freedom and autonomy, since it identifies with itself as an abstract rather than historical and material entity, and fails to recognize itself as the product of an agent of social change, which results in the abdication of its responsibility for producing the very conditions of its social existence. In distinction to traditional theory, critical theory fully embraces the dialectic character of both its historically and materially conditioned motivations, as well as its objects of inquiry and their conceptual formulations. In this way, critical theory serves self-reflexively as a transformative activity that brings together both theory and praxis. By the 1940s, however, guided by a lifelong commitment to identifying the causes of suffering and works towards mitigating their effects, and having identified the hypothesizing knowing subject as the cause of the socially disengaged monadic subject, Horkheimer turns to tracing the historical origins of what he elsewhere calls the Cartesian empiricist philosophy of consciousness. Since Horkheimer's interdisciplinary materialism begins with the principle that all thinking is historically materially conditioned, the critique of instrumental reason is not a complete break in critical method or even a total shift in critical object, but a continued development of the critique of the metaphysical and epistemic subject of traditional theory carried out under the earlier ages of critical theory. Having identified the schematic form of the ills of our time, a socially disengaged monadic subject, a diagnostic task Horkheimer middle period becomes to trace the conditions of this form of subjectivity back to its genesis, so that the causes of suffering in our own time might be corrected and an alternative path for humanity might be identified. Dialectic of Enlightenment, written with Adorno, partially undertakes this task. However, with Dialectic of Enlightenment, indeed focuses on historical analysis of the origin and rise of the modern scientific attitude, culminating in the instrumentalization of reason, and holds out the vague hope for a form of reason that is other to it. Its analyses remain hastily sketched and only partially developed, and an explicit discussion over the relationship between metaphysics and instrumental reason is conspicuously missing. In contrast, Eclipse of Reason provides a much fuller and richer historical account of the rise of instrumental reason, they're termed subjective reason, while Horkheimer's account of the evolution of Western reason in Eclipse of Reason continues to locate the birth of reason in the drive to self-preservation and the reciprocal impulse to dominate nature. Its history now passes through metaphysics. On this account, Western reason finds its first expression in myth, transforms into metaphysics, and ends in science. The significance here is worth noting. Whereas Horkheimer had formerly been quite careful to characterize his interdisciplinary materialism as an alternative to metaphysics and not as a refutation of metaphysics, thereby steering clear of the question of the end of metaphysics, here in Eclipse of Reason, Horkheimer announces the destruction of Western metaphysics, since on his account, metaphysics as a speculative enterprise harbors the elements of its own demise at the hands of the empirical science to which it gives rise. Thus, Horkheimer's critique of instrumental reason fundamentally precludes an appeal to metaphysics as an antidote to what he considers a tyrannical reign of subjective reason. The place of metaphysics in Horkheimer's critique of instrumental reason. In no uncertain terms, Horkheimer states that the purpose of Eclipse of Reason is to inquire into the concept of rationality that underlies our contemporary industrial culture in order to discover whether this concept does not contain defects that vitiate it essentially. The concept of reason that concerns Horkheimer here is what he identifies as subjective reason. In its subjective form, reason functions merely as a formal mechanism of classification, inference, and deduction, and more importantly, its operations lie entirely in determining and coordinating the most efficient means for already established ends. However, this entails that subjective reason alone is incapable of evaluating the suitability and worth of ends themselves. Instead, the task falls to reason in its objective form, originating in Greek antiquity as the project of metaphysics. Objective reason aims to assess and disclose the rational order inherent in the universe that exists independently of the individual subjects and provides the measure for assessing the reasonableness of one's life and actions, which is typically formulated in terms of either harmony or discord between one's life and that order. Since objective reasons claim absolute authority over proclamations about the ultimate nature of reality, it exists in tension with mythology and religion, both of which equally make assertions about the eternal order of things and our place within it. Despite this tension, objective reason, as it was resurrected in the Renaissance, developed in the scientific revolution, and culminated in the ideals of enlightenment, won out over myth and religion as the legitimate source of knowledge and therefore of authority. Yet in the end, this victory served only as a step towards objective reason's own destruction. As formalized science progressed, it in turn came to be regarded as having established the singular method for determining truth. Just as objective reason dethroned religion by casting it as irrational myth, so science dethroned metaphysics by casting it as nothing more than idle speculation, and in doing so unmoored human enterprise from the objective foundation. In this connection, Horkheimer notes, the philosophers of the Enlightenment attacked religion in the name of reason. In the end, what they killed was not the church, but metaphysics and the objective concept of reason itself, the source of power of their own efforts. Reason, as an organ for perceiving the true nature of reality and determining the guiding principles of our life, has come to regard it as obsolete. Speculation is synonymous with metaphysics, and metaphysics with mythology and superstition. We might say that the history of reason or enlightenment from its beginning in Greece down to its present has led to the state of affairs in which the word reason is suspected of connoting some mythological entity. Reason has liquidated itself as an agency of ethical, moral, and religious insight. In other words, with the rise of scientism during the 19th and 20th centuries, subjective reason comes to supplant objective reason, culminating in the crisis of reason, leaving us without a mechanism by which to determine objectively the suitability of ends themselves. Instead, the determination of goals and values now depends on something other than reason. They become a matter of mere predilection. What is worse, according to Horkheimer, is that the crisis of reason not only leaves us without a guiding normative principle, but also thereby precipitates a tide of global conformity and an accompanying loss of individuality, since without an objective orientation for thought, reason now serves in its subjective form as a mechanism of adoption. Now that reason is no longer capable of putting forward ideals by which individuals might change the world, instead it operates only in the service of those who have already been established. Moreover, in this situation, self-preservation stands as the only immediately obvious end worth pursuing. When this pursuit is coupled with a social economic environment governed entirely by the logic of profit, the only means of survival available to individuals is to make themselves useful within it. Once objective reason takes hold of economic profit as its exclusive, and individuals engage in totalizing calculations aimed at transforming themselves into economically useful agents, the effect causes individuals to abandon the pursuit of their own self-interest, as well as the hope of any form of self-realization other than as subjects of capitalism. For Horkheimer, this means that individuals no longer realistically consider ways of living that will not in the end produce a return on investment. We do not seriously consider spending our life cycling around the world, since this is useful to nobody. We do not regard an education as an opportunity to transform ourselves into better people, capable of more fulfilling lives, since we view education merely as providing the qualifications necessary for appearing employable. If we engage in aesthetic production, the quality of our work is assessed in terms of its salability, and not according to some other criteria, just like our lives. Moreover, we're almost certain to wear fashionable clothes, listen to popular music, and watch popular television programs and movies to appear relatively normal, since in deviating from the norm, we run the risk of exclusion, and those who are excluded diminish their chances of survival. Ultimately, we adapt to the social and economic environment in which we find ourselves, which is accomplished by demonstrating our worth within the marketplace, and the manufacturing of this utility and the profitability comes at the cost of having to sacrifice ourselves. There is a real absurdity in the contradiction of this situation. For Horkheimer, the very form of reason that was supposed to liberate us from the domination and oppression has rebounded to create a condition in which we abandon the pursuit of our own self-interest and self-realization to make ourselves into something useful for the production of profit, which itself directed and determined by the unfettered whims of the free market. In this way, reason now serves as a mechanism that adapts us to the economy of rationality that governs our lives. For Horkheimer, we find this in the Marquise de Sade's imprisoned pleasures have installed themselves as our social nightmare. It may be just as meaningless to call one particular way of living, one religion, one philosophy better, higher, or truer than another, since ends are no longer determined in the light of reason. It is also impossible to say that one economic or political system, no matter how cruel or despotic, is less reasonable than another. According to formalized reason, despotism, cruelty, oppression are not bad in themselves. No rational agency would endorse a verdict against dictatorship if its sponsors were likely to profit by it. At the heart of the problem for Horkheimer is the very project of reason itself, which is always aimed at establishing human security and fulfillment through the domination of nature. This project culminates early on with the great metaphysical systems of Western history that valorize the knowing subject as an abstract ego, distinct and separate from the external world that seeks to understand for the purpose of mastering and controlling it. Whereas in the Platonic tripartite soul, the Thomistic eternal soul, the free Cartesian ego, the Kantian transcendental ego, or Hegelian absolute spirit, all of metaphysics assumes an abstract ego that distances itself from everything alien to it, impulses, desires, the body, and the world, so as to dominate and subjugate it all the more thoroughly. According to Horkheimer, it is instructive to follow Descartes' effort to find a place for the ego, which is not in nature but remains close enough to nature to influence it. Its first concern is to dominate the passions that is nature, so far as it makes itself felt in us. The ego is indulgent to agreeable and wholesome emotions, but is stern with any conducive to sadness. Its central concern must be to keep the emotions from biasing judgments. Mathematics, crystal clear, imperturbable, and self-sufficient, the classical instruments of formalized reason, best exemplifies the workings of this austere agency. The ego dominates nature. For Horkheimer, the history of metaphysics as the history of the abstract ego is the story of the history of the domination of nature, both within and without the subject, since to guarantee the purity of conceptualizations which are necessary for dominating nature without the subject as the ego must dominate the corrupting influence of nature as desire, instinct, and passion within. Thus, the very project of the domination of nature has always necessarily included the project of domination of humanity, yet the project of the domination of nature has not always entailed the total sacrifice and liquidation of the individual. In its earliest formation among the ancient Greeks, the project of metaphysics required certain sacrifices on the part of the subject, certain forms of self-control and self-restraint, but they were thought to be in accord with an order that enriched the polis and thereby secured the autonomy and the realization of the self. However, now that metaphysics has come to an end, there is no objective order to which we might work to conform in hopes of achieving greater autonomy. Instead, we sacrifice ourselves so as to adapt to the world as it is the only in the hope that we may merely survive. The project of dominating nature and realizing human autonomy, which required the domination of the self by the self, has resulted in the total liquidation of the self. Thus, Horkheimer concludes, the theme of this time is self-preservation, while there is no self to preserve. Despite the dire tone of his analysis, Horkheimer remarks, the disease of reason is that reason was born from man's urge to dominate nature, and the recovery depends on insight into nature and the original disease, not on the cure of the latest symptoms. In other words, for Horkheimer, all is not lost. Indeed, the very aim of philosophical thinking on his account is to essay a reconciliation of the antagonism between reason and nature, and that reason has either forgotten or denies exists. This means developing something other than a metaphysical conception of nature in which this antagonism has manifested itself. At the core of metaphysics for Horkheimer is the logic of identity, the attempt to fashion all-encompassing and totalizing concepts from which nothing can escape and for which there is no remainder. As noted above, the epistemic ideal of metaphysical concepts is a perfect equivalence between concept and object. However, these metaphysical concepts presuppose both transhistorical unities that exist independently of the historical contingencies of space and time, and a knowing subject that can overcome those historical contingencies so as to access them. In this way, the metaphysical impulse, which employs the logic of identity, of necessity gives rise to an ideal of an abstract ego that can extricate itself from nature, both within and without, and to conceptualize nature accurately. At bottom, The metaphysical impulse pits the abstract ego as the locus of reason against nature, as if they were two distinct yet somehow related entities. However, for Horkheimer, a real reconciliation between reason and nature via a non-metaphysical paradigm must take care neither to perpetuate the illusory separation of the two nor to force a false unity between them. As for false unities, Horkheimer has in mind both crude materialist theories that reduce spirit to operations of matter, as well as idealistic theories that reduce the material world to a manifestation of spirit. In either case, both theoretical approaches remained trapped within the logic of identity, since they are equally driven by the metaphysical impulse to dominate nature, in that they attempt to reduce the one to the other and perpetuate the domination of humanity. Consequently, for Horkheimer, reconciling the antagonism between reason and nature requires dispensing with not only metaphysics and its logic of identity, but also with the very impulse to dominate nature that gives rise to metaphysics. Moving towards a solution, he claims reason can realize its reasonableness only through reflecting on the disease of the world as produced and reproduced by man. In such self-critique, reason will at the same time remain faithful to itself by preserving and applying for no alternative motive the principle of truth that we owe to reason alone. The subjugation of nature will revert to subjugation of man and vice versa, as long as man does not understand his own reason and the basic processes by which he has created and is maintaining the antagonism that is about to destroy him. Reason can be more than nature only through concretely realizing its naturalness, which consists in its trend to domination, the very trend that paradoxically alienates it from nature. Thus also, by being the instrument of reconciliation, it will be more than an instrument. In effect, Horkheimer claims that to overcome the crisis of reason that he has diagnosed, reason must recognize its own naturalness, the impulse to domination, at work in its construction of the dualism between the abstract ego and nature. In this way, it is the impulse to dominate nature is at the heart of reason's invention of the abstract ego that stands outside and above nature, as the corrupting impulses of the world contaminate absolute knowledge of transhistorical truths reflecting the structure of nature. Then reason must recognize its origin in and relation to nature to check this impulse. Once reason recognizes the metaphysical impulse as a manifestation of the will to dominate nature, and that the metaphysical impulse is itself a manifestation of nature, it can begin to formulate a non-metaphysical understanding of nature that neither inscribes the dualism between reason and nature, nor reduces the one to the other, but that is instead adequate to the complex interrelation between them, abandoning metaphysics and the logic of identity as possible correctives to the current forms of domination and oppression, since they are born from the will to dominate. Horkheimer envisions as an alternative task for philosophy the process of a twofold negation. First, philosophy should expose the historical relativity of metaphysical systems that present their principles as ultimate and eternal truths, and second, it should measure a culture's basic ideas and values against the social reality to which they belong, so as to assess the breach between them. While ideals such as justice, equality, and freedom are evacuated of their timeless metaphysical content, philosophy can gauge the dissonance operative between social reality and the ideals that a culture professes to valorize in order to close the distance between them. Philosophy, though, through negation, can not only remove impedance to the development of humanity, which is for Horkheimer a step towards a more robust freedom and individuality for humanity, but also acts as a corrective to history, and in his own words, helps to keep the course of humanity from resembling the meaningless round of the asylum inmates' recreation hour. A crisis of critique in Horkheimer's eclipse of reason. Sympathetic with Horkheimer's analysis, Lohmann is explicit that Horkheimer's intent to locate the negativity of instrumental reason in the phenomenon of failed self-realization remains significant for understanding and appreciating the impetus to engage in a critique of instrumental reason at all. Yet, even though this critical intent is worth preserving, Horkheimer's critique itself runs aground in irresolvable contradiction for Lohmann. Lohmann claims that since it could not develop another positive concept of reason, the critique of instrumental reason could not be certain of its own activity, and in the end becomes entangled in the ambiguities of aporetic justifications. In reconstructing the central argument of Horkheimer's text, Lohmann emphasizes that Horkheimer's analysis of the crisis of reason undermines any foundational position from which one could indict or restrict the collapse of reason. On Lohmann's account, Horkheimer's critique of reason either remains merely at the level of the programmatic or succumbs to historical relativism, since it fails to secure an adequate foundation for critique. In Lohmann's own terms, Horkheimer's analysis needs a comprehensive concept of reason through which the critique of reason can be justified. However, since Horkheimer's history of the crisis of reason tells the story of the rise of subjective reason as calculating instrumentality and its overthrow of an objective form of reason that could secure metaphysical foundations, critique therein loses any basis of which to rest truth claims, which Lohmann regards as essential for any project of critique. Thus, Horkheimer's critique of subjective reason must be relativistic, since, on his own admission, there is no form of absolute reason to which he can appeal. For this reason, Lohmann claims that the demonstration that the instrumental reason of subjective self-preservation ultimately destroys the individual whose self-realization it originally aimed to promote is denunciatory. Yet this finding yields no objective justifiable alternative. It only shows that these approaches do not work. In the end, according to Lohmann, Horkheimer is left only with a vague appeal to a form of reason that is other to the one born of the metaphysical impulse to dominate nature, and not a substantial basis on which to deny philosophically the instrumentalization of reason. To this extent, Lohmann's analysis of the critique of instrumental reason in The Eclipse of Reason charges Horkheimer with engaging in a totalizing critique of reason that undermines his own foundations and falls prey to contradiction. Lohmann's reading of Eclipse of Reason, however, rests entirely on an understanding of the critique in its metaphysical form, whereby false absolutes are unmasked via an appeal to foundational truth, and practices that deviate from an understanding of that truth are denounced as aberrant, immoral, and unjust. Employing this conception of critique, Lohmann cannot help but to find Horkheimer's text enigmatic, as Lohmann sees that Horkheimer's analysis of instrumental reason purports to trace the destruction of any position from which one could launch critique, yet somehow presses forward in a very attempt to critique this situation. For Lohmann, Horkheimer's Eclipse of Reason is at best nonsensical and at worst rife with contradiction. Based on this understanding of the critique, Lohmann deems a programmatic reading of Horkheimer's critique untenable, since such a reading cannot secure the validity of its claim and hence lacks any force or bite in its analysis. Yet Horkheimer's interdisciplinary materialism, as shown above, was distinctly programmatic in this way. As an avowed methodological alternative to metaphysical philosophy, is an explicit tenet of interdisciplinary materialism that the aim of alleviating human suffering is an end that requires no further justification, and that interdisciplinary materialism itself serves as a dialectical approach to historically specific cultural construction. For this reason, interdisciplinary materialism stands as an exemplary post-metaphysical philosophy, since its ends and approach are not purported to reflect a trans-historical understanding of the ultimate nature of reality, but are instead operating principles of inquiry and action resulting from a considered methodological decision. In other words, neither purport to reflect timeless universal truths. Thus, Lohmann's indictment of Horkheimer's critique of instrumental reason for its possible programmatic nature is not in and of itself a refutation of it. To the contrary, its programmatic nature is precisely what is most laudable in Horkheimer's elaboration of an interdisciplinary materialism as a post-metaphysical methodology. If Horkheimer's critique of instrumental reason were elaborated programmatically in the same manner as his interdisciplinary materialism, this would, despite Lohmann's claim to the contrary, be a real boon for his analysis. However, Lohmann sensed that Horkheimer's critique of instrumental reason presents something more than just a programmatic analysis, that a metaphysical specter looms at its core, is not entirely unfounded. Indeed, Horkheimer is not content simply to denounce the effects of instrumentalized reason. He grounds his critique in the failures of reason itself. Thus, we find Horkheimer condemning reason not just for its undesirable outcomes in the forms of instrumentalized reason and the liquidation of the self, but also the very form of subjectivity to which it gives rise, namely an abstract ego that exists as the site of reason and in an antagonistic relation to nature. Central to Horkheimer's analysis of the crisis of reason is the position that the antagonism between the abstract ego and nature is a false dichotomy. unifying myth, metaphysics, and science is the impulse to dominate nature, and it is here in the impulse to dominate nature that Horkheimer locates reason's invention of the division between the abstract ego as the knowing subject over and against nature as what is to be conceptualized and schematized for the purpose of being controlled. Rejecting the metaphysics of the abstract ego as the site of an illusion, Horkheimer claims that the formalistic method of definition proves particularly inadequate when applied to the concept of nature. For to define nature and its complement spirit, it is inevitably to pose either their dualism of their unity and to pose the one or the other as the ultimate effect. Well, in truth, these two fundamental philosophical categories are inextricably interconnected. Moreover, if at the core of abstract conceptualizations is the logic of identity, the metaphysical ideal of all-embracing and totalizing epistemic conceptualizations that achieve a perfect equivalence between concept and object, and which presuppose the existence of transhistoric unities that exist independently of the historical contingencies of space and time, as well as a knowing subject that can overcome the contingencies to access them. Then, according to Horkheimer, we need to effect the reconciliation between reason and nature via a new form of non-identity thinking, one that no longer perpetuates the illusory separation of reason and nature due to the impulse to dominate nature. In essence, by tracing our modern form of scientific thinking back to its historical origin, Horkheimer claims to have disclosed the aberrant moment in history and thinking at which reason derailed from its emancipatory potential, namely at the moment of the corrupting invention that falsely created a division between the abstract ego and nature as its antagonist. In this way, the eclipse of reason, Horkheimer can confidently advocate non-identity thinking as the corrective to our modern behavior of barbarism, which is only intimated at in dialect of enlightenment. However, as Lohmann points out, if this is the case, then the denunciatory version of the self-criticism of reason has passed over into the attempt to recover a comprehensive concept of reason. So the basic difference between the ideal and the real characteristic of this true philosophy is at the same time a relapse into metaphysics. For Lohmann, Horkheimer's appeal to foundational conceptions of truth and thus a comprehensive concept of reason means that Horkheimer is squarely engaged in metaphysics. However, for Lohmann, this leaves Horkheimer in an irresolvable contradiction, since in regards to metaphysics, he states explicitly that the classical system of the objective reason, such as Platonism, seem to be untenable because they are glorifications of an inexorable order of the universe and therefore mythological. In other words, Horkheimer appears both to reject the metaphysics and appeals to a foundational conception of truth that his metaphysical implications and thus runs aground in aporia. Horkheimer's position is, however, more nuanced than Lohmann's presents it. The tension at work in Horkheimer's critique is not a blatant contradiction, but a category mistake. Since Horkheimer narrowly equates metaphysics with identity thinking, he considers the disclosure of the non-identical at the heart, or a more authentic reason, to be something other than metaphysics. However, even though the open and non-totalizing character of non-identity thinking is on the surface different from the closed and total character of identity thinking, it serves in Horkheimer's final thought the very same function he had earlier in his career attributed to metaphysical philosophy, namely as an insight into the transhistorical, universal, and central structure of reality on which to establish the normative foundation for one's lives, even if in this case the insight reveals non-identity rather than identity. Here we can delineate the difference between identity and non-identity thinking. It is the difference between what I would term centripetal and centrifugal metaphysics, whereas a centripetal metaphysics, which Horkheimer rejects, would aim to wash away historical contingency and differences to reveal an indissoluble identity that would in some way return us to the privileged perspective of the metaphysical center. A centrifugal metaphysics would alternatively aim to disclose the fundamentally contingent nature of history and unmask all metaphysical identities as false in the name of a non-center that continually displaces and fractures. Thus, Horkheimer's critique of instrumental reason does not explicitly contradict itself, as Lohmann claims. Rather, it erects an anti-metaphysics grounded in the transhistorical truth of non-identity, which is in the end just another metaphysics, but in this case a metaphysics of non-identity. that non-identity thinking now serves as the non-center in a centrifugal metaphysics for Horkheimer is revealed both in his characterization of identity thinking and his claim about the new task of philosophy, because Horkheimer considers non-identity true, or rather because it comes to serve as a transhistorical absolute. He falls into designating identity thinking as false, the division between the abstract ego and nature as the site of an illusion, and the forms of denomination at work in the 20th century are a result of an error that can be corrected only by returning to the truth, that is, to non-identity thinking. Horkheimer's critique of instrumental reason, as it is elaborated in The Eclipse of Reason, comes to function in the exact same manner as the form of metaphysical critique he had earlier rejected under the banner of interdisciplinary materialism, since he makes the perilous move to ground absolutely his critique of instrumental reason in the transhistoric truth of non-identity thinking, and on this basis to denounce instrumental reason as an aberration of its consequence for humanity as barbarous. Thus, we find Horkheimer moving beyond a merely pragmatic critique of instrumental reason and instead attempting to establish the legitimacy of his critique by resting it on metaphysical foundation. One might say quite simply that Horkheimer's critique reconstructed the dogmatic philosophy of history and theoretical ossification that he had earlier sought to avoid. Consequently, the only task for which Horkheimer can conceive for his new centrifugal metaphysics are merely destructive and negative. Besides maintaining the now vague hope of alleviating the suffering of individuals in contemporary society, Horkheimer can envision no greater aims than dismantling all false absolutes and preserving in the vigilance against advancing any himself, what ultimately amounts to totalizing a pessimistic philosophy. In the end, Horkheimer managed to fashion one more transhistorically absolute, an empty center into which nothing is to be placed, in the attempt to undermine all absolutes, and for this reason succeeded in reestablishing what he had sought his entire life to avoid, the tyranny of dogmatic metaphysics. But in this case, it is the tyranny of an anti-metaphysics committed to uprooting every identity in the nature of the non-identical at the heart of reason. Ultimately, Lohmann's sense that a metaphysical tone is at work in Horkheimer's critique of instrumental reason is correct. However, I have demonstrated the situation is more nuanced and even more significant than Lohmann presents it. The tone should be characterized more accurately as anti-metaphysical than metaphysical. The significance of this difference is worth noting, since it brings into relief the pearls that lie in wait for any critique of metaphysics that aims to secure absolutely its own foundation, positions that bring the metaphysical form of critique to bear on metaphysics in an attempt to refute metaphysics establishes themselves as anti-metaphysical positions, and in doing so, in bringing the tools of metaphysics to bear on metaphysics, transmogrify its variants of metaphysics, since, like metaphysics, they attempt to produce the certainty of their own critiques at the cost of declaring the universal and transhistorical certainty of their own position, which generally functions to sanction the exclusion of any position that dissents from its own. And as discussed above, it was this element of metaphysics to which Horkheimer most objected as a form of domination. That is, he thought metaphysics serves as an instrument of coercion, yet despite his awareness of the dominating tendencies lurking in metaphysics and his objection to it, Horkheimer's later critique of instrumental reason veers into establishing an anti-metaphysical position, since it elaborates a transhistorical form of non-identity thinking as a legitimate basis on which to justify its indictment of identity thinking and metaphysics, which mires him in the totalizing, dominating, and oppressive forms of thought that he sought to obviate. In other words, Horkheimer's re-philosophizing of his interdisciplinary materialism through the construction of a transhistorical concept of non-identity thinking reshapes his once open dialectic into another closed and totalizing system. However, this turn to an anti-metaphysics in his later work calls attention to how significant Horkheimer's early work elaborating an interdisciplinary materialism is for pointing the way forward for developing viable post-metaphysical philosophies that stand as genuine alternatives to metaphysics rather than as metaphysical positions that stumble into the pitfall of becoming refutations of metaphysics. Conclusion. Early in his career, Horkheimer was vigilant in casting his interdisciplinary materialism as a methodological alternative to metaphysical philosophy that importantly evades the equally perilous absurdities of academic skepticism and relativism. This was all the more impressively demonstrated in Horkheimer's refusal to provide a metaphysical foundation for the normative orientation of his interdisciplinary materialism, especially given the overwhelmingly powerful impetus one experiences in wanting to do so. One of the single greatest contributions of Horkheimer's work to critical social theory is the rigor and sophistication with which he demonstrated that his interdisciplinary materialism as a post-metaphysical philosophy can serve as a coherent method for addressing the social political issues of our time. His emphasis of alternative forms of thought and subjectivity, as well as alternative ways of relating to others and the world, still stand as significant ideals for our time. Horkheimer's work developing a viable post-metaphysical critical social theory offers a considerable theoretical resource for those looking to engage in philosophy outside the bounds of metaphysics. Okay, so pretty intense there. Yeah, glad to get in detail. That covered a lot of loose ends that I've been thinking of for a whole bunch of various aspects of research and different things I wanted to get into. And after I finish my philosophy of science series, I will be starting to move on to my series on metaphysics. So, there's a good introduction and, dive into related topics of history and truth. So I got last one. This one's pretty interesting and, very different topic, but another important topic for, truth theory is logic. So the prospects for mathematical logic in the 21st century. So an update of the big problems of current research into logic and mathematics, another important related topic. I've looked at this essay a few times. It's pretty long, but let's jump right in and okay, so this one's pretty good. It covers a lot of like the current research in math and logic. Some of it's related to various aspects of my research, and it's close to 30 pages. So it'll probably take me like an hour to read. So, sit tight and concentrate, and hopefully we'll learn something, advance some research. The prospects for mathematical logic in the 21st century. The four authors present their speculations about the future developments of mathematical logic in the 21st century. The areas of recursion theory, proof theory, and logic for computer science, model theory, and set theory are discussed independently. We can only see a short distance ahead, but we can see plenty there that needs to be done. Turing. Introduction. The annual meeting of the Association of Symbolic Logic held at the Urbana-Champaign, June 2000, included a panel discussion, the prospects for mathematical logic in the 21st century. The panel discussion included independent presentations by the four panel members, followed by approximately 1 hour of lively discussion with members of the audience. The main themes of the discussion concerned the directions of mathematical logic should or could pursue in the future. Some members of the audience strongly felt that logic needs to find more applications to mathematics. However, there was disagreement as to what kinds of application were most likely to be possible and important. Many people also felt that application to computer science would be great importance. On the other hand, quite a few people, while acknowledging the importance of applications of logic, felt the most important progress in logic comes from internal developments. It seems safe to presume that the future of mathematical logic will include a multitude of directions and a blend of the various elements. Indeed, it speaks well for the strength of the field that there are multiple compelling directions for future progress. It is to be hoped that logic will be driven both by internal developments and by external applications, and that these different directions will complement and strengthen each other. The present article consists of reports by the four panel members, at times expanding on their panel presentations. As the panel discussions, the presentations are divided into four sub-areas of logic. The topics are ordered as in the panel discussions. Shore discusses recursion theory. In section 2, Buss discusses proof theory and computer science and logic in section 3. Pillay discusses model theory in section 4. and Ketris discusses set theory in Section 5. We, the panel members, wish to thank Carl, Jacques Couste, and the rest of the program committee for conceiving the panel topics and inviting us to participate. So a lot of what you've seen the last few months, especially in the philosophy of science, is the ultimate reduction to logical formulation, and that ideas being reduced to symbolic form in forms of logic, and some could be model theory, recursion theory, or basic mathematics and logic. So in relation to that, a lot of the future research will be in the actual symbolic form of mathematical and logic theories, set theory, model theory, so on and so on. So this essay just had a pretty good overview of some of the big disputes and direction in the major fields of mathematics and logic. Recursion Theory by Richard Shore. When I was asked to participate in this panel, the first thing that came to my mind was the verse from Amos. I am neither a prophet nor a prophet's disciple. Nonetheless, with some type of trepidation, I agreed to participate. When I saw that there was also to be a panel on logic in the 20th century, I thought that one would have been easier. After all, it had already happened. In any case, I decided to start in some sense with the past. Rather than a prophet for mathematics, I have in my own past been somewhat like Amos, a tender of problems and a gatherer of theorems. To change my ways, I will start not so much with the specific questions and results as with an attempt to point to attitudes, approaches, and ideas that have made recursion theory what it is and might continue to prove useful in the future. After all, the true role of the prophet is not to predict the future, but to point out the right path and encourage people to follow it. For recursion theory, as for logic as a whole, there are great theorems in our past, but perhaps a major share of our contributions to mathematics is in the view that we take of the mathematical world and how it guides us to problems, questions, techniques, answers, and theorems. When I teach the basic mathematical logic course, I like to say that in my first lecture that what distinguishes logic is its concern for and the study of the language of mathematics. We study formal languages, their syntax and semantics, and the connections between them. Our work is motivated by the idea that not only are these and related topics worthy of study in their own right, as both mathematics and foundations, but that formalizing and analyzing the language of mathematical systems sheds light on the mathematics itself. Along these lines, the language that recursion theory originally formalizes and still studies is that of computability, machines, algorithms, deduction systems, equations, calculi, etc. Its first great contribution, of course, was the formalization of the notion of a function being computable by an algorithm and the discovery of many remarkable instances in all branches of mathematics of the dividing line between computability and non-computability, decidability and non-decidability. I see these results as instances of the overarching concern of recursion theory with notions of complexity at all levels, from the space-time and other sub-recursive hierarchies of computer science through Turing computability and arithmetic to descriptive set theory and analysis, and finally to higher recursion theory and set theory. Each way station on this road of exploration has its appropriate notions of reducibility and degree structure and its own hierarchies. Our viewpoint is that an analysis of relative complexity in any of these terms sheds important light on the fundamental notions of computability and definability and can serve to illuminate, distinguish, and classify mathematical structures in useful ways. I would like to mention a few issues and areas where I think these ideas and approaches have been useful, and I expect will continue to be so in the future. Of course, there's no expectation of being exhaustive, and I will admit to concentrating on those areas that have caught my own interest. Classical recursion theory. In general, I view the important issues in classical recursion theory as analyzing the relationship among various notions of complexity and definability, and so also investigating the possibility automorphisms of the computability structures of interest. At the general level, there are many open problems about the connections between Turing degrees, rates of growth of functions, set theoretical structure properties, definability in arithmetic, and the jump classes. For a whole array of specific questions in a range of areas, I recommend Cholik, the preceding volumes of the 1999 Boulder Conference on open problems in recursion theory. The most important and pressing current problem in this area is, I believe, the clarification of the situation with respect to first the definability of the jump operator and the notion of relative recursive enumerability, and second, the existence of automorphism in the Turing and RE degrees. In the past year, Cooper's original definition of the jump in the Turing degrees has been shown to have been false. The proposed property does not define the jump, taking an approach quite different from Cooper's. Shor and Slayman then proved that the jump is definable. Their approach uses results of the Slayman and Wooding that strongly employs set theoretical and metamathematical arguments. While this is pleasing in some ways, it is unsatisfactory in others. In particular, it does not supply what I would call a natural order theoretical definition of the jump. For example, the definition explicitly talks about coding models of arithmetic in the degrees. In various versions of Cooper, Cooper has since proposed two other candidates for natural definitions of the jump. The first does not define the jump, and it remains to be seen whether the second, much more complicated one does. Cooper has also proposed a number of ways of using such a definition of the jump to define relative recursive enumerability. There are fundamental difficulties to be surmounted in any attempt to define the notion of RE by these means, but establishing a natural definition of the jump still seems to be the most likely route to the definition of the recursive enumerability. In the area of using classical computability type complexity properties to classify mathematical structures, I would like to point to the exciting developments in the current work of Nabatatsky and Weinberger, discussed by Sohr in his lecture in the meeting. This work uses the complexity properties not just in the decidability, undecidability border, but far beyond. It uses both rates of convergence and the RE Turing degrees to distinguish interesting classes of spaces in Riemannian metrics by capturing certain types of invariance in terms of computability properties. We certainly hope for more such interactions in the future. Descriptive set theory. Although I'm far from an expert, I'm a great fan of descriptive set theory, and I view the subject as a major success for what I've called the recursion theoretical point of view. The whole array of issues connected to hierarchies, complexity classes, reducibilities, and definability are fundamental to recent work in this area. It well illustrates the ideas of classification and the analysis of mathematical structures in such terms as the belief that such analysis supplies important information about the structures. At a deeper level, the ideas of effective descriptive set theory, the direct application of notions of computability for numbers and functions from classical recursion theory to analysis of sets of reals via the revitalization of light fast-faced results and other methods permeate many respects of the area. This topic really belongs to Alexis Ketris, and but for myself, I have hopes for interactions between Borel notions and computability ones in the areas of effective algebra and model theory. The issues here, as I see it, is to classify the complexity of mathematical, algebraic, and model theoretic properties in the domain of computable mathematics. This issue arises in many disguises, some of a descriptive set theoretic nature and others in a more concerned with computability and relative computability. Effective and reverse mathematics. Perhaps within the revival of interest in computational approaches to much of mathematics, we will see more interest in some of the topics of effective mathematics, such as determining what input information about structures is needed to compare various properties, functions, and so on. The technical notions involved here include versions of intrinsic computability, degree spectra, and the like. These issues in effective mathematics are also related to the foundational concerns of reverse mathematics, which on its face use another proof theoretic yardstick to measure complexity. The proof theoretic measures used, however, turn out to be intimately connected to ones studied in recursion theory, from relative computability and the Turing jump to relative hyperarithmeticity and the hyperjump. The basic reference here is to Simpson. The foundational issues addressed by reverse mathematics are important ones, and we expect the contributions and approaches of recursion theory in this area to increase and prove important as well. A current snapshot of the work in the field is provided by the collection of Simpson. Along with the rise of mathematical interest in computational procedures, comes other views of computability that should be worth investigating. They should be measures that reflect mathematical practice in particular domains rather than just what we traditionally view as computation in our traditional discrete digital approach. One obvious candidate is the notion of computation introduced by Bloom, Shub, and Schmale. Here, the corresponding notions of complexity have been used to distinguish interesting phenomenon about Julia sets and the like in dynamics. I would suggest that we should look for other applications and other notions of computability appropriate to various mathematical domains as well. Set theory. Next, I would like to mention general set theory as an area for uses of the recursion theoretical view or worldview. I view the earlier developments of Jensen of the fine structure of L as another outstanding example of the application of this viewpoint to open up a whole line of analysis and investigation. This extension continued to grow remarkably on their own as witnesses by the talks of Steele and Neiman at this meeting and, for example, Lowe and Steele. There is also still room for applications of definability, complexity, and effective analysis in the setting of classical set theoretical problems, as witnessed, for example, by recent work by Slayman and Grosick and Slayman. Saving the best for last, we come to computer science. Computer science, the origins of logic were in foundations and philosophy. Most of us on this panel and in the audience were trained and grew up as mathematicians. The primary future growth opportunities of logic, however, clearly lie in computer science. I would make the analogy that logic is to computer science what mathematics is to physics, and vice versa. Logic serves as the language and foundation for computer science, as mathematics does for physics. Conversely, computer science applies major problems and new arenas for logical analysis, as physics does for mathematics. This relationship has affected and will affect not just recursion theory, but all of logic. There are far too many instances to even mention, but I point to a symposium last year at the American Association for the Advancement of Science titled On the Unusual Effectiveness of Logic in Computer Science, reported on in Halprin as one of the multifaceted indicator of the view from computer science. Of course, Sam Buss has much more to say about logic and computer science, but for now, I'll put in a word from my own sponsor, recursion theory. The notions of reducibility, complexity measures, and hierarchies are fundamental to theoretical computer science, both below and above the level of polynomial time computability. We have analogs of the classical reducibilities, including 1-1, many-1, bounded truth tables, weak truth tables, and Turing that reflect various views of boundedness of different resources. We also see analogs of notions from higher recursion theory, such as fixed points, inductive definability, and admissibility ordinals. Interesting new notions have been developed at low complexity levels that present alternate notions of computability involving non-determinate probabilistic procedures, among others. The relationship among these various restricted and extended notions of computation from the core questions of complexity theory in computer science. What are the relationship among classes? We hope that these methods and insights of recursion theory will play a role in the solution of these fundamental problems in computability. These concerns will continue to illuminate the investigations of computation from both practical and theoretical vantage points. More radical innovations are needed, however, to better reflect the finiteness of all types of resources. There is a challenge for computer science computability in theory and logic as a whole. Linear logic and finite model theory represent some attempts at addressing these issues, but others are needed that incorporate finiteness and boundedness or resources in other ways. Nonetheless, our view from infinity will continue to lend perspectives as in the role of uniformity, and so play a role in analyzing the finite as well. In a different direction, we return to the original language of computation. Here, the beginning of recursion theory have already played an important role. The Turing machine model as a basic one for computation, and the lambda calculus is one of the programming languages, both abstract and actual. And so we come back to the beginnings of the study of the formal languages of computation. Along these lines, I would like to close with 3 certainly not original and probably pie-in-the-sky problems. 1, prove the Church-Turing thesis by finding intuitively obvious or at least clearly acceptable properties of computation that suffice to guarantee that any function so computed is recursive. Turing argues for the thesis that any function that can be calculated by an abstract human being using various mechanical aids can be computed by a Turing machine and so is recursive. Gandhi argues that any function that can be calculated by a machine is also Turing computable. Deutsch approaches this issue from a more quantum mechanical perspective. Martin Davis has pointed out that one can easily prove that computations is given by deductions in first-order logic relations from a finite set of sentences about numerals, and the functions being defined are necessarily recursive. An analysis based on the view that what is to be captured is human mechanical computability is given in SIG. Perhaps the question is whether we can sufficiently be precise about what we mean by computation without reference to a method of carrying out the computation so as to give a more general, more convincing argument independent of the physical or logical implementation. For example, do we reject the non-recursive solutions to certain differential equations as counterexamples on the basis of our understanding of physics or computability? Along these lines, we have suggested two related questions. What does physics have to say about computability and provability or logic? Do physical restrictions on the one hand or quantum computing on the other mean that we should modify our understanding of computability or at least study other notions? Consider Deutsch's Church-Turing principle and arguments that all physically possible computations can be done by a quantum computer analog of the universal Turing machine. He argues, in addition, that the functions computable in a probabilistic sense by a quantum Turing machine are the same as the ones computable by an ordinary Turing machine, but that there is, in principle, an exponential speedup in the computation. How do these considerations affect our notions of both computability and provability? For some of the issues here, see Deutsch. Find and argue conclusively for a formal definition of algorithm and the appropriate analog in the Church-Turing thesis. Here you want to capture the intuitive notion that, for example, two particular programs in perhaps different languages express the same algorithm, while other ones that compute the same function represent different algorithms for the function. Thus, we want a definition that will, up to some precise equivalence relation, capture the notion that two algorithms are the same as opposed to just computing the same function. Machkovakis is an interesting approach to this problem from the viewpoint that recursion and an appropriate formal language for it should be taken as basic to this endeavor. Proof theory and logic for computer science, Sam Buss. I discuss in this section prospects for both proof theory and for computer science logic. I will first present a broad overview of the presently active areas in proof theory and computer science logic and my opinions on which areas are likely to be important in the future. I then make some specific predictions about future developments in these areas. The section concludes with an exhortation for mathematical logicians to pay more attention to the applications of logic in computer science. I'm charged with the task of discussing both proof theory and computer science logic in this section. It thus has happened that proof theory is somewhat shortchanged. The reader who wishes to seek more comments on proof theory can find opinions by a large group of proof theorists in the compendium prepared by Pfefferman. Proof theory. I first present a very quick overview of the present goals of proof theory. Table 1 gives a threefold view of proof theory, in which proof theory is split into three broad categories based on the goals of the work in proof theory. The first column represents the traditional classic approaches to mathematical proof theory. In this area, the goal has been to understand stronger and stronger systems from second-order logic up through the higher set theories, and especially to give constructive analysis of the proof theoretical strengths of strong systems. This part of proof theory has, of course, seen outstanding progress in the past century, but in recent times has had more limited success. The work on constructive analysis of strong systems has become stymied by technical difficulties, and progress has tended to be incremental. Further significant progress will require substantial breakthrough in applicability, say, to all of higher order logic, as well as a breakthrough in technical simplicity. Lest the assessment of this area of proof theory seems to be harsh, I hasten to add that the methods and results of this area are fundamental to the other areas of proof theory. The second column represents the smallest area of proof theory. The presence of the category is justified by the facts that I'm presenting the areas of proof theory categorized by their goals. The essential goal of this area is the resolution of the important questions in the computation complexity, such as the P versus NP question. This question turns out to be very closely linked to corresponding questions about provability. about proof complexity, and about proof search in a very weak proof system, including systems as weak as propositional logic. It is an amazing fact that very fundamental and simple questions about propositional logic are still open. I will make predictions about the future of these questions below. So the area of proof theory organized by goals. So threefold view of proof theory. You have strong systems, weak systems, and applied proof theory. Strong systems, the topic central foundations of proof theory, ordinal analysis, fragments of type theory and set theory, the goals and directions, constructive analysis of second order logic and stronger theories, methods and tools used extensively in the other areas. For weak systems, the topics are expressive, but weak systems, including bounded arithmetic, complexity, especially low level, proof complexity, propositional logic, the goals and directions. Central problem is the P versus NP and related questions. Applied proof theory topics very diverse. Theorem proving, logic programming, language design, includes logic which are inherently not first order. Goals direction, again, very diverse. Central problem is the AI problem of the developing true artificial intelligence. The third column represents the broadest branch of the proof theory. It is also the oldest in that it predates the modern mathematical development of proof theory, which is with its essential goals already stated by Leibniz. One goal of this area is to provide logical systems strong enough to encompass more and more of human reasoning. A second goal is the development of true AI or artificial intelligence. Of course, this area of proof theory is extremely diverse. It includes the aspects of proof theory that deal with reasoning in restricted domains and aspects of proof theory that are applicable to programming languages. I wish to avoid philosophical issues about consciousness, self-awareness, and what it means to have a soul, and instead seek a purely operational approach to artificial intelligence. Thus, I define artificial intelligence as being constructed systems which can reason and interact both syntactically and semantically. To stress the last word in the last sentence, I mean that a true artificial intelligence system should be able to take the meaning of statements into account, or at least act as if it takes the meaning into account. There's some debate about whether logic is really a possible foundation for artificial intelligence. The idea that logic should be the foundation for AI has fallen out of favor. Indeed, much of the work of artificial intelligence today is done with non-discrete systems such as neural nets, which would not count as part of proof theory. To the best of my knowledge, there is only one large-scale present-day attempt to build an AI system based on logic, namely the CYC system, and this so far has not reported significant success in spite of massive effort. Nonetheless, is my opinion that purely analog systems such as neural nets will not provide a complete solution to the AI problem, but rather the discrete processing, including proof theoretical aspects, will be needed for constructing AI systems. Of course, most present-day research in applied proof theory is not aimed directly at the AI problem. There is a large amount of work being done to extend logic beyond the domain of first-order logic. This includes, for instance, non-metonic logic, mobile and dynamic logics, database logics, fuzzy logics, etc. What these rather disparate areas have in common is that they all wish to extend logic well beyond the boundaries of the kind of first-order logic that has been successful in the foundations of mathematics. I make some specific predictions about the prospects for artificial intelligence in a later section. Logic for computer science. A skeletal overview at the present state of affairs for applications of logic to computer science is presented in Table 2, which is titled The Octopus of Logic for Computer Science. I've not attempted to make a definitive summary of the applications of logic to computer science in Table 2, as they are far too numerous and varied for me to make such an attempt. The main point of the table is to illustrate how diverse and extensive the applications of logic for computer science have become. Computer science has strong interactions with most of the traditional areas of logic, with the sole exception of set theory. First, the early developments of both the theory and practice of computer science were very closely linked to the development of recursion theory, beginning with the emergence of the stored program paradigm arising from Turing's model for universal computers. In more recent times, recursion theory has been less closely linked to computer science. However, developments in complex theory have often been inspired by constructions in recursion theory. Proof theory has many connections to computer science. Indeed, the bulk of the work in the third category of applied proof theory in Table 1 is oriented toward applications of computer science. In addition, the second category of proof theory has been found to have many connections to complexity theory. There are likewise many applications of model theory in computer science as well. In Table 2, these include finite model theory, database theory, and model checking. More generally, whenever one deals with the semantics of a language, one is implicitly doing model theory. Further directions and some predictions. The above overviews of proof theory and the logic for computer science indicate the directions that I feel will be their most important areas for future development. To be even more explicit about my expectations for the future, I will now make a series of quite specific predictions about when we may solve the important problems in these areas. P versus NP and related questions. Although progress is actually solving the P versus NP problem has been very slow, there's been a vast amount of work related to P, NP, and other complexity classes. I do not believe that there should be any inherent reason why a solution to the P versus NP problem should be difficult, but rather think we just need to find the right idea. Thus, I make the following prediction. Prediction 1. The P versus NP problem and many related questions in complexity theory will be solved by the following dates, 2010 plus or minus 10 years. I further predict that P is distinct from NP. However, I am agnostic about the truth of many of the commonly conjectured cryptographic conjectures. I hope that the solution to the P versus NP problem will be some kind of extension through the diagonalization method. That is to say that there will be some logical reason extending the ideas of self-reference which will be able to resolve the P-NP problem. The alternative to logical solution of this type will be a combinatorial proof more in lines of the so far obtained circuit lower bounds of Yau, Hasted, Rezborov, Smolensky, and others. To my mind, a combinatorial proof would be a bit disappointing, and a logical proof would be far preferable. Obviously, a logical proof would be a tremendous boost to the prestige of importance of logic. Two promising recent approaches to solving the P versus NP problem include recent work on diagonalization and natural proofs and Craig interpolation. More broadly, much of the work in weak first-order theories and the propositional proof complexity is motivated by the desire to find a logical proof that P does not equal NP. As far as I know, the P versus NP problem has not been solved, so this was written in 2000, so this prediction was not true. Future problems in proof complexity. Problem, the most important problem in proof complexity is better understand the structure of the propositional and first-order proofs with cuts. So here's table 2, the octopus of logic for computer science. So the logic for computer science, so real computation includes real closed fields, geometry, complexity of real computation, hybrid systems, computer algebra systems. Weak proof systems include resolution, logic programming, constraint logic programming, theorem provers, equational logics, team rewriting, behavioral logics, non-metonical logics, AI, model checking. Other logics includes database languages, least fixed points, modal logics, dynamic logics, theories of knowledge, resource-aware logic, linear logic. Complexity theory includes reducibility, oracles, feasibility, complexity, P versus NP, circuit complexity, parallel complexity, finite model theory, diagonalization, natural proofs, proof complexity, Craig interpolation, learning theory, bounded arithmetic. Strong proof systems include polymorphism, object-oriented languages, abstract data types, lambda calculi, combinatorial logistics, functioning programming, category theory, realizability. Language design includes programmable language, deannotational semantics, query languages, grammars, parsing, automata theory, natural language processing. Verification includes program correctness, hardware verification, fault tolerance, proof carrying code, liveness, safeness. And probabilistic computation includes randomized computation, probabilistic proofs, interactive proofs, PCP, holographic proofs, and quantum computing. So you see a very big field. Another very important problem is to either find or prove impossible proof search procedures which both are more efficient than human mathematicians and yield humanly intelligible proofs. However, I think this problem is extremely difficult and can be accomplished only with the solution to the next problem. Artificial intelligence, as discussed above, true AI will involve semantic reasoning based on machine understanding. I do not expect that artificial intelligence will be an all or nothing event of the kind frequently envisioned in popular literature, where one day suddenly discover that machines have become intelligent. I also think that some of the currently expressed fears about the dangers of artificial intelligence are way overblown. Rather, I predict that the progress in artificial intelligence will be a long, slow process of incremental gains. Nonetheless, I make the following prediction. Prediction 2, there will be a limited but significant success in artificial intelligence by 2050 plus or minus 30 years. As I discussed earlier, I predict that success in artificial intelligence will require logic-based reasoning. By limited but significant success, I envision that artificial intelligence may be successful in some relatively broad domain of knowledge, which is generally acknowledged as involving operational understanding of semantic concepts. One good possibility for a first knowledge domain for the initial artificial intelligence system is in the area of mathematical reasoning. There are several advantages for mathematical reasoning as knowledge domain. Firstly, a computer can interact more or less on an equal footing with a human since no physical interaction is required. Secondly, the domain is precisely describable with fixed rules. Thirdly, reasoning in mathematics requires both creativity and a significant semantic understanding of the subject matter, and thus represents a significant challenge for the AI system. This leads to the next prediction. Prediction 3. Computer databases of mathematical knowledge will contain, organize, and retrieve most of the known mathematical literature by 2030 plus or minus 10 years. The first step in fulfilling this prediction is to design a formal language which can faithfully represent mathematical objects and constructions in a flexible, extensible way. Perhaps an object-oriented language would be a good choice for this. However, present-day object-oriented languages are not adequate for representing mathematical objects. One of the original stated goals of mathematical logic was to provide a foundational understanding of mathematics. Quite possibly, the next major step forward in the foundation of mathematics will occur in conjunction with the development of systems fulfilling prediction 3, or perhaps even with AI systems for mathematical reasoning. The relation of logic and computer science. As illustrated in the octopus, the area of logic for computer science is a very active, vital, and diverse discipline. Indeed, it is likely that there are more people working on logic within computer science than outside of computer science. In addition, many of the recent developments in computer science call into question the fundamental concepts of mathematical logic. For instance, the introduction of probabilistic proofs and interactive proofs and the possibility of quantum computing threaten the correctness of two of the most fundamental notions of logic, namely the notions of proof and computability. However, the so-called core areas of logic have historically slighted or ignored developments in computer science. Of course, this is not universally true, and there are numerous examples of crossover research. Furthermore, in recent years, the use of logic in computer science has reached a critical mass, and it is no longer really possible for core areas of logic to ignore applications of logic for computer science. Nonetheless, I think most people would agree that there is significant cultural separation between the traditional areas of logic and the use of logic for computer science. This separation started before my time, so it is difficult for me to say with any certainty why it occurred, but my impression is that their separation arose in part because of the field of theoretical computer science began. The work lacked focus, seemed somewhat ad hoc and overly concrete, and sometimes lacked depth. Of course, this is not unexpected in a field which is still in its formative stages. By comparison, logic in the 1960s was embarked on a grand project of building coherent and deep theories about a large-scale concepts such as large cardinals, higher notions of computability, stronger constructive theories, etc. The work in computer science took the opposite direction of looking at low-level complexity, expressibility, improvability in weak languages, etc. After about 50 years of work, theoretical computer science has reached the point where, on one hand, it is a mature field with deep and far-reaching results, but on the other hand, still has an extremely basic open questions such as whether P is equal to NP, or whether mathematically secure cryptography is possible. Stronger ties between mathematical logic and computer science certainly need to be encouraged. The field of theoretical computer science has grown extremely large, but it's still very much in a formative stage, with many key theorems still to be proved and very many advances still needed. Theoretical computer science offers many new applications of logic and challenges or extends many of the fundamental notions of mathematical logic. Model theory by Nan Pillay. My aim is to describe some trends and perspectives in model theory. This article is an expanded version of my talk in the panel of future at the ASL meeting in Urbana. I will also incorporate some points which came out during the subsequent discussion and so the article may have a somewhat polemic flavor. Wilfred Hodge's book Model Theory is a basic text for the subject, and its comprehensive bibliography can be used as a reference for much of the work cited in the present article, in particular for everything in the introduction. As in Ketris' article, it is useful to distinguish between internal and external aspects of research and model theory. One could also call these aspects inward and outward looking. Of course, this distinction is not clear cut, and in fact, I will describe a remarkable unification that has been in process for many years. In any case, this inward versus outward dichotomy in no way corresponds to logic or foundations versus mathematics or applications. By inward looking, I mean the development and study of concepts, problems proper to model theory itself. Included here are the compactness theorem for first-order logic, Gödel, Markov, and Tarski, the theory of quantifier elimination and model completeness, Tarski and Robinson, homogeneous, universal, and saturated models, Morley-Vaught, countable theories, models of complete theories, Vaught, omitting types, products, Pfefferman-Vaught, generalized quantifiers, infinitary logics, Shaler's work on classification theory, following Morley's work on uncountably categorical theories, possibly represented the first fully fledged program within model theory proper. The nature of the problem, as well as various theorems of Shaler himself, allowed him to restrict his attention to a rather small class of first order theories, the stable ones for which a deep theory was developed. By outward looking, I mean the use of model theoretic methods in the study of specific structures or theories from mathematics and even from logic itself. Early such work was Markov's use of compactness theorem to prove local theorems in group theory. One should include completeness, model completeness, and quantifier elimination results from abelian groups and various classes of other fields such as real closed, algebraically closed, p-adically closed, differentially closed, and so on, and resulting applications. One should also include here non-standard analysis, as well as the use of model theoretical methods such as non-standard models in set theory and the study of piano arithmetic and its fragments. Among the past successes of outward-looking model theory are the Axe, Kachin-Ershov analysis of Henselian valued fields and the resulting asymptotic solutions to the conjecture of Artin. The current situation. The 1780s saw something of a separation between those interested primarily in model theory as a tool for doing mathematics or logic, and those often working in and around stability theory, for whom model theory was also an end in itself. This separation is again only an approximation to the truth. There were people on both sides and also on neither side, as already results of Zilber, Cherlin, Harrington, and Lachlan and McIntyre had conducted the pure theory with some basic structures of mathematics. In any case, the separation referred to above gave rise to a necessary and important internal development of the subject. Even though there was a good relations and mutual admiration between the different camps, some people in the first group were somewhat suspicious of what they saw as overtly set theoretical preoccupations in Shaler's program and theory. The last 10 or 15 years have seen a remarkable unification of even reunification of these differing trends and emphasis. One respect is that the machinery and conceptual framework of stability theory has been brought to bear on the analysis of concrete structures in new ways. Related to this is that various notions, dichotomies of stability theory turn out to have meaning not only in the general theory, but for the outside mathematical world. Actually, I'm here talking not about stability theory per se, but about what one might call generalized stability theory, the development of the machinery of independence, dimension theory, or orthogonality in model theoretical contexts, both broader than and outside stable theories, such as simple theories and O-minimal theories. Going the other way, a kind of sensitivity to the mathematical world, especially what one may call a geometric sensibility, complementing the usual set theoretic sensibility characteristic of logicians, has influenced the pure theory. As a result of these and earlier developments, model theories assumed a rather new role, complementing the classical foundations of mathematics. This is reflected in Hrushevsky's description of model theory as the geography of tame mathematics. I give no definition of tame mathematics or tame structures. The real p-adic and complex fields are tame. The ring of integers and field of rationals are very non-tame or wild, as in any structure which interprets them. Making sense of the tame-wild borderline becomes a mathematical issue. Generalized stability theory tends to rule out the interpretability of wild structures. Let me give a couple of examples of the unification referred to above. The first is amazing journey from finite fields to the independence theorem for simple theories. James X established the decidability of the theory of finite fields in the 60s using among other things, the Langweil estimate for the number of points or on varieties over finite fields. In spite of much work on pseudo-finite fields and their generalizations, pseudo-algebraically closed fields, the connection with abstract model theoretic notions remained obscure. Shalap introduced simple theories in the late 70s as theories without the tree property, a certain combinatorial property of formulas, generalizing stable theories, theories without the order property. His idea was that the machinery of stability theories, such as forking, might generalize to simpler theories. Although Shalap made several crucial insights, the situation remained problematic, and the subject was not developed further until the mid-90s. In the early 90s, Chatsidakis, Vandendries, and McIntyre, continuing Ack's work, gave a description of definable sets in finite fields, and thus in the limits, pseudo-finite fields associating two definable sets, both dimensions and measures, and asking several questions such as the status of imaginaries and pseudo-finite fields. I remember receiving the preprint and leafing through it with the wonder late one afternoon at Notre Dame. Hershovsky went further than I did. He answered the question in a more general context. Theories of finite S1 rank improve the independence theorem for these theories, a result concerning the amalgamation of free extensions of types. In the meantime, Kim has showed that the basic theory of forking does indeed go through for Shalap's simple theories motivated by Hershovsky's work. The independence theorem was proved for arbitrary simple theories and was moreover observed to be a characteristic property of simple theories. Another example is O minimality. The notion of O minimality was developed both as an abstraction of the properties of semi-algebraic sets over the reals and as an analog of the strong minimality in the presence of total ordering. In any case, if one allows the notion of the total ordering as belonging to logic, the classification of O-minimal structures is an issue also of pure logic. A theorem of Peterzel and Starchenko recovers expansions of real closed fields for O-minimality. This should be considered as a foundational result in the new sense from a notion of pure logic. One recovers model theoretically expansions of real algebraic geometry. Hershovsky and Zilber, in an earlier paper, had already proved a similar result of Zarinsky's geometries recovering algebraic geometry. Major results in the 90s were Wilke's proof of model completeness and O-minimality of the real field equipped with the exponential function, and Hershovsky's proof of the Mordell-Lang conjecture for functional fields in all characteristics. Wilke's ingenious proof made use of the general theory of O-minimality. There was continuing work on finding richer O-minimal expansions of the real field. Hershovsky's work was informed by almost all the accumulated results in stability theory, geometric stability theory, and stability theoretic algebra, differentially closed fields, and separably closed fields. From this work and ongoing work by Hershovsky and others, one sees that the model theoretic stability theoretical distinction between linear or modular and nonlinear non-modular behavior of definable sets has meaning in the world of geometry and number theory. The terms applied modal theory and applied model theorist have been recently bandied around by various people to describe in a blanket fashion much of the current work in model theory and its practitioners. I hope the above distinction example showed that is just wrong and moreover completely misses the point. Although individuals may choose to see themselves as applied, what is specific to current development is not shifting of attention to the external mathematical world, but the mutual interaction between external and internal points of view and the corresponding enrichment of both. There is now a reasonably coherent sense of what it means to understand a structure. It means understanding the category of definable sets, including quotients by definable equivalence relations. Generalized stability theorem gives a host of concepts and tools which informs this analysis. Dimension theory, the assignment of meaningful ordinal valued dimensions to a definable sets invariant under definable bijection. orthogonality, geometries, definable groups, and homogeneous spaces. As mentioned earlier, the context in which such tools are applicable tend to rule out Gödel undecidability phenomenon. Interpretability is a key, even characteristic notion in a tautological sense of the business of pure model theory becomes the classification of first-order theories up to by interpretability. It is worth pointing out what some may consider paradoxical in foundation, model theory, and the wild-tame distinction. From a classical foundational point of view, the objects of mathematics which can be most immediately grasped are the accessible domains referred to in Sieg's talk, such as the set of natural numbers equipped with all its arithmetic operations. On top of these are built in the set theoretical, more complicated objects of mathematics. In fact, it is some of these latter objects, such as locally compact fields, which, once their set theoretical genesis is forgotten, will have direct access to via quantifier elimination and decidability theorems. The accessibility domains, such as the number fields and their absolute Galois groups, although among the central objects in mathematics, remain mysterious in many ways. It is typical of mathematics to approach problems about these objects via tame objects, such as via the Hasse principle and its obstructions. There are many important current areas of research in and around model theory which are not directly included in the above discussion. The model theory of modules has been a particularly active field. The Ziegler spectrum of a ring originating from a model theoretical considerations, positive primitive formulas, is now a key notion and tool in the representation theory of rings. In this case, too, the stability theoretical perspective has been important. Work on generalized quantifiers and infinitary logic continues, especially in the context of non-structure theories by Shalad and his collaborators. The subject, finite model theory, the study of definable classes of finite structures and definability in finite structures has also been rather active, with connections to computer science and complexity. In this context, first-order definability is often the wrong notion to consider, and either fragments, such as first-order logic with finitely many variables, or other logics are more appropriate. Even in this context of first-order definability on infinite structures, non-first-order considerations naturally arise. For example, when one wants to consider type-definable sets and even their quotients by type-definable equivalences, relations as structures in their own right. Although non-standard analysis has long ago become a separable subject, model theory has been enriched by the developments of appropriate logics and tools for dealing with metric spaces, Banach spaces, and the like. The future. I will not try to predict developments, but will limit myself to discussing a few themes and problems which are mostly related to the current developments discussed above. This is, of course, both limited and influenced by own knowledge and preoccupations. Foundations of model theory. What is the right language and level of generality for model theory? The traditional framework of one-sorted structures and their point sets has long been recognized as being rather restrictive. The actual practice of model theorists is somewhat more in line with the points of view of the categorical logic. Moreover, a degree of flexibility is required to deal with various natural elaboration of and variants of first-order definability. Classification of uncountably categorical and related structures up to by interpretability. This is a rather strong formulation of Zilber's program. In this form, it will probably never be accomplished, but it subsumes an enormous amount of work in model theory, the geometry of strongly minimal sets, the mathematics around Hershkovsky's amalgamation fusion techniques, the structure of simple non-commutative groups of finite Morley rank, Sherlin's conjecture, and the theory of covers. Included in related structures is the structure of finite SU rank, say, where much of the geometric theory has still to be developed. Interpreted more loosely, we could include here ongoing work in stability, its generalizations such as simple theories, and the classification of first-order theories. Model theory and analysis geometry. It is hoped that the second part of Hilbert's 16th problem, uniform bounds on the number of limit cycles of polynomial planar vector fields, can be approached by finding suitably rich O-minimal expansions of the real field. The understanding of complex exponentiation is a major challenge, in particular Zilber's conjecture that the complex field equipped with the exponential function is tamed modulo countable definable sets. By meromorphic geometry is concerned with the classification of compact manifolds up to the bimeromorphic equivalence, there's a hope that geometric stability theoretic methods would yield non-trivial results here, although maybe it's too early to tell. There are intriguing connections with O-minimal complex analysis. I also include here further developments of modal theoretical techniques of notions and notions appropriate for metric spaces, Banach spaces, and function spaces, as well as applications. Model theory and number theory. The kind of model theoretic methods discussed in this article have not yet penetrated the central problems concerning rational points, namely over-numbered fields of varieties. This is a major challenge, and any progress would have to incorporate arithmetic features such as heights into associated model theoretic structures. On the other hand, various theorems about rational points, such as Mordell-Lang over number fields, have equivalent modal theoretic statements, although not as yet model theoretic proofs. In fact, we have a new twist on the notion of fragments of arithmetic. Fix a variety V defined over Q and let MV be the structure. So we adjoin a predicate for the rational points of V to the complex field. It is this case that MV is either stable or undecidable. What are the possible Turing degrees of such structures? Are these questions settled by the Lang conjectures on varieties of general type? Model theory and differential equations. I mean here the algebraic theory of differential equations and the structure of solution sets. Concerning ordinary differential equations, the fine structure of definable sets of infinite Morley rank in differentially closed fields is relevant. It challenges to the extent finiteness theorem for equations of order 1 to the higher order case. For partial differential equation, infinite dimensional sets, definable sets of infinite Morley rank in the appropriate structures come into the picture and are hardly understood at the model theoretically. Another important problem is to identify and axiotize the universal domains appropriate for the kinds of asymptotic differential algebra embodied in Hardy fields. Finally, one would hope for model theoretic methods, especially those discussed in this article, to be relevant to Grothendieck's conjecture in the arithmetic of linear differential equations. Finite and pseudo-finite structures. I'm referring here to first-order model theoretic study of infinite limits in various senses of finite structures and the light this sheds on uniformities in families of finite structures. So this is not exactly the same as so-called finite model theory. The work on smooth approximable structures, as well as work on pseudo-finite groups and fields, fall under this rubric. The content and implications of pseudo-finiteness being an ultra product of finite structures is an important issue. Hilbert's 10th problem over Q. This is very much related to the number theory discussion above. The problem is whether there is an effective way of deciding, given a finite system of polynomials and several variables with rational coefficients, whether or not this system has a solution, all of whose coordinates are rational numbers. Formulated logically, it is this problem of the decidability of the existential theory. Formulated geometrically, it is a problem of deciding the existence of rational points on varieties defined over Q. A negative solution would follow from being able to existentially define the ring Z in the field Q. A possible obstruction to this is a certain conjecture of Barry-Mazur on the topology of rational points of varieties. It is rather interesting that number theories appear to favor a positive solution to the main problem. In fact, in the case of curves of one-dimensional varieties, it has been conjectured that one can even compute the set of rational points. Vought's conjecture. Vought's conjecture for the first-order countable theories remains open. A first-order countable theory has at most one omega or exactly two to the omega countable models. One hopes that the renewal of this approach from below, started by Schiller in the omega stable cases and continued by Buchler and Nowulski for the superstable or finite rank case. It would be nice to see also an approach from the above in the more general context of L theories. It is a special case of the topological Vaught conjecture from descriptive set theory. Logic and mathematics. One theme in the discussion following the panel presentation was how can logic increase its prestige within mathematics, and how does one go about making a splash which mathematicians will take notice of? My feeling is that this is the wrong sort of question. If one wants some kind of meaningful interaction with other parts of mathematics, it is the conviction that this is a worthwhile intellectual enterprise rather than the desire to make a splash, which is crucial. This conviction amounts essentially to a belief in the unity of mathematics. There has been much discussion of this unity in mathematics in recent times, often in connection with deep conjectures relating arithmetic, geometry, analysis, representation theory, etc. One feels, moreover, that logicians, especially in the light of their foundational concerns, should have some level of engagement with these issues and conjectures. There's another sociological aspect. Insofar as logicians live and operate within mathematics departments, there's a need to talk and to interact with the people around them. So the issue is that the sensitivity to mathematics and educating our graduate students accordingly. I believe that with such sensitivity, interactions and splashes will take care of themselves, and our subject, or rather its various branches, may end up being transformed in the process. Set theory by Alexander Ketras. I will present here some speculations on future directions in set theory. Modern set theory is a vast and very diverse subject, so it is obvious that in a short time I cannot possibly cover all important aspects of research in the field. I will also concentrate on discussing in fairly broad terms general programs and trends as opposed to special problems, with some obvious exceptions. For the purpose of this presentation, it will be convenient for me to distinguish two aspects of research in set theory. The first, which I will call internal or foundational, is concerned with the understanding and clarification of the basic concept of set theory itself, and aims at providing the foundation for a comprehensive and satisfactory theory of sets. Since the time of Cantor, set theory has been continuously evolving towards that goal, and this trend will undoubtedly continue in the future. The second aspect, which I will call external or interactive, deals with the connections of set theory with other areas of mathematics. This includes the use of set theoretical concepts, methods, and results in establishing the foundations or helping the development of other mathematical disciplines, as well as the application of set theoretical techniques in the solution of specific problems in such areas. Of course, these two aspects, internal and external, are often closely interrelated. Also, following a well-established tradition and going back to Cantor, it will be useful to subdivide the theory of sets into the theory of the continuum or theory of point sets, the study of sets and functions on the real complex numbers, Euclidean spaces, or more generally, Polish complete separable metric spaces, and the general set theory of arbitrary sets and cardinals. An important further distinction in the theory of continuum was introduced in the early 20th century by the French, Russian, and Polish analysts who laid out the foundations of descriptive set theory or definability theory of the continuum, which is the study of definable sets and functions on Polish spaces. So we can subdivide the theory of the continuum into descriptive set theory and the theory of arbitrary point sets. For example, a question such as the measurability of the projective sets belongs to the first part, but the continuum hypothesis or the study of cardinal characteristics of the continuum belongs to the second. Again, all these aspects of set theory are closely interrelated. With these classifications in mind, I will now discuss some prospects for research in set theory. Descriptive set theory. Work in the last 30 years or so has resulted in a resolution of the foundational internal issues facing descriptive set theory. There is now a very satisfactory and comprehensive foundation for the theory of definable sets and functions on Polish spaces based on the principles of definable determinacies. This theory also fits beautifully within the framework of global set theory as currently developed throughout the theory of large cardinals. The determinacy principle, in fact, equivalent is an appropriate sense to the existence of certain types of large cardinals. Moreover, the structure theory of definable sets in Polish spaces that determinacy unveils has a very close and deep relationship with the unfolding intermodal theory of large cardinals, an example of which was so vividly illustrated in Itay Niemann's talk in this conference. Thus, the foundational aspect of descriptive set theory are, by and large, settled now. Research in this area are now increasingly preoccupied with external issues. These consist of applying the ideas, methodology, and results of descriptive set theory, both in its classical and modern manifestation, to other areas of mathematics, while at the same time developing new directions in the theory itself, which are motivated by such interactions. Interestingly, this also leads to the use of sophisticated methods and results from other areas of mathematics in solution of purely set theoretical problems in descriptive set theory. Intriguing such connections have been discovered during the last 15 years or so in such areas as classical real analysis, harmonic analysis, Banach space theory, and ergodic theory. More recently, a very promising new area that is very actively investigated deals with the development of a theory of complexity of classification problems in mathematics, a classification problem being the question of categorizing a class of mathematical objects up to some notion of equivalence by invariance, and the closely related theory of descriptive dynamics, the theory of definable actions of Polish groups on Polish spaces. This work brings descriptive set theory into contact with current developments in various areas of mathematics, such as dynamic systems, including ergodic theory and topological dynamics, the theory of topological groups and the representations, operator algebras, Albanian and combinatorial group theory. Moreover, it provides new insights in the traditional relationships of descriptive set theory with other areas of mathematical logic, as, for example, with recursion theory concerning the global structure of Turing degrees, or with model theory through the topological Vaught conjecture and the general study of the isomorphism relation to uncountable structures. Moving beyond descriptive set theory, I will concentrate on two other major aspects, the theory of large cardinals and the theory of small cardinals. The theory of large cardinals. The goal of the theory of large cardinals is to understand the higher reaches of infinity and their effect on its lower levels. Another important aspect here is the use of large cardinal principles as a global scale for calibrating the consistency strength of extensions of classical Zermelo-Frankel set theory. Most of the effort in this area today is going towards the internal or foundational aspect of this theory, where a vigorous and far-reaching program is actively pursued, dealing with the development of canonical inner models for large cardinals and their detailed analysis and their structure, as well as their relationship with descriptive set theory. This program is by no means complete yet, and it will undoubtedly be one of the main topics of set theoretical research in the foreseeable future. It is also closely interrelated to many other important directions of research in set theory, including infinite combinatorics and the development of forcing techniques. Simultaneously with the pursuit of the foundational goals, there have been several interesting external developments here as well. There is, of course, a long tradition of application of set theoretical techniques involving, for example, forcing, infinite combinatorics, as well as large cardinals, to many areas of abstract algebra, functional analysis, measure theory, and general topology. For instance, in obtaining significant independence and consistency results, as, for example, in the Whitehead problem, the Kaplansky conjecture, and the S and L space problems. And this will, of course, continue in the future. More recently, large cardinal theory is finding its way into more concrete situations. Friedman applies combinatorics of large cardinals to obtain new combinatorial principles for finite sets. Moreover, he shows that these principles acquire, in an appropriate sense, these large cardinal hypotheses. Another interesting direction relates the structure of elementary embeddings associated with large cardinals to that of the self-distributive algebras of Bragg groups through the work of Lever, D'Hortnoy, and others. The theory of small cardinals. In this context, I include both the study of arbitrary point sets, in particular problems such as the continuum hypothesis, as well as the theory of the small alephes. Here, the fundamental situation is far from clear. The theory of large cardinals has many important implications here, in particular in terms of the consistency and independence results. However, it is well known that in the present form, which is largely immune to forcing constructions, it does not resolve key issues such as the continuum hypothesis. It is clear that a satisfactory and comprehensive theory of small cardinals needs to be developed, within which we can hope to achieve the resolution of the basic set theoretical problems and related questions. A promising new approach along these lines has been recently initiated by Wooden, which aims at developing a theory that leads to a complete understanding of the definability structure of the power set of omega and P of omega, which will parallel the complete understanding of the definability structure of the power set based on the principle of definable determinacy. Towards developing such a theory, Wooden proposes a new principle concerning the definability structure and a rich form of P of omega, which implies the failure of the continuum hypothesis. In fact, it gives the answer to 2 to aleph sub 0 equals aleph sub 2 for the value of the cardinality of the continuum. It is, of course, too early yet to know the full effect of this theory and whether it will eventually be viewed as the right theory for the definability structure of P of omega sub 1, finally leading to a satisfactory resolution of the continuum hypothesis. This will require a much more detailed development of theory that is presently available and should be the focus of extensive research in the future. Even if this turns out to be successful, further questions concerning the theory of arbitrary point sets and the structure of small cardinals would need the development of the theory of P of omega, for which no hints are available at this stage. Okay, so there you have it, folks. Appreciate people tuning in, and I guess sometimes I go longer, but get at least a good 5 hours here. And these were some long papers. That last one, kind of an overview on mathematical logic, an important future direction for the philosophy of science, and the multiple truth hypothesis. To obviously my most popular video in the last few years was the tour of my library, math and physics books, and I'm working in my dad's library of his math and physics books. So just a good overview there. So don't be surprised to see more of that in the future. I had that long article on the history of creativity, which would probably take like a good hour and a half to read through, which I just don't have the strength to do today. So Wednesday, I will be doing my first, my ninth in the series of the philosophy of science, and maybe I'll finish it up the week following, and then I'll move on to my series in metaphysics. And with that, the due diligence, hopefully I will start producing regular material on the multiple truth hypothesis. So hopefully over the next 2 or 3 months, I will finish the major due diligence of my research. There'll always be more. You see, like the article on mathematics, just a huge topic. My dad has a master's degree in mathematics, but it's just a huge, wisdom is infinite. So lifelong students, even if we live thousands of years, we just scratch the surface. But I think I'm rounding the corner in my due diligence and feel confident to start producing material, hopefully in the next 2 to 3 months. So I rambled quite a bit on the war in Israel. We'll see. Unfortunately, my predictions that Israel's not going to do a full ground invasion. You're going to see this tit for tat, hide and seek bombing. God forbid, disastrous human casualties of the Gazans. Forced refugees. God forbid, could be starvations, disease, and sickness. And just with the continued bombings of slowly trying to root out Hamas without actually doing a ground invasion, possibly leading to the withdrawal of U.S. Army bases in Iraq and Syria. And Israel may not be able to find their way out of this. So God forbid, real disaster here going on. And, just pray for the best. But, in the meantime, we'll just keep on doing our research and pray for the best. And, with that, signing off. God bless. Have a great week. Best wishes, and hope to see you Wednesday.